Those years I was a mutant in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, An Unexpected Scene. New York, Queens. Ivan Vanko, the new superhero, will reach a cooperation on the Iron Suit, and Hammer Military Industries will take on the responsibility of manufacturing it. It is conceivable that in the future there will be an Iron Army to protect us and the whole world. Weller stood under a building, looking at the huge display screen hanging on the outer wall of the building, watching the news broadcast inside, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Has the government of Country M made a choice? I hope I won't regret it then. Ivan Vanko, this guy is not a superhero. He, or the people behind him, must have some conspiracy. So, who is the person behind him? Hammer Military Industries? No, it shouldn't be. That wise company that only makes replicas, cheap arms, and can even make such excellent works as ex-wife can never be the supporter behind Ivan Vanko. What makes people even more angry are those unscrupulous news media. As Ivan Vanko reached a cooperation with the military, many news media have begun to praise him, and even as if they have confirmed the identity of the Stark family as thieves, they began to badmouth Tony, and even questioned whether Tony's inventions over the years were all stolen. What's more, all kinds of nonsense were linked to Tony, as if they wanted to tear down this person who is immersed in their praise and trample him into the mud. Even though Stark Industries has started a comprehensive public relations, this kind of eye-catching reports, under the secret promotion of some people, still emerge in an endless stream. For a time, Tony seemed to be under the suspicion of the whole world. Perhaps, he should find time to meet Tony. A thought came to Weller's mind, and he said to Katie, who was waiting on the side, "Let's go." The two of them came out this time to carry out a mission. A mutant child awakened his mutant ability, but what happened was a physical mutation, and it was an uncontrollable permanent mutation. And often this kind of physical mutation will make the mutant suffer very much malice. Beating, insults, discrimination, etc. These things are hard for an adult to bear, let alone a child. Therefore, after getting the relevant information, School X immediately sent Wheeler and Katie here. When the two came to the target's living area and found the child in a deserted corner of a park, they saw a scene that surprised them. A little boy with goat horns and a pair of goat ears on his head was being bullied by several older children. Those boys, who were obviously much older, were stuffing handfuls of grass into the mutant child's mouth, with malicious smiles on their faces, and vicious words kept coming out of their mouths, which made Wheeler and Katie frown. Just as the two were about to drive these violent children away, 3 or 4 younger children who looked only about 10 years old ran over, pushed the violent children away, and blocked the mutant child. Then, the children wearing Iron Man's pulse gun gloves pointed their palms at the perpetrators and shouted loudly, "You are not allowed to bully Mara. Otherwise, I will be rude to you." "Hey, Iron Man, you despicable thief." The perpetrators looked at the children with ridicule. "You are the thief, Iron Man is the best," a child shouted loudly, pulled down the Iron Man mask, and said angrily, "Get out of here quickly, huh? Little guy, get out of here quickly, or I will beat you too." The violent children laughed maliciously. And when they saw that the little guys had no intention of giving way, they raised their fists and swung at the child in front. Although the child closed his eyes in fear, he still stood firmly in place. But the pain he imagined did not appear on his body. The boy quietly opened his eyes, but found that a black-haired young man lightly pinched the child's fist. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw that the black-haired young man smashed the heads of several people one by one and bounced them to the ground, he opened his mouth in surprise. Several children rolled on the ground for several times, looked at Wheeler in horror, and one of them ran away with a big bag on his head, shouting "Mom." Seeing this scene, Katie laughed out loud. "Thank you," the little boy thanked him very seriously and even bowed to Wheeler. Wheeler rubbed the little guy's curly hair, bent down and smiled at him. "You are very brave, of course." "We are," the little boy paused, and his companions, including the mutant child who had just been bullied, seemed to have received some signal. They took a deep breath together, raised their hands and showed a glove pulse cannon, and shouted with full momentum, "Iron Man Alliance, ha ha ha." Katie laughed out loud, "So cute." A smile appeared in Wheeler's eyes, but he also stretched out his hand like the others. "Iron Man Alliance." In an instant, The eyes of several children looking at Wheeler changed. It was as if they saw one of their own. Katie blinked and found that Wheeler was unexpectedly able to please the children. "By the way, what's your name?" Wheeler asked the leading little boy. The little boy grinned. "My name is Peter Parker." Wheeler was stunned and looked at the little guy carefully. Is it the Peter Parker he thought of? When he was wondering, he heard the prompt sound of the system relationship establishment, and then raised his eyebrows. It's really the future Spider-Man. "Hello, Peter, my name is Wheeler," Wheeler introduced with a smile and walked towards the mutant child who stood up from the ground. Bending down to pick up the woolen hat on the ground, patting the dust on it, Wheeler put the hat on the child's head to cover the horns and ears that grew out of the mutation. Wheeler said softly, "Mara, right? Can you take me to find your parents? We have something to discuss with them." Mara pulled down the hat, hesitated, and nodded to Wheeler. Seeing this scene, Katie gave Wheeler a thumbs up. "Follow me," Mara waved to Wheeler and the others. "Wait a minute," Wheeler called out to Peter Parker and his 3 friends who were about to leave, and said to them, "Can you do me a favor?" Without even thinking about it, they agreed to the request of their own man. Wheeler stepped back a few steps, took out his cell phone and pointed it at them, saying, "If you have anything to say to Iron Man, I can record it for you. Maybe you'll have the chance to show it to him." "Really? You're not lying to us?" "Great, stop talking, be serious." The kids were confused for a moment, then after discussing it, they excitedly shouted what they wanted to say to the camera of their cell phones. "Iron Man! Come on. We are the Iron Man Alliance." Chapter 77 Event Point, Adventure. At dusk, the orange-red light fell on Wheeler and Katie, stretching their shadows very long. What a surprise. They actually rejected the school's invitation, Katie exclaimed, but envy flashed in her eyes, and then she said worriedly, "I don't know if this is a good thing." Wheeler said lightly, "Mara has parents who still love him no matter what he becomes." "This is certainly a good thing," but Katie said anxiously, "because of the mutation, the child will be bullied again, and even more terrible things may happen." Wheeler smiled and said, "This is their choice. We can't force the child to leave." Katie sighed, lowered her head in frustration, and kicked an empty bottle at her feet in frustration. Seeing this, Wheeler gently rubbed Katie's head as if comforting a child. "Didn't you leave your contact information? If they really get into trouble, they will contact the school." Katie nodded and tried to cheer up. "I hope they will never get into trouble." After a pause, she slapped Wheeler's hand away and said angrily, "Hate it, I'm not a child anymore. Don't touch my head." "Oh, haha." Wheeler laughed, but teased, "It feels good, like a fat cat." You are the fat cat." Katie glared at Wheeler in shame and anger. Wheeler smiled and said leisurely, "I said I was going to treat the fat cat to dinner. Look at me, the fat cat is here." Haha. Wheeler hadn't eaten Chinese food for a while, so he brought Katie to Chinatown and went to the Chinese restaurant that Li Qianhun had taken him to. When she saw Wheeler, the proprietress actually remembered Wheeler. The proprietress handed over the menu enthusiastically and said in Chinese, "Handsome, what do you want to eat?" Wheeler listed several dishes and asked curiously, "Are you from Nanayu province?" "Oh, you even know Nanayu province?" The proprietress looked at Wheeler in surprise and nodded. "Then why did you open a Sichuan restaurant?" "Because my husband is from Sichuan." The proprietress smiled and glanced at the middle-aged man busy in the kitchen, her eyes full of love. Wheeler nodded and praised, "I can see that you two are very loving." The proprietress laughed happily, "You are really good at talking. I will give you a discount." "Thank you." Wheeler thanked him. Because the two were chatting in Chinese, Katie didn't understand a word and had a question mark face throughout the conversation. Wheeler smiled and explained, "The proprietress gave us a discount." Katie nodded, and a look of realization flashed in her eyes. "So, speaking Chinese in a Chinese restaurant will give you a discount?" An hour later, Wheeler and Katie were full and planned to go back to school after strolling around Chinatown. But just as he walked out of the restaurant, Wheeler's face suddenly changed. The event points disappeared, and 200 of them disappeared at once. Pop! A crisp sound rang in his mind, and a reflection fruit fell from the reflection of the world tree, turned into fragments and dissipated. Adventure, Revenge of the Tabby Cat. Reward, Tabby Cat, huh? Wheeler was confused. What's going on? Revenge of the Tabby Cat? Are you kidding me? Moreover, event points can also trigger adventures, mutations, tasks, and adventures. So far, there have been 3 ways to consume event points. Will there be more ways? A question flashed through Wheeler's mind. At this moment, Wheeler saw a tabby cat turning back and forth on the street, calling softly to every passerby, and even stretching out its claws from time to time. It was this tabby cat. A kind of enlightenment rose in Wheeler's heart. Wheeler observed the actions of the tabby cat, and curiosity gradually appeared in his eyes. Looking at the actions and calls of the tabby cat, is it asking for help? Wheeler pinched his chin and thought. At this time, the tabby cat gave up asking for help and ran through the crowd to an alley. Wheeler did not hesitate at all. He told Katie to go back to school first, and then hurriedly chased after it. This is a cat that consumed 200 event points. Wheeler had never thought of tracking a cat, and what he didn't expect was that he was discovered by the cat. Looking at the tabby cat lying on the ground and looking at him vigilantly, with its fur already blown up, Wheeler was slightly startled and extremely surprised. Wheeler squatted down slowly and said in a gentle voice, "Do you need any help?" The tabby cat hesitated, and the blown-up fur slowly fell down. After calling out to Wheeler softly, it turned around and trotted away deep into the alley. It actually understood, and it was obvious that it had thought about it. When Wheeler was surprised, he became more and more curious about the tabby cat. After walking for dozens of meters and turning twice, Wheeler finally saw that the tabby cat stopped, and at the feet of the tabby cat, there was a cat with scars all over its body, about to die. The cat looked like a rag doll. The tabby cat gently licked the ragdoll cat's face, called to Wheeler again, and then stepped back a few steps. "Let me save it?" Wheeler raised his eyebrows, walked to the ragdoll cat, and a blue light with a breath of life appeared on his fingers. With a flick of his fingers, the blue light fell into the body of the ragdoll cat. The next second, the wounds on the ragdoll cat healed quickly. 2 minutes later, the ragdoll cat climbed up from the ground. "Meow," it called out softly and hid behind the tabby cat. The tabby cat was looking at Wheeler, and even the orange-yellow eyes flashed with thinking. With rich emotions and intelligence, it can no longer be considered a cat. It's like there is a human soul in this cat's body. Wheeler whispered, and couldn't help asking, "Is there anything else I can help with?" Saving a ragdoll cat is not revenge. Wheeler took the initiative to bring it up, and the tabby cat no longer hesitated. After nodding its round head at Wheeler, it called to Wheeler and ran forward. And the ragdoll cat also caught up. Wheeler followed the tabby cat through the streets and alleys, and soon saw that the ragdoll cat disappeared. When he was wondering, another black cat ran out, and meowed a few times as if communicating with the tabby cat. After running for a while, the black cat disappeared at the end of a long street, and then replaced by a blue cat. Could this cat be the boss here? Wheeler watched with interest. Half an hour later, Wheeler followed the tabby cat out of Chinatown and came to a 3-story building called the Feline Behavior Research Institute. Institute? Wheeler frowned, but saw the tabby cat lying at the door of the institute, its round eyes full of hatred, and its cry became sharper. So, the target of this tabby cat's revenge is in this institute? Chapter 78: The Cat's Revenge. The Revenge of a Tabby Cat. Wheeler originally thought that this intelligent and human-like tabby cat hated the institute, at most because the institute discovered the specialness of this tabby cat, so they caught it for research, causing the tabby cat to suffer a lot. But when he followed the tabby cat into the institute, he found that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. The institute has 3 floors above ground. In addition to some research instruments, there are many cats, which look very normal. Because it is no longer working hours, there are no staff on these 3 floors. What is abnormal is the 2 floors underground. When he stepped into the brightly lit underground floor, a pungent smell rushed into Wheeler's nose. Wheeler frowned, and when he followed the tabby cat to see what was inside, he couldn't help but shudder, and the hair on his body stood up, just like the tabby cat before. There were various corpses on the underground floor. Some of them were made into specimens in strange postures, some were soaked in formalin, and some had not been processed yet, and were placed on the workbench in blood. From this point of view, apart from being a little cruel and bloody, there are no other problems. But the key point is that these corpses are not human or cats, but corpses made up of various parts of human and cats. Replaced heads, replaced limbs, and stitched faces. Wheeler's expression became more and more ugly, and after he carefully looked at the corpses, he found that the specimens with closer dates had fewer stitching marks. And the specimens with dates in the last few months did not have any stitching marks. Looking at these specimens, Wheeler's mind emerged with a series of perverted experiments that made people feel uncomfortable. Meow. Suddenly, the tabby cat walking around Wheeler called out, "Crouch down," and kept making low hisses in his mouth, looking at the entrance to the second underground floor. Wheeler turned his head and saw several figures rushing out at a very fast speed, surrounding Wheeler and the tabby cat in the middle, like hunters surrounding their prey, turning in circles. A person with feline features, or a feline with human features. Looking at these creatures, a cold light flashed in Wheeler's eyes. At this moment, a man's voice sounded through the loudspeaker on the underground floor. "How is it? Is my masterpiece good? You are the first visitor, do you want to express your thoughts?" The man's voice was full of pride and madness. "What is on the second underground floor, even the people in the institute don't know." Wheeler's eyes flashed with blue light, and a blue energy sword appeared in his hand. "Mutant. You are a mutant. You?" The man's excited voice sounded, but before he finished speaking, it was as if someone pinched his throat and stopped. Wheeler's figure flashed between several creatures as fast as a ghost. Blue energy spots flew like fireflies, and bright red blood spurted out from the broken neck. Red and blue intertwined, like a dream. Wheeler rushed directly to the second underground floor without any pause. The tabby cat followed him swiftly. The area of the second underground floor is much smaller than that of the first underground floor. In addition to some large cages, there were only some research instruments and a child lying on a medical bed, his body full of tubes and wires of unknown meaning. At this time, a middle-aged man with glasses, a short stature, and a bald head with a Mediterranean style on his head was pulling the tubes and wires frantically. Wheeler walked up to the man and kicked him away with a cold look. When the middle-aged man wailed in pain, he looked at the boy lying on the medical bed. The boy closed his eyes tightly, skinny, and had no reaction to what was happening now, like a corpse that could only breathe. He had a pair of cat ears, the upper body was human, but the lower body was a cat, but unlike the previous specimens, all of this seemed extremely harmonious on this boy, as if he was born like this. "Is this a mutant?" A thought came to Wheeler's mind, and his cold eyes fell on the middle-aged man. "Please. Don't kill me. I'm only doing this to save my child." The bald man knelt on the ground, pointed at the boy on the medical bed, and cried bitterly, "He is my child, he is sick, I just want to save him." Before Wheeler could speak, the tabby cat at his feet let out a piercing scream and pounced on the man, leaving several blood marks on his face. "Ah!" The man cried out in pain, and finally remembered something when he looked at the tabby cat. "It's you." This cat was a stray cat that his son often fed before he mutated, and it was also his second experimental subject. Wheeler sneered, "It seems that it doesn't believe what you said, it's just a cat." The middle-aged man shouted and continued to plead with Wheeler, "I'm really just saving my son." At this moment, with a piercing long beep, a red line without any fluctuations appeared on the screen of the monitor that was detecting the boy's heartbeat. "No. Son. You can't die. I haven't finished my experiment yet," the middle-aged man shouted in collapse. His expression was extremely crazy. At this moment, the tabby cat turned its head and looked in the direction of the medical bed. In its orange-yellow eyes, a thin figure slowly walked down from the medical bed was reflected. "Meow," it called softly, as if there was an invisible line connecting the figure to it. The invisible figure slowly walked behind it, and as its eyes became brighter and brighter, a translucent figure was actually outlined in the air. "Is it the dead mutant boy?" Noticing the lit eyes of the tabby cat, Wheeler was shocked. "Is this the ability of the cat?" The middle-aged man was pale, moving backwards with his hands and feet, screaming continuously, and his eyes were full of fear. At this moment, an ethereal voice slowly sounded, and the truth of the matter also surfaced. Barney was a happy child until he awakened his mutant ability and became half human and half cat. From that day on, he became a test subject for his scientist father. His father performed various experiments on him, as if he had become a piece of meat marked with value. His father had a wild idea. He wanted to cultivate or create a creature that was a perfect combination of humans and cats, through his mutations. Everything underground was the result of his father's experiments. As for the tabby cat, it was his first experimental subject for fusion experiments. At that time, his father just drew a tube of his blood and some bone marrow, and roughly pushed it into the tabby cat's body to see what would happen. After the tabby cat stopped breathing, his father threw it out of the house like garbage. But no one thought that the tabby cat would come back to life and mutate, and now it even brought Wheeler to revenge. The translucent Barney turned to the tabby cat and said, "I'm sorry, if it wasn't for my mutation, it's not your fault," Wheeler said slowly, looking at the middle-aged man with a colder and colder look. Barney's soul smiled happily, walked towards the middle-aged man, and said with a smile, "Dad, we should go home." Chapter 79 Logan. Half an hour later, in a fried chicken shop. Wheeler took a piece of fried chicken and fed it to the tabby cat on his lap. The tabby cat swung its tail while eating. It completed its revenge and was in a good mood. Wheeler's adventure was completed, and he got this special tabby cat, so he was in a good mood. Wow, wow, the tabby cat ate the last piece of fried chicken, showed a satisfied look to Wheeler, and his voice became lazy. Noticing the tabby cat's eyes, Wheeler picked it up, lowered his head and looked at the cat rubbing against him in his arms, and whispered, "No matter how many times I look at you, I don't think you are a cat." Meow. The tabby cat raised its head and tilted it. Wheeler asked in confusion, "You said you are a cat? Just mutated?" And then became smarter. Meow. The tabby cat nodded. Huh? Wheeler was stunned, and a question came to his mind. He seemed to know what the cat was saying. It's not that he understood it, but he could feel what it wanted to express, as if it was sharing its thoughts at the moment with Wheeler. Thinking of the scene in the basement of the research institute before, Wheeler asked curiously, "In addition to contributing thoughts, can you also summon souls?" The tabby cat yawned and lay in Wheeler's arms as if it had no bones. It just called softly, but Wheeler's mind showed what the other party wanted to express. Sure enough, it was sharing its thoughts at the moment. A flash of realization flashed in Wheeler's eyes, and he said, "It's not summoning? But you feel the unwillingness of the soul, so you use your ability to keep them in a state of soul that will not disappear." What an interesting ability. Wheeler stroked the tabby cat's chin with his fingers and said with a smile, "So, are you going to go back to school with me?" Meow. There is fried chicken. Meow. Beer? You still drink beer? Meow. Well, no one will chase you away. Meow. Then let's go. Wheeler and the tabby cat were communicating as if no one was around, while other customers in the store silently distanced themselves from Wheeler. "You're coming with me, then," Wheeler muttered, and suddenly grabbed the tabby cat with both hands and took a quick look. "It turns out to be a girl." Wheeler grinned. The tabby cat froze for a moment, and then waved its claws at Wheeler. "Okay, sorry, I want to give you a name, and I have to know whether you are a boy or a girl," Wheeler explained, and the tabby cat slowly retracted its claws. When Wheeler put him down, it gently bit Wheeler's finger. Wheeler stroked the tabby cat's chin and whispered, "You have tattoos all over your body, like a little tiger, so let's call you Mimi." Meow. Haha, didn't expect it. Wheeler smiled proudly, put Mimi on his shoulder, and said, "Let's go back to school." Meow. "Okay, I got it. I'll take you to say goodbye to them." Wheeler touched Mimi's head and left the fried chicken shop. Catch, catch, catch. As soon as he went out, Wheeler saw several police cars driving towards the institute. When leaving the institute, Wheeler cleaned up the traces he left behind, deleted the surveillance after he entered the institute, and then called the police using the Mediterranean man's mobile phone. However, the police were a bit slow. With a thought flashing through his mind, Wheeler took Mimi into a pet supply store and bought a large box of canned cat food. Under Mimi's guidance, they came to a dark alley nearby. Meow. Mimi called out, and stray cats ran out from the shadows. In just a few seconds, Mimi was surrounded by dozens of cats of various breeds and colors. And that's not all. There are still stray cats gathering here, as if they were summoned by Mimi. Summon? Wheeler was stunned for a moment, and in the midst of a bunch of meows, he asked Mimi loudly, "Did you call them here? How did you do it?" You know, Mimi has been with him all the time and has never left at all. How were these cats summoned? Just as he was wondering, Mimi called out, and the moment the other cats quieted down, translucent cat souls quietly appeared and surrounded Mimi in the center. "They have been following you." After understanding Mimi's words, Wheeler was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "They must like you very much." Mimi raised her chin with a proud look. Meow, meow, I am their queen. Yes, yes, you are the queen. Wheeler smiled and put down hundreds of cans of food and opened them one by one. Mimi called out, and the stray cats came over and took the cans one by one. If a stray cat was disobedient and wanted to grab the cans of food from other cats, Mimi would slap it and the cat would be obedient. But the problem was that there were too many cats. Seeing this, Wheeler had to run 2 more times, and in the shocked eyes of the pet store, he brought back several boxes of cat cans and fed them to the stray cats. A moment later, after all the stray cats had finished eating, Mimi jumped onto Wheeler's shoulder and called out to the stray cats majestically, "I'll protect this human." I'll go to a new place with him, and I'll come to see you often. Weller chuckled and said to Mimi, we're leaving. Sit tight, Mimi nodded. The next second, with a shrill cat cry, Weller soared into the sky. The next day. School, medical room. Weller picked up Mimi, who had just finished the examination. Jean and Logan followed Mimi with surprise in their eyes. It was the first time they had seen a cat with mutant abilities. This little thing can see the soul and maintain the existence of the soul. Logan's face was full of disbelief, and he couldn't help but poke Mimi's head with his finger. Meow, Mimi called out unhappily and showed her claws to Logan. Yo. Pretty fierce, Logan sneered, and the adamantium claws slowly stretched out. Mimi looked at her paw, then at Logan's, and with a serious expression, she gently pressed her paw on Logan's paw and shook her head. Meow, it tells you not to be impulsive, Weller translated with a smile. Puff, haha, Jean and Logan laughed out loud. It was really interesting that they saw human expression on a cat. At this moment, Ororo rushed in like a gust of wind. I heard that Weller adopted a very smart cat. Let me see it. Ororo rushed to Mimi, with undisguised love in her eyes. She stretched out her hand to tease Mimi and said with a smile, so cute. She liked cats so much that she even felt that she was a cat in her previous life. Jean smiled and touched Mimi's head, and said to Weller, Mimi's genes have undergone wonderful changes, but there is no problem at present, and its IQ is very high. It can no longer be regarded as a cat. High IQ? How high? Logan asked curiously. Ken groaned for a moment and said, it's equivalent to a child of 7 or 8 years old. A child of 7 or 8 years old, Ororo exclaimed. That's equivalent to half of Logan. Logan, huh? Chapter 80 Hostage Exchange. In just half a month, Mimi became the most popular star in X school. Not only is she cute, she also knows how to act cute. She is a soft and cute little cat in the eyes of everyone in the school. But in fact, she is greedy, playful, naughty, and a drunkard. Wheeler took Mimi out of the quilt, put his hands through Mimi's armpits, picked her up and shook her gently. Meow, Mimi looked at Wheeler with drunken eyes, tilted her head and fell asleep again. What? You haven't drunk enough yet, so I asked you to sleep a little longer? It's noon now. Wheeler's mouth twitched, and he shook Mimi again, angrily saying, you stole wine again last night. Mimi didn't react at all, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Wheeler threw her on the bed and said disdainfully, you are already a useless cat. Mimi's eyes opened a crack, and her body twisted like a worm to drill into the quilt. It is early winter now, and Mimi likes to drill into the warm quilt the most. Wheeler glanced at her and said calmly, I'm going to New York. Are you going? Carlson called him yesterday and said he needed his help and wanted to talk to him face to face. Mimi stopped twisting her body, twisted out of the bed again, and staggered onto Wheeler's shoulder, hanging on Wheeler's neck as if she had no bones. Just like a furry scarf. Wheeler smiled and shook his head, and strode out. Don't be afraid that Mimi will fall, the cat souls that are with her will help her hang on him firmly. After this period of getting along, Wheeler found that the cat souls can do more than just help Mimi summon cats. Finding wine, stealing wine, and letting off wind are simply too useful. Leaving the dormitory, Wheeler took Mimi to fly to New York. Enjoying the feeling of freedom flying in the sky, Wheeler glanced at the system statistics. Existing world points. 11,590. World point growth rate. 360/day. World point source. 23. It won't be long before he can ripen new golden fruits. Because of the monthly refresh, there are 8 more fruits on the world tree. Current fruits. 32, 2 gold, 12 silver, 18 bronze. Wheeler looked at the fruits on the world, groaned, and decided to put aside the golden fruits first and ripen the bronze or silver fruits first. Although these fruits are of low level, there are many of them. This is the temptation of 10 consecutive openings. During this period, in addition to the increase in world points and fruits, the biggest change is his physical strength. He has been using the super body state to train his body, and the effect of using the energy compressed by the different energy, which he jokingly called body tempering, is rising sharply. Now, even without entering the super body state, Wheeler's physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. From the most intuitive point of view, he is 3 times that of an ordinary adult male, and if he enters the super body state, his body will be fully enhanced to an exaggerated degree. It didn't take long for Wheeler to fly to New York and come to the vicinity of the target location. Finding a corner where no one is to land, Wheeler took Mimi off his neck. Mimi opened her eyes and looked, then jumped off Wheeler, stretched out her claws to wipe her face, and called to Wheeler. Meow, see my little brother? Go ahead, can you find me? Wheeler bent down and rubbed Mimi's head. Meow, Mimi called, turned around and left quickly. Wheeler was not afraid that Mimi would not be able to find him. Because Mimi always arranged a ghost cat to follow him, and Mimi had a connection with the ghost cat. Not only could she sense the location of the ghost cat, but she could also briefly see the ghost cat's vision. Wheeler walked out of the alley and walked towards the target location. Callison booked the meeting place at a nearby restaurant. Wheeler walked into the restaurant, quickly glanced, and saw Callison sitting by the window. At the same time, Callison, who looked at the door from time to time, also saw Wheeler. A smile appeared on his face, and waved to Wheeler. Wheeler walked in front of Callison, pulled out a chair and sat down. Callison pushed the menu on the table in front of Wheeler and whispered, "Would you like to eat something? The steak in this restaurant is pretty good." Wheeler shook his head and said, "I've eaten at school. Let's get down to business." Callison nodded and pushed the empty plate in front of him aside. "Thanks to you, I can finally have lunch on time today. Is that why you chose the restaurant?" Wheeler supported his face with one hand and looked at Callison speechlessly. Callison's face became serious. Natasha was captured by Magneto. Huh? Wheeler was stunned for a moment, then slowly sat up straight, frowned, and asked in confusion, "What happened? How is Natasha related to Magneto?" Callison smiled bitterly and said, "Remember the summit incident before?" Of course. Wheeler raised his eyebrows. He remembered this kind of thing that he personally participated in very clearly. Callison continued, "That day, because the X-Men stopped Magneto in time, many of his men were captured and imprisoned in a mobile prison under the sea." Hearing this, Wheeler guessed with a strange look on his face, "You didn't let Natasha sneak into those people to try to find out more about Magneto, did you?" Callison coughed lightly with an embarrassed look on his face. "Is that so?" Wheeler's mouth twitched and he complained, "You are really excellent. Since those people followed Magneto, they all regarded humans as inferior creatures." Callison said helplessly, "With the help of some props, Natasha sneaked in smoothly, but who would have thought that Magneto would actually go to save his men?" At this point, Callison's expression was like he had eaten a mouthful of chili and wanted to find water to drink, but found that he was drinking bitter melon juice. Wheeler added, "So, when Magneto went to save those people, he saw through Natasha's identity and took her away, that's it." Callison nodded. "You asked me to come here, don't you want me to save Natasha?" Before Callison could speak, Wheeler said speechlessly, "Don't joke, I don't have the ability to do that. That's Magneto, not to mention a bunch of mutants from the Brotherhood." Although Magneto would not easily kill fellow mutants, he didn't want to take that chance. Callison said seriously, "Of course we won't let you do such a dangerous thing. Every Avenger is a precious treasure. Come on, don't say these nice words. What do you want to do?" Wheeler waved his hand and looked at Callison with interest. Callison said in a deep voice, "Because of some special reasons, Mystique was imprisoned in other places, and Magneto did not rescue her, so he asked us to use Mystique to exchange for Natasha." Wheeler raised his eyebrows. "You want me to take Mystique to complete the exchange?" "Yes." Chapter 81 Remarks on the release. It will be on the shelves at 12 a.m. tomorrow, so I will post my thoughts on the release as usual. Now that the recommendation rules of Kidian have been changed, the recommendation of works by the same people is very affected. For books of the same period, if the fan works want to be recommended, they must have a much higher number of followers than the original works, which is why I have been asking readers to follow me. Therefore, many authors of the same people have gone to original works. Before starting this book, I also prepared 7 or 8 original beginnings, and I had the idea of writing original works. After all, it is becoming more and more difficult to write Marvel fan works now, and many books have begun to mix and match. But Marvel fan works are my first book, and also the first book to get the boutique badge. In addition, there are still some things I want to write that have not been written, so I started this book head first. As a result, I hit the wall, haha. Tomorrow is the time to test the results. Whether I break the wall or hit my head with a lot of bumps depends on you. Starting from tomorrow, I will try to keep the update at 8,000. This is a very big breakthrough for Zaya Opuji, who has always been a beast of 2 updates. I hope everyone will forgive me. It will be on the shelves at 12 o'clock tomorrow, which means that tomorrow's update will be at 12 o'clock. Finally, I would like to ask for a first order from my readers. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, The Emergence of Hate. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. was worried about letting its people trade with Magneto. It was not that they were worried that Magneto would not keep his promise to exchange people, but that he was afraid that after the exchange of hostages was completed, Magneto would kill the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. But it would be different if Wheeler went. Magneto was very tolerant of his compatriots, and Wheeler was quite capable, with the X-School behind him, so he was the most suitable candidate. So, Wheeler raised his eyebrows and said, "Where's Mystique? If it was just a trade with Magneto, there shouldn't be a big problem." The worst-case scenario was that Magneto would kill Natasha. Hearing Wheeler's words, Coulson breathed a sigh of relief. "She's in a car outside. After we finish talking, you can take her away. When we are sure that Magneto has arrived at the agreed location, you can take Mystique over to complete the transaction." Wheeler nodded, stood up and said, "Then let's do it, follow me." Coulson nodded and took Wheeler out of the restaurant. After getting in Coulson's car and crossing 2 streets, Wheeler saw Mystique in a camouflaged escort vehicle parked on the side of the road. This was the first time Wheeler had seen Mystique, but to Wheeler's surprise, the Mystique in front of him was wearing clothes. At this time, Mystique was wearing a yellow prison uniform, with the collar slightly open, revealing an amazing arc under the yellow prison pants torn to the thighs. There was a pair of beautiful legs without any flaws. Even though she is now a prisoner, Mystique exudes amazing charm. Wheeler was stunned for a moment and looked at Coulson. "Is this Mystique? Good guy, it's winter, and he is not afraid of freezing. She is wearing a collar that suppresses her abilities, so she can't use her abilities." Coulson pointed to Mystique's neck. Wheeler took a closer look and found a black metal collar. Ability suppression collar. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. invented this thing? Wheeler's eyes sank. No wonder the captured mutant criminals can't make any noise. There is an irreplaceable metal material in this collar, so, Coulson smiled bitterly and shook his head. Therefore, Magneto is the natural enemy of this thing. Does it look good? Mystique showed Wheeler a charming smile, gently pulled the collar on her neck, licked her lips, and said in a sexy voice, "Master, do you want to play some interesting games?" Suddenly, the breathing of several agents guarding Mystique was disordered, and Coulson's face also blushed. Wheeler coughed lightly and said seriously, "Grandma, I'm still a college student. If you do this, you will be arrested by the police, Grandma." Raven's face froze, and she blinked at Wheeler. "Then this college student policeman, do you want to examine me?" Wheeler's eyes were twitching wildly. "No, I can't stand it." Coulson waved to several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and put a key in Wheeler's hand. "She will be handed over to you." After that, he left the car with several agents in embarrassment. Looking at the backs of several people, Mystique's eyes flashed with contempt. Wheeler coughed lightly, and when Mystique's eyes fell on him, he said to Mystique, "Let's go, let's leave here first." Mystique's mouth corners slightly raised, twisting her waist to walk towards Wheeler, and said softly in Wheeler's ear, "Okay, everything is up to you." Wheeler sighed and said to Mystique, "Don't play too much, I'm just the middleman. I will take you to see Magneto." Mystique raised her eyebrows, looked at Wheeler, and smiled. "Have you played too much? Don't you like it?" "I don't mind having intimate communication with you." Wheeler rolled his eyes. "I mind, Grandma. Charles asked me to say hello to you for him." Mystique's expression froze, and she snorted softly, "You stupid kid. If you call me Grandma again, I will kill you." "Oh Wheeler looked at Mystique sarcastically. "Take off your collar first." Mystique was not angry, but laughed, and said as she walked out of the car, "You stupid kid, you can call me Raven." Wheeler followed and said lightly, "Wheeler Brian." "Oh." Raven turned her head and raised the corner of her mouth slightly to Wheeler. "You are the interesting student from School X that Eric mentioned." Wheeler was a little surprised, but he smiled after hearing the system prompt. Raven took a breath of fresh air outside and stretched her body. When Wheeler came to her side, she asked, "Where are we going next?" Wheeler said softly, "It's still a long time before the appointment with Magneto. I have to take you around. Or is there any place you want to go?" Raven's eyes lit up. "There's a place I haven't been to for decades." "Wow, decades, right?" But it must be said that the anti-aging effect of Mystique's ability is really good, making her look like a 30-year-old. Wheeler said to Mystique, "Then you lead the way, let's go." Raven stretched out her hand to Wheeler. "What for?" "To get money." "Isn't it free to make a car?" Raven rolled her eyes. Wheeler raised his eyebrows and handed the wallet to Raven. Raven took out some money, tapped Wheeler's chest with her wallet, and winked. "Little boy, you are very generous. Do you want to flirt with me?" Wheeler took the wallet and sneered. "Flirt with you? Because you don't have your period? Or because you are a century-old person, so you can soak it in wine?" Raven slipped, veins popped out on her smooth forehead, and she turned around and punched Wheeler hard. Wheeler patted his chest nonchalantly, as if brushing off a speck of dust. Raven took a deep breath and decided not to argue with Wheeler, otherwise she was really afraid that she would be angry to death by Wheeler before Magneto came to rescue her. When Raven was about to call a taxi, Wheeler raised his eyebrows, stopped Raven, and said, "I think you should change your clothes first." Raven said nonchalantly, "Okay, this dress is really not good looking." After a while, Raven changed her clothes, bought a scarf to cover the collar, called a taxi, and took Wheeler to the amusement park. Going to the amusement park, Wheeler really didn't expect Raven to choose to go to the amusement park. After arriving at the amusement park, Raven behaved like a child who came to the amusement park for the first time, pulling Wheeler to play all over the amusement park. Screaming, scared, but full of excitement. Who dared to imagine that this was the world's best agent Mystique? However, Wheeler was very sure that the other party's happiness was real, because the relationship points were slowly rising. Even when leaving the amusement park, the relationship points rose by 10 points at once. "I haven't been so happy for a long time, thank you, Wheeler." Raven looked at the darkening sky and said slowly, with a flash of nostalgia in her eyes. "The last time, she came to the amusement park with Charles. I really miss the days of growing up with Charles." Half an hour later, Wheeler took Raven to eat something and strolled down the street. "Magneto is here, I know," Wheeler responded, hung up Callson's phone, and looked at Raven beside him. At this time, Raven squatted on the ground and teased Mimi, but Mimi avoided her with disgust. "Let's go, Magneto is here," Wheeler said, waving to Mimi. Mimi called out and followed Wheeler, and the moment Raven stood up, a hint of coldness appeared on her face, as if she was not the one who was playing with a cat just now. "Is it because she is going back to her world?" Wheeler whispered in his heart, and took Raven to the Broadway street next door. When the two walked to Broadway Street and came to a drama theater, they happened to see Magneto, wearing a gentleman's hat, and Natasha walked out of the theater, just like an ordinary old man who had just finished watching a show. He was chatting with a man next to him while walking, and he seemed very kind. But while he was chatting with a man, he glanced at Natasha, who was holding Magneto's arm from time to time, and envy flashed in his eyes. "They're here," Natasha said lightly. Magneto smiled and said, "Mike, it's nice to talk to you." "Goodbye." He politely pressed the brim of his hat and walked towards Wheeler and the others with Natasha. "Weller, I didn't expect you to bring Raven here." Magneto looked at Wheeler in surprise, then frowned and said, "How did you get involved with those dogs?" "This is not a good thing." Wheeler did not answer, but just smiled slightly. "Raven, I brought her." Magneto patted Natasha's hand. "Goodbye, beauty." Natasha let go of Magneto's hand and walked towards Wheeler. Magneto hooked his finger, and some metal fragments floated out of Natasha's body. Facing a top agent, he would certainly be on guard. Raven strode towards Magneto and casually pulled off the scarf around her neck, revealing the conspicuous black collar. Magneto's eyes flashed with anger. The collar reminded him of something bad. "Humph," he snorted coldly, his eyes flickered, and the collar fell off Raven's neck. Wheeler glanced at the key that he hadn't had time to hand over, and threw it to the side of the road. "Are you okay?" Wheeler asked in a low voice. Natasha shook her head and breathed a sigh of relief. Although Magneto would not do anything to a small agent like her, she was under a lot of pressure as the only human among a group of mutants who hated humans. Magneto held Raven's hand, looked around, and said, "It's a surprise that they didn't attack me. Don't they have this part of the plan?" As he said that, he sighed with some regret. If the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. attacked him, he would have an excuse to make a scene. But now, he had to leave quietly for Wheeler's sake. Wheeler's eyes twitched. "This old man is so energetic." Haha. Noticing Wheeler's expression, Magneto laughed happily and said to Wheeler, "Weller, don't waste your talent." He had said this to Wheeler many times. Wheeler's eyes flickered, And he said, I know, not knowing, but I hope you can understand, Magneto said, and took Raven's hand and slowly flew up. This scene was seen by passers-by, causing exclamations. At this moment, Raven, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, Weller, is Mary okay? Speaking of Mary, a trace of nervousness flashed in her eyes. Mary? Little rascal? She is doing well in school, Wheeler shouted to the two people flying. Then thank Charles for me, Raven smiled with relief. And disappeared with Magneto. Huh? Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were not afraid at all, Wheeler teased. Natasha patted her chest. How can I not be afraid? I don't want to die yet. She looked at Wheeler, her green eyes flickering. Weller, thank you, relationship points plus 30. Wheeler shrugged, and when he was about to speak, Mimi jumped onto Wheeler's shoulder, looked at Natasha vigilantly, and called out a warning. What a cute cat, is it yours? Natasha looked at Wheeler in surprise. It just chose to follow me, Wheeler said lightly. Let's go, Calson is still waiting for you, Natasha nodded. The two had just taken a step. Roar, a huge figure, accompanied by an angry howl, appeared in front of the two after smashing several walls. The powerful giant's body, a row of hideous bone spurs extending from the back of the head to the back, stomped his foot, and the ground instantly cracked. Is this Abomination? Wheeler's eyes shrank. How could this guy appear here? Plot, or a question flashed through Wheeler's mind, and he subconsciously looked at his event point. The event point did not change, and Wheeler breathed a sigh of relief. Wait? If the event point did not change, wouldn't it mean that I was just unlucky? Wheeler's mouth twitched. Hulk! Come out, Abomination shouted angrily, like a mad beast that could not find an opponent, wantonly exuding its own madness and destroying everything around it. Suddenly, the originally peaceful street was instantly ignited by fear, and screams and cries rang out. Wheeler and Natasha retreated quickly. Natasha said in a low voice with an ugly face, What is this? It can't be related to Magneto, right? This thing appeared just after Magneto left, and she couldn't help but have such an association. This is not a mutant, don't blame mutants for everything, Wheeler said dissatisfiedly, watching a car smash by the Abomination flying towards an innocent father and daughter. Blue light lit up in his eyes, and rushed over with a speed that shocked Natasha, with energy spots constantly drifting. No, I can't catch up, Natasha whispered, with reluctance flashing in her eyes. The distance between them and the father and daughter was too far. The blue energy was thrown out from Wheeler's hand, like a series of tough silk threads, entangled in the car that was about to fall. Wheeler shouted, and the car was thrown out and hit the Abomination. The Abomination stopped moving, and its ferocious eyes stopped on Wheeler. It seems there is a nice little bug, the Abomination smiled cruelly, and decided to have some fun with this little bug before Hulk showed up. Wheeler, seeing Wheeler being targeted, Natasha's face changed slightly. The blue light in Wheeler's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the blue energy kept rolling in his palm. Mimi, Wheeler whispered. The tabby cat jumped off Wheeler's shoulder, bared its teeth at the Abomination, and ran to the side. At this moment, an armed helicopter appeared in the air, and armored vehicles surrounded it from all sides. The next second, the armored vehicles received the order and attacked the Abomination at the same time. Swoosh, several rockets flew towards the Abomination, and large caliber bullets that were enough to penetrate the armor drowned the Abomination like rain. Thank you readers for your reward. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 83 Combos and Idiots. Boom. The explosions continued. The flames and smoke seemed to cover the Abomination with a coat of flames, and the orange-yellow bullet rain was like water drops falling on rocks, which did not hurt the Abomination at all. The Abomination walked out of the attack with an oppressive step, and the flames and smoke scattered from his body. He was not hurt at all. The Abomination showed a satisfied grin, and casually slapped away several rockets flying towards him. His body bent slightly, and when the ground cracked, his huge body jumped dozens of meters away and landed next to an armored vehicle. As the terrified soldier showed a cruel smile, he picked up a toy and smashed it against another armored vehicle. Boom! The flames of the explosion shot up into the sky, and the attack on the Abomination was also paused. The Abomination grinned and sneered, looking at Wheeler with a ferocious look. Wheeler's face was calm, and he instantly entered the full power state of the superbody. Although this battle came a little inexplicably, he didn't want to leave like this. Since the last summit crisis, several questions have been lingering in Weller's mind. Why did he come to this world? Why did he come to this world as a mutant? Perhaps he came with a mission to do something for mutants. Although he never wanted to admit it, this idea was like a seed buried in his heart when he appeared in this world. During this period, everything he saw and heard as a mutant became nutrients to nourish this seed, making this idea grow stronger and stronger, to the point that he could not ignore it. He wanted to do something for mutants. No, to be precise, he must do something for mutants. At this moment, he felt a sense of mission that he could not escape. Weller's eyes flashed, and the words that Professor X and Magneto had said to him seemed to ring in his ears. Stay the way you are now, don't lose yourself, and do what you want to do most. Do what he wants to do. When he received the invitation from Ororo, he and Logan went to X school without hesitation. He spared Murat several times and brought him to school. Become the captain of X Factor and encouraged John to work hard towards the goal of being a superhero. Join the Avengers as an X-Men. Let Magneto go. He suddenly realized that what he had been doing was what he wanted to do most. He had already tacitly accepted the mission that was bestowed upon him. At this moment, Wheeler did not feel heavy, but instead had an indescribable sense of relief. Then, with a sense of mission, do something for the mutants, Wheeler whispered, with a slight smile on his face. At this moment, Natasha, who had been staring at Wheeler's back, suddenly frowned in confusion. She felt that Wheeler seemed to have changed in that instant, becoming fiery, dazzling, and eye-catching. Boom! With a sound of the ground exploding, the abomination rushed towards Wheeler, like an unstoppable beast, knocking away everything along the way. Go to hell. Bug! With a roar of the abomination, the yellow-green body suddenly jumped up, and the fist containing terrifying power fell fiercely towards Wheeler. Boom! The ground shook, as if a small-scale earthquake had occurred. Cracks appeared on the ground, like paper being crumpled. Dust flew, and the whole street became even more chaotic. Wheeler, Natasha's face turned very ugly. At this moment, a dazzling blue light bloomed on the street. Boom! The hideous abomination flew out with a violent explosion. The next moment, a blue figure suddenly caught up with the abomination that had not yet landed. The blue energy floated behind Wheeler like a firefly, and as Wheeler's figure ran quickly, a gorgeous blue trail was drawn behind him. Rich alien energy surged in Wheeler's palm, and energy cards flew towards the abomination, drowning the abomination. At the same time, a two-handed hammer formed by energy quickly formed in his hand. Ha! Wheeler shouted, swung the hammer and smashed it on the chin of the abomination. Ugh! The abomination let out a painful low groan, and as it flew further away, Wheeler let go of the hammer in his hand. Suddenly, the energy hammer hit the abomination like a blue meteor, and exploded violently. Boom! The abomination crashed into the building on the street, feeling the pain on his body, but there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. He could actually feel pain in this body. It was really great, the abomination roared, stomped on the ground fiercely, and rushed straight towards Wheeler as if flying close to the ground. Wheeler's eyes flashed, and blue light wings appeared behind him. With a slight flap, he flew back a distance to avoid the abomination's punch. Boom! The abomination landed, but before he could jump again, the light wings behind Wheeler broke apart, turning into energy blades flying towards the abomination. Continuous explosions sounded, and the abomination's vision was occupied by the exploding blue energy. Ah! The abomination shouted angrily. Although this attack did not cause any harm to him, he felt extremely aggrieved. Just one punch, let him hit one punch. The abomination roared in his heart, put his hands in front of his head, and rushed towards Wheeler violently in the blue energy rain. But Wheeler threw a huge energy ball at him. It was this thing again. The abomination was blown away again with anger. The next second, Wheeler chased after the abomination again. But this time, Wheeler did not attack the abomination with a weapon, but instead waved his hand and sprinkled a blue energy thread, which quickly wrapped around the abomination. The abomination looked at Wheeler angrily, with a murderous intent in his eyes. As soon as he landed, he would crush this bug. But boom! The blue energy condensed at the landing point of the abomination with Wheeler's moving footsteps, and suddenly exploded at the moment of its landing, blowing the abomination away again. The abomination widened his eyes. Is it over yet? He roared in his heart. Seeing this scene, Natasha was shocked and admired Wheeler's fighting skills. The fleeing crowd and the soldiers who attacked the abomination were shocked by this scene. Someone could actually stop the monster, even though that person was a mutant. Don't attack without permission, follow my orders and cover that mutant, The captain in charge of the command shouted loudly while holding the communicator, staring at the battle between Wheeler and Abomination, but he felt extremely fortunate in his heart. If it weren't for this mutant, how many people would have been killed or injured? As soon as this thought came to mind, missiles fell from the air and hit Abomination, blowing it away and disrupting Wheeler's rhythm, making Abomination out of Wheeler's control. Damn it! Which idiot is it? The captain cursed. Yes, superhero Sangwip's fucking head. Idiot son of a bitch. Abomination landed with a body of blue energy threads. Wheeler's mind moved, and when he detonated it, a look of pity flashed across his face. He also wanted to try to use more energy to knock out Abomination. But now he was interrupted. It's a pity to waste such a good sandbag, Wheeler whispered, retreated to Natasha's side, and looked at the figure falling from the air, with a smile in his eyes. Sangwip appeared here to improve his favorability? But the Abomination is not so easy to mess with. Sangwip fell from the air, and a pair of dazzling electric whips were pulled out from the wheel on his back, hanging on the ground like a venomous snake. Seeing this scene, the people hiding in the distance cheered for their superhero, as if the appearance of Sangwip could immediately subdue the Abomination. Only a captain held the communicator and cursed Sangwip loudly. The Abomination stood up from the ground and shook his head that was a little dizzy from the explosion. After seeing Sangwip, his dazed eyes instantly became fierce. Another bug. Before the Abomination could make any move, the two dazzling electric whips wrapped around the Abomination's neck. The next moment, the lightning surged. The Abomination screamed in pain, but his face was full of enjoyment. What kind of monster is this? Ivan Vanko cursed and tried to throw the Abomination away with both arms. Ha! The Abomination sneered, grabbed the electric whip with his backhand, quickly wrapped it around himself, and quickly approached the Sorrow whip. Ivan Vanko's face changed, and he directly abandoned the whip in his hand. The battle suit spurted out flames and was about to fly into the sky. But the distance of several meters was simply ignored by the Abomination with terrifying explosive power. With a bang, the Abomination grabbed Ivan Vanko's leg and smashed it hard on the ground like a hammer. Boom! A big pit appeared on the ground, Ivan Vanko screamed in pain, and the battle suit issued a piercing alarm. The whole battlefield was silent. The audience who were still cheering in the last second seemed to have their throats pinched, and the cheer stopped abruptly. Huh. Really bad. Not even as strong as the mutant just now. The Abomination made a fair evaluation, let go of Ivan Vanko's legs, and clenched his fist to hit the opponent's head. At this moment, a steel figure hit the Abomination hard, pushing it out, and Ivan Vanko seized the opportunity to fly into the air. The Abomination's feet rubbed against the ground, leaving two deep grooves, and the steps that kept retreating finally stopped. Ha! The Abomination roared, punched the steel figure, and the huge fist went straight through it. Then, amid exclamations, it tore it in half like a piece of paper and threw it on the side of the road. It was like throwing away a piece of garbage. No one inside? Looking at the broken steel suit, Wheeler raised his eyebrows. At this moment, a series of flames fell from the sky and landed behind Morning Whip. Iron Legion? Wheeler looked at this scene with some surprise. He didn't expect to see the Iron Legion from Ivan Vanko first. So many Iron Men, bah. That's the Morning Whip Legion. Much more powerful than Iron Man, haha. Great. Let's see if that monster still survives. The citizens who were hiding farther and farther cheered again. Natasha stepped back and noticed that Wheeler shook his head slightly, and asked in a low voice, "You don't think much of Morning Whip?" "He's still giving toys," Wheeler complained. "Just relying on these inferior versions of the Iron Legion. You want to take down the Abomination, don't be too whimsical. He has fought with the Abomination and knows how terrible the Abomination's body is. However, the Abomination's body is already so strong, how terrible is the Hulk?" Thinking of this, Wheeler looked up at the armed helicopter that had been hovering in the air. If he remembered the plot correctly, Bruce Banner should be on it. However, when will this guy appear? A question flashed through Wheeler's mind. But Bruce Banner himself also had this question. The Abomination appeared because of him. In order to solve the Hulk in his body, he sought help on a scientific forum. A netizen named Mr. Land was very curious about Bruce Banner's situation. After a long communication between the two, Mr. Land proposed a solution to Bruce Banner's current situation. For the purpose of the experiment, Bruce Banner sent a sample of his blood to Mr. Blue. Who knew that while Mr. Blue was looking for a solution, he actually copied a lot of his blood? And the Abomination was a special soldier who was eager for power and was injected with his copied blood. When Bruce Banner saw that the Abomination wanted Hulk to fight him and was madly slaughtering soldiers, he wanted to stop him. But Wheeler appeared and stopped the further destruction of the Abomination. This gave him some hope and temporarily gave up his plan. After all, he was very resistant to becoming the Hulk. But the hope just appeared and was destroyed by the sudden appearance of the Whip. At this time, watching the Whip Corps fighting the Abomination, he began to hesitate. But after seeing the scene of the Abomination punching a Whip Corps soldier, he seemed to have made up his mind and turned to look at his ex-girlfriend Betty Ross. No. Banner. Betty nervously held Bruce Banner's hand. She had guessed her ex-boyfriend's plan. Bruce Banner whispered, "Only Hulk can stop him now." As he said that, he turned to look at General Ross, the father of his ex-girlfriend, who had been hunting him down and regarded him as a military asset, and said sarcastically, "Right? General Ross, if he hadn't sent Bronski to hunt him down, Bronski wouldn't have become a crazy abomination step by step because of his desire for power." General Ross's face was livid and he snorted softly. The situation had gone beyond his plan, but if he could hold the Abomination in his hands, "Get ready, go," General Ross said lightly, waving to the two soldiers guarding Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner took a deep breath, stood at the door of the helicopter, and tried to make himself nervous while watching the battle below. But because of Mr. Blue's potion, Hulk was temporarily suppressed. Hulk didn't disappear, "It just takes a little time," Bruce Banner whispered and shouted, "Give me some time." At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield, Natasha looked at the battlefield, sighed and shook her head. Weller was right. The Morning Whip Corps was just a toy that was more durable when facing the Abomination. The Abomination's physical strength was too abnormal. The Morning Whip Corps bullets and missiles landed on him, but they did not cause any damage except making him scream in pain. "Weller, aren't you going to fight that guy?" Natasha asked curiously. Weller shrugged, "I don't fight with idiots." He was not afraid of strong enemies, but of stupid teammates. Such as the current Morning Whip. Chapter 84 Miracle Rain. Why did you rush forward just now? I mean, after saving the father and daughter, why did you rush towards the Abomination? Natasha couldn't help asking this question. Because it was after Wheeler saved the father and daughter that she felt something changed. Wheeler smiled carefreely, "Because I figured out some things and understood what I want." What do mutants lack in this world? Influence. And in this world of superheroes, what is easier to gain influence in a short time than being a superhero? Of course, if Wheeler's power was strong enough to crush the entire world, he wouldn't have to spend all this effort. "Morning Whip can't hold on any longer," Wheeler whispered, ready to continue fighting. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky and smashed a big hole on the ground in a cool posture. "What is that?" Natasha was stunned. Wheeler smiled slightly, slowly retreated, and pulled a distance away from the battlefield. "The Hulk is coming." Hulk, with a roar, a big guy who was no less powerful than Abomination, jumped out of the pit and walked towards Abomination step by step. "Is this the thing that just fell?" Natasha looked at Hulk in surprise. Weller nodded, looking at the battlefield. It suddenly became quiet, but noticed that Morning Whip took the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield, and couldn't help laughing. It seems that Morning Whip is not particularly stupid. But compared with the high-profile appearance 3 minutes ago, it is now a bit like a rat that sneaked away after being beaten. However, after being beaten, Morning Whip, who suffered heavy losses in the Morning Whip Corps, immediately changed its strategy and began to control the Morning Whip Corps to rescue innocent people affected by the battle. Seeing this scene, Weller raised his eyebrows. At this moment, Abomination saw Hulk walking towards him and also walked towards Hulk excitedly. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and the people around watching this scene stopped breathing nervously. The two stood still, and the emotions of the crowd were also extremely tense. Along with Hulk's angry shout, a fist as big as a sandbag hit the face of Abomination. Bang! Abomination's face trembled, and his body flew into the air, smashing several walls like a cannonball, and was buried under the rubble. Ha ha ha! With Abomination's wild laughter, he slowly stood up from the rubble like a demon from hell. He moved his chin and rushed towards Hulk. "Is that all your strength?" Abomination screamed, his eyes full of madness. Hulk was not to be outdone, and clenched his fist to meet him. Bang! The two fists were pressed together, an unparalleled power squeezed between the fists, as if a powerful bomb had exploded, and the terrifying impact swept around like a gust of wind. Looking at this scene, Wheeler's eyes were solemn, and Natasha was even more surprised and whispered, "Meow." Mimi was startled and jumped onto Wheeler's shoulder and hid her head behind Wheeler's head. Wheeler touched Mimi comfortingly, and moved his eyes away from the two big guys and placed them on the destroyed buildings. The painful groans of innocent citizens. The soldiers who were injured in the battle with the abomination and are now screaming. And the spectators hiding in the distance, watching the battle, and the reporters carrying cameras. Citizens, reporters, the military, SHIELD. This is really a perfect stage. Wheeler murmured, and an idea came to his mind. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be more impressive than participating in this battle. The battle between Hulk and Abomination is getting more and more intense. On the streets, between buildings, and on the roofs, the two are like moving bombs, destroying all the buildings they go to. And as they fight longer and longer, this bustling street has become a demolition site. Finally, the military also intervened in the battle, wanting to end the battle quickly. But this did not do much except causing more buildings to suffer. At this moment, the Abomination suppressed the Hulk, and the bone spurs on his elbow pierced into the Hulk's body like a sharp blade, pressing the Hulk to the ground. Seeing this scene, Wheeler's eyes flashed, and the moment the blue light wings appeared, he quickly flew to the battlefield. He was the one who decided the victory. It was a perfect opportunity to appear at this time to maximize the influence he wanted. At this moment, a flash of fire appeared in his vision. Teeth whip? Wheeler's mouth twitched. This bastard also wanted this opportunity to further expand his influence? You wish, Wheeler whispered, and the blue energy condensed into a javelin in his palm, which Wheeler threw at the Abomination. The blue javelin was like a meteor, with a gorgeous blue trajectory, and fell on the Abomination in the angry eyes of Deathwhip. Boom, the blue javelin exploded and the Abomination was blown away. Hulk shouted angrily, and rushed directly to the Abomination, and strangled the Abomination's neck with his backhand. Abomination struggled, but how could the red-eyed Hulk let him break free? After a moment, Abomination rolled his eyes and passed out. Hulk let go of Abomination, stood up and roared, wantonly venting his anger and announcing his existence to the world. The entire battlefield was silent. People looked at the green giant with fear in their eyes. It was not until Hulk bounced away and the blue light containing the breath of life slowly rose from the center of the battlefield like a blue sun that people came back to their senses. What is that? Why do I feel familiar? Is it the blue sun that appeared when I fought side by side with Iron Man? Blue sun. The blue sun that blew up several floors of a building. Ah. Run. It's going to explode, people screamed in fear, and Morning Whip looked at the blue sun flying into the sky, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He led the Morning Whip army to seize it from a distance. Wheeler, what do you want to do? Natasha murmured, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. She didn't think that Wheeler had a sudden idea to blow up all the people here. At this moment, the blue sun exploded. Boom. The sky of the entire battlefield suddenly brightened, as if the night was lit up, and turned into dazzling blue. Just as everyone was terrified, blue rain fell from the sky, falling on everyone. Suddenly, the injured found that their wounds stopped bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye and began to heal. Even those who were not injured felt a warmth in their bodies, and even the hidden diseases in their bodies disappeared quietly. Natasha looked at her fingers, feeling the sequelae of the previous battle disappear, looking at the blue rain, and murmured, "This is a rain called Miracle." The next day. If miracles have a color, it must be blue. Miracle rain fell in New York. Blue rain. Heal the pain of this city. There is no doubt that the crazy battle between Hulk and Abomination was on the newspapers and news. But what's interesting is that no matter which report, they only briefly talked about their battle, but made a big fuss about the blue rain, and named it the rain of healing and hope. Obviously, it was because of the military's mistake that the Abomination appeared and caused this war. In order to avoid people focusing on the military and even further exploring the truth of the matter, they deliberately pushed people to focus on the healing rain. Although the protagonist of the healing rain is a mutant, they didn't want to make a big report, but at this time they could only pinch their noses and admit it. After all, there were too many people who saw it that day, and it was better for people to focus on it than to delve into the Abomination. Hammer Military, located in the Manhattan Experiment Building. Ivan Vanko looked at the latest newspaper headlines, his eyes full of anger. Those unscrupulous reporters, that bastard mutant. In these reports, they made a big report on the mutant and praised him to the utmost. Because of a blue healing rain, they wanted to blow the other party into the appearance of God's messenger. And Not only did he lose a lot of Morning Whip Legion soldiers last night, but he was only briefly mentioned twice, and one of the sentences was that he was doing something unnecessary. At this moment, his cell phone rang. After looking at the number, his face became extremely serious. It was his boss. Taking a deep breath, adjusting his mood, he answered the phone. "Ivan, I saw today's report." A voice mixed with laughter sounded, but it made Ivan Vanko's face even uglier. The other party seemed to call to laugh at him. But thinking of everything he has now and the scene of stepping on Tony Stark, Ivan Vanko had to force a smile. "Sorry, Mr. Killian, he brought the Morning Whip Legion yesterday to increase his influence as a superhero. As a result, not only did he expose the Morning Whip Legion, he also got nothing, and even lost a lot of Morning Whip soldiers." "Okay, it's not your fault," Killian said lightly. "The military and S.H.I.E.L.D. are behind this. They don't want the abomination to get bigger." S.H.I.E.L.D. Ivan Vanko wondered, why would they intervene? He could understand that the military was secretly pushing, but what did S.H.I.E.L.D. have to do with last night? Who knows, maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military had some deal, so they intervened. Killian smiled lightly and continued, "But this is also a good thing for us." "Good thing?" Ivan Vanko was confused. Killian sighed secretly. Ivan Vanko was a genius in invention, but his performance in politics and human relations was somewhat unsatisfactory. But fortunately, it was like this, otherwise this guy would be hard to control. Killian explained in a secret voice, "You led the Morning Whip Corps to stop the abomination last night, which can be regarded as helping the military. However, the military did not mention you at all, but spoke for the mutant. We can express our dissatisfaction to the military." "Express dissatisfaction?" "Yes," Killian sneered. "Because of the Iron Man suit, we are now the military's primary collaborator. We helped them stop the abomination last night, and lost a lot of Morning Whip Corps soldiers. Not to mention that we have not received fair reports. They have not expressed their gratitude to us. Shouldn't we be dissatisfied?" Ivan Vanko nodded and suddenly said, "So, the opportunity you are talking about is the Morning Whip Corps?" "Yes, since the Morning Whip Corps has been exposed, let's move on to the next step and let the Morning Whip Corps enter the Social Security system of New York and include the entire city in the protection range." At this point, the fire of ambition in Killian's eyes could not help but burn. Ivan Vanko took a breath of cold air. "Will the New York government agree?" "Yes," Killian said with certainty. "The former mayor of New York City, the current vice president, is a man who loves his daughter very much. But his daughter is disabled. As long as he uses the extremis virus as bait, he should be able to help promote the Whip Sorrow plan. Even if he uses helping the other party to compete for the presidency as a condition, he might be able to pull them to their camp. In this case, it will be of great help to their subsequent plans." Killian said lightly, "Don't forget, there is also the military. The importance of the Iron Man suit to the military is self-evident, so in order to appease our dissatisfaction, we can ask them for help when we propose this plan. With the military and the vice president working together, it should not be a problem to let the Whip Sorrow Corps enter the Social Security system of New York." Ivan Vanko's eyes flickered, and he said helplessly, "Will they trust me? That's why I let you come to this country as a superhero." Killian laughed and said contemptuously, "Don't think that the politicians in this country are so great and smart. As long as there is enough interest, these politicians can perform any 18+ projects in front of you." Ivan Vanko responded softly, saying, "Morning Whip Corps, I will be ready. Well, keep a good image during this period and continue to expand your influence. Maybe you can even sit in the position of mayor." Haha. Killian hung up the phone with a smile. "Mayor?" Ivan Vanko was stunned for a moment, but then he couldn't help laughing. If he really became the mayor of New York City, what a mockery. With a whisper, he picked up the phone and called the person in charge of Hammer Military Industries. "Increase the supply of raw materials. I want to expand the scale of the Morning Whip Corps." "What? Put your Hammer Military Industries label on it? Help you expand your influence?" "Yes, sure." School. Wheeler was dozing off in the classroom. Mimi drank too much again last night, and was drunk and called a bunch of ghost cats to make trouble in his room, which made him sleep poorly. Pop, with a crisp sound, a mobile phone was slapped on Wheeler's desk by Lee Kyan-hoon. "You are going to do something big again, and you don't even take us with you," Lee Kyan-hoon muttered, with a face full of dissatisfaction. Under John's constant nagging, she, Warren, and a girl code-named Zuanayan joined the X-Men Reserve team organized by John, and have helped many people in the past month and a half. Chapter 85, Meeting Tony. Making trouble? Who? Wheeler opened his heavy eyelids, yawned and looked at the pictures on his phone, then his eyes lit up. In the first picture, a man with blue wings behind him was flying in the air, holding a blue sun in his hands. In the second picture, the man was looking at the ruins below, and the blue sun was shattered. In the third picture, the man was bathed in blue rain with a bright smile on his face. Wheeler pinched his chin and exclaimed, "Who is this? So handsome. This man took good pictures, and he deserved to stop yesterday and lower the flight altitude." Lee Kyan-hoon looked at Wheeler with empty eyes. Wheeler coughed lightly. "It was just an accidental encounter, really." Lee Kyan-hoon looked at Wheeler suspiciously. "Didn't you receive the news and go there on purpose?" Wheeler's face was serious. "Of course not." Lee Kyan-hoon picked up the phone and said worriedly, "I have seen those videos on the internet. Will we fight against such dangerous monsters in the future? Don't worry, not every enemy is that strong," Wheeler said with a smile and gently tapped Lee Kyan-hoon's forehead. "Ouch!" Lee Kyan-hoon glared at Wheeler unhappily, but Wheeler continued. "Besides, there are professors and teachers. Our X Factor is here. How can it be your turn as a reserve player?" Lee Kyan-hoon nodded. "That's right, it's time to go to class." Wheeler pointed to Lee Kyan-hoon's seat. After Lee Kyan-hoon sat down, Wheeler took out his mobile phone, looked at the relevant reports, and nodded with satisfaction. The effect he wanted was achieved. Almost everyone was talking about the miracle rain. Last night, after the battle, he asked Natasha to bring a message to S.H.I.E.L.D., asking them to help promote this report. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. did a good job. He deliberately flipped through the comments under various news channels. Some people praised him, some compared him to a messenger of God who saved the suffering, but there were still some people who called him a disgusting mutant monster, and even suspected that his behavior was a conspiracy. Wheeler sighed softly and put his phone aside. Some people's dissatisfaction with the mutants has been engraved in their bones, and even if they do good things, they will be considered to have other intentions. Perhaps these people were hurt by mutants, or perhaps they were simply jealous and fearful. But no matter what the reason, it is not easy to change the world's inherent impression of mutants. Wheeler murmured, and when he saw the teacher coming into the classroom, he yawned and started the class. At this moment, his eyes narrowed. Event points. 480. Event point source. 2, 1. Ivan Vanko, Morning Whip, current relationship stage, discussed, 30/100, event point growth rate. 10, 2. Aldrezi Killian current relationship stage, discussed, 10/100, event point growth rate. 10. What the hell? Killian? Wheeler groaned, and memories flashed in his eyes. Isn't this the real leader behind the 10 Rings gang, who was broken up by Tony and wanted to jump off the building, but was burning with the fire of revenge? Because of what happened last night, Ivan Vanko had an event point, which he could understand, but how could Killian generate an event point? He and them. Wait? They? Weller's eyes flashed. Ivan Vanko and Killian were together? Only in this way could it be explained why Killian had an event point for no reason. Because Ivan Vanko and Killian were originally allies. So what happened last night offended both of them at once. Ivan Vanko, the 10 Rings gang, it feels like they are secretly preparing for something big, Weller murmured, thinking that it would be better to deal with them as soon as possible. Regardless of what others said about Weller's behavior, the mutants in the X school all praised Weller. Under the protection of the school, these emotions that did not involve interests were the most sincere. Just like Weller's feelings towards the fruit of the world tree, they were also extremely sincere. After class, Weller rushed back to his dormitory. After this period of accumulation, his world points exceeded the 10,000 mark again. Current world points. 12,320. Weller looked at the world points, and then at the world tree fruits that were about to refresh. I'm here to spend money today, Weller sneered, looking like a local tycoon. 12,000 world points, then ripen 9 bronze fruits and 1 silver fruit. Without any hesitation, Weller, who had already made the decision, invested the world points. The world tree kept shaking, and fruits shining with bronze light kept falling. After a few seconds, Weller opened his eyes and looked at the 10 fruits in front of him, laughing and rubbing his hands with an expectant expression. The prize is opened. The bronze fruit will be opened first, and the silver fruit will be kept as a guarantee. Pa pa pa. Weller crushed all the bronze fruits, and 9 balls of light floated in front of him. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Weller's face was full of comfort. The first one. Weller stretched out his hand to the first ball of light. With a thought, a bronze bell appeared in his hand the moment the ball of light disappeared. Meditation bell. When worn, it can make the wearer feel relaxed and awake. What the hell is that? Why does he need this thing? Wear it around the neck? Don't be ridiculous, you'll be laughed to death if you wear this thing. Weller's face darkened, and when he saw Mimi hiding in the quilt with only 2 legs stretched out, he raised his eyebrows. I'll bring it to you later. With a mutter, Weller put the bell aside and stretched out his hand to the remaining ball of light. Gift card 3, a card attached when giving a gift. Depending on how much the recipient likes the gift, it can increase the corresponding relationship points for you. Ability Sealing Scroll 3, the extracted abilities can be sealed in the scroll for others to use. Strength Fruit 1, after use, it can permanently enhance a person's physical strength. The weaker the physical strength, the better the effect of the enhancement. Charm Gold Chain, it can increase the charm of the wearer. After seeing what he opened, Weller's expression was stiff. So, the World Tree Fruit can also open props? But what are these props? Weller was speechless for a while, and even suspected that he had been getting abilities in the previous few times and overdrawn his luck. It can't be said that the things drawn this time are useless. After all, gift cards and ability seal scrolls are still very practical. Weller comforted himself, threw the tomato-like strength fruit into his mouth, chewed it twice and swallowed it. Huh? Weller's eyes lit up, felt the enhanced power, and murmured, half enhancement? Not bad. Even if he doesn't enter the super body state now, he can carry a Logan in one hand and run 100 meters in 8 seconds. Weller laughed secretly and crushed the last silver fruit. Snap! With a clear sound, silver light flew away, and a ball of light appeared in front of Weller. A black ring engraved with silver patterns appeared on his hand. Space Ring, has 5 cubic meters of storage space. Weller looked at the scene speechlessly and complained, standard configuration for male protagonists? This is too late. If he had this thing when he used playing cards, he would not have to hide decks of playing cards on his body. Weller put on the ring, put the 3 gift cards and 3 scrolls he opened into it, and nodded with satisfaction. In the future, if he has any valuable belongings, he can also carry them with him. It's still very convenient, Weller whispered, strung the meditation bell with the charm gold chain, dragged Mimi out of the quilt, and put it on the sleeping little thing. The next second, Mimi shuddered and sat up directly from the bed. So this is the effect of staying awake? Forced to turn on, Weller murmured, looking at Mimi, who was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye and cute to the point of exploding, but suddenly thought that with these 2 things, it seemed more convenient for Mimi to drink. Stay awake and your charm will increase, good boy. This is the rhythm of drinking wherever you go. Meow. Mimi looked at the bell hanging around her neck, listened to the crisp ringtone, and rolled over on the bed happily. Weller smiled and rubbed the little guy's head, saying, come with me to meet a friend. Meow meow. Mimi jumped onto Weller's shoulder, and the crisp ringtone was extremely pleasant. A moment later, Weller went to Professor X's office and then left the school. Holding Mimi in his arms, Weller flew to Los Angeles. Tony hasn't made any news for a long time, and even the Stark Expo that was already in preparation has not moved. Weller called Tony several times recently, and Tony's voice always exuded a sense of fatigue. Tony's condition is definitely not right. So, Weller planned to go to Tony's house. When he flew several kilometers to Tony's house, he found that Tony was actually sleeping on the workbench in the laboratory. Weller raised his eyebrows and said, Jarvis, has Tony been in the laboratory? Jarvis responded, yes, sir, he hasn't left the lab for a month. I'm worried. A month. No wonder this guy sounds exhausted every time he calls. Jarvis, open the door, I'll take him to rest, Weller said, and after Jarvis opened the door of the lab, Weller walked to the workbench and knocked twice. Tony sat up suddenly as if he had been electrocuted, opened his hazy eyes and glanced around. It's Weller. Weller. Tony suddenly woke up. Why are you here? Tony looked at Weller in surprise. Chicken-like hair, thick dark circles under his eyes. Tony's current appearance is nothing like the high-spirited look when he announced that he was Iron Man. You need to rest well, Weller said to Tony. Tony shook his head and said, I don't have time to rest. No, you do, Weller said lightly, and with a flick of his hand, several blue energy lines tied Tony up. Hey. What do you want to do? Tony shouted. Weller carried Tony out of the lab like a chicken. Wow, I don't care about my face, Tony cried sadly. When he saw the camera in the lab secretly turn to him, he shouted with a red face, "Jarvis, if you dare to take a picture, you're dead." Meow. Mimi laughed. After a while, Tony took care of his personal hygiene, changed his clothes, and came to the second-floor hall. Tony said to Wheeler solemnly, "Weller, don't carry me like that again in the future. It depends on the situation." Wheeler shrugged indifferently, pointed his finger at Tony, and blue energy gathered at his fingertips. Tony's eyes jumped, and he stepped back in panic. "What do you want to do? It's unnecessary, right? I'm afraid of tearing you, right? I'm afraid of fake." Before he finished speaking, he saw the blue ball of light flying towards him. At this moment, he thought of the scene of himself being blown to pieces, thought of Pepper Potts, thought of God, and thought of her. "It's okay." Tony put down his hands that were holding his head, and he felt the fatigue in his body dissipate. "What is this?" He looked at Wheeler curiously, and noticed Wheeler's half-smiley expression, and coughed softly. "I know you won't hurt me, it's just a subconscious reaction." Wheeler's palm brushed across the coffee table, and hamburgers, fried chicken, French fries and other things appeared on the table. "Do you want to eat something first?" Wheeler smiled and sat on the sofa. Mimi jumped from his shoulders onto the table, picked up the fried chicken, and ate happily. "What kind of magic is this?" Tony shouted in surprise, picked up a hamburger, and found that it was still hot, looking at Wheeler in disbelief. Wheeler said mysteriously, "Secret." Tony shrugged and didn't delve into it. After taking a bite of the hamburger, he sighed. "If you're a woman, I would definitely marry you." Wheeler laughed teasingly. "Then I'm really unlucky, haha." Tony laughed happily, took a bite of the hamburger, and breathed a sigh of satisfaction. He hadn't eaten a hamburger for a long time. After a while, when Tony was full and lying lazily on the sofa, he looked at Mimi on the coffee table and asked curiously, "What's the matter with this cat? When did you develop a hobby of raising cats?" Tony looked at Mimi and asked in confusion, but he had to admit that he thought the cat was very beautiful. He even had the urge to hold it in his arms. Wheeler reached out and touched Mimi's head, and told Tony Mimi's story. Tony sighed. "Are cats in trouble these days?" Mimi rubbed her head against Wheeler's hand and cried softly. "Are you very happy now?" Understanding Mimi's meaning, Wheeler's mouth curled up slightly, and suddenly said, "Aren't Pepper and Happy here with you?" "Pepper is now managing the entire Stark company and is very busy every day," Tony said leisurely, and suddenly said, "You didn't come here specifically to bring me hamburgers." Wheeler nodded and said seriously, "Then Ivan Vanko, what are you going to do? Handle it?" Tony said self-deprecatingly, "What can I do? He's a superhero. I'm just a plagiarist. If you really think so, you wouldn't stay in the lab." Tony was silent. After a few seconds, he sighed and said, "He used the Iron Man suit as a condition to win a lot of support for him. Unless I use the Iron Man suit to win support like him, otherwise with his current superhero identity and the Iron Man suit, I really..." Speaking of this, Tony not only revealed a faint sense of powerlessness. Chapter 86 Information, Declaration of War. Tony is not a person who gives up easily. It's just that after such a long time, he has not found the opponent's flaws, which makes him feel invulnerable. The most important thing is that more and more people don't trust him, regard him as a plagiarist, and call Stark Industries every day to scold him. Even many people he knows don't understand his behavior of not opening the sale of the Iron Man suit to change the current situation. Wheeler hugged Mimi in his arms and asked curiously, "What do you think of Ivan Vanko?" "I think he has a conspiracy." Tony's expression was very firm. "Although I have no evidence, I have a strong feeling, but feelings cannot be used as evidence." Wheeler raised his eyebrows. "Feeling? You are right, he does have a conspiracy, huh?" Tony was stunned for a moment, looked at Wheeler excitedly, and said, "What did you say?" After such a long time, Wheeler was the first person to confirm his feelings. Relationship points plus 10. Weller affirmed, "Ivan Vanko has a relationship with the 10 rings." "You said Ivan Vanko has a relationship with the 10 rings, and the 10 rings are supporting Ivan Vanko behind the scenes." Tony frowned and asked, then said in disbelief, "Then Ivan Vanko has been fighting the 10 rings all this time, and even almost cleaned them up. Is he acting?" Weller smiled faintly. "Killing two birds with one stone, isn't it? That is, Ivan Vanko gained enough fame, and the 10 rings disappeared from everyone's sight, so that Tony and Shield no longer stared at the 10 rings." Tony asked in confusion, "Then what about their leader? Is he acting too?" "Some time ago, An old man named Mandarin declared war on Sangwip and Iron Man to the whole world, but a few days later, the old man was killed by Sangwip, and the 10 rings disappeared. That's right, Wheeler nodded with certainty, and said, that old man is not the real leader of the 10 rings. He is an actor. Actor? The 10 rings used an actor to fool the whole world. Tony's brows knitted together, because he was also one of the fools. After a pause, he was shocked. Doesn't that mean that as long as we find that actor, we have strong evidence of the relationship between Ivan Vanko and the 10 rings? If you can think of this, they can also think of it. So the actor has been killed. Wheeler shook his head helplessly. He had asked Professor X to confirm this with a brainwave machine before leaving school. Before arriving at Tony's house, the professor had told Wheeler the result. Tony was a little helpless, but excited and said, anyway, I have a new direction. As long as we find evidence of the collusion between Ivan Vanko and the 10 rings, everything will be easy. Thank you. Tony noticed that the corner of Wheeler's mouth was slightly raised, and he was surprised and said, don't tell me you already have a clue. Wheeler smiled faintly and nodded in Tony's excited eyes. Killian and Ivan Vanko are definitely related, and Wheeler is very sure of this. Telling Tony about this, in addition to helping Tony, can also find evidence of the two people's crimes as soon as possible, so that he can gain more influence in this matter. Besides, he can't stand two bastards providing incident points. Remember the virus in Murat's body? Of course, that virus is related to AIM. Tony frowned and said, Jarvis, help me check the information of AIM. As soon as the voice fell, Jarvis' voice rang. AIM, founded by Aldrich Killian, is a company dedicated to future technology and exploring the mysteries of the human body. Since, Tony waved his hand and said, enough. Just listening to these information that can be found everywhere, you can only have a general understanding of it. Tony said to Wheeler solemnly, I will investigate this company carefully. Viruses that transform the human body, mass-produced Iron Man suits, and the 10 Rings gang. If all of this is related to this company will be very dangerous. What are you going to do? Wheeler asked softly. Tony pondered for a moment, then sneered, don't they want to see a failed and devastated me? Then let them, those who want to see me make a fool of myself, do what they want. Wheeler nodded and said, want to paralyze the enemy and reduce the enemy's attention to you? That makes sense. Tony grinned. Then, when I find the evidence and throw it in the faces of those bastards, the expressions of those bastards will be very exciting. Tony's face showed an expectant smile. A person abandoned by everyone turned out to be a hero who revealed the true face of the criminal. Just thinking about it, he felt secretly happy. Wheeler's mouth twitched. Good guy, this is your real purpose, right? Wheeler asked curiously. By the way, when do you plan to open your Stark Expo? He remembered that the Stark Expo had been prepared for a long time, and the venue and everything were ready. Later, Ivan Vanko's incident happened and it was temporarily delayed. Tony was stunned for a moment, then patted his forehead. Why didn't I think of it? He looked at Wheeler in surprise. You are such a genius. This expo will definitely impress people. Wheeler always felt that Tony was about to make some big news. Shaking his head, Wheeler said to Tony, there is something you need to see. What is it? Have you found evidence of their crimes? Tony guessed carefully. You are dreaming. Wheeler rolled his eyes, took out his mobile phone, swiped it twice on it, and threw it to Tony. Tony caught it and took a look. The picture showed several children. Tony looked at Wheeler in confusion and clicked on the video. I'm Peter Parker. I'm Bella Kami. I'm Iron Man. Come on. We are the Iron Man Alliance. Tony looked at the little guys cheering for him, his mouth curled up slightly, and then he snorted. What the hell? A few little brats. He threw the phone to Wheeler, and excitedly clenched his fist quietly. I have to continue developing the Iron Man suit. There may be a tough battle next. He ran to the laboratory quickly and shouted, Wheeler, you can do whatever you want here, few little brats? Your mouth is about to grin to the back of your head, right? Wheeler thought of Tony's action that seemed to be like chicken blood, laughed secretly, and shouted to Mimi who was curiously exploring the room. Mimi trotted to Wheeler, jumped into Wheeler's arms, yawned, and got into Wheeler's coat. Meow meow. Well, go back. 3 days later, the 4th Stark Expo will be held in Flushing Meadows, New York City. This year's Stark Expo was held by Tony Stark. It has been more than 30 years since the last expo. This time, the world's most advanced technology will be displayed. Now, Tony Stark, who has disappeared from the public eye for a long time and is now known as a plagiarist, will also display his Iron Man suit. Is this a signal that he will also start selling Iron Man suits? And does he still have the same appeal as before? Let's focus on the Stark Expo 3 days later. With Tony's determination, the huge business empire of Stark Industries began to operate. In just one day, the news of the Stark Expo spread all over the world. But the next day, when the news of the upcoming Stark Expo spread all over the world, another sensational news spread all over the world, and even directly suppressed the popularity of the Stark Expo. The world's first Iron Legion, the Whip Corps, will join the Social Security system of New York City to fully protect the property of New York City citizens. The Whip Corps is responsible for the intelligence system and has the support of the military and the technical support of Hammer military industry. Every soldier will strictly abide by the public security regulations to protect the citizens of New York City and capture urban criminals. As soon as the news came out, the whole world went crazy. Some people were looking forward to it, some were puzzled, and some thought it would cause a crisis. For a while, it seemed as if the whole world was talking about the Iron Legion. For other countries, this represented a very serious signal. That is, Country M now has an Iron Legion. This new type of combat weapon that is enough to change the entire world pattern is mastered by Country M, a country that claims to be the world's police. What will happen? In an instant, the leaders of other countries were in a heavy mood and could not help but increase their investment in iron suits, starting a new round of military competition. But the micro-reactor is still a hurdle that all countries cannot get around. Wheeler looked at the news report on his mobile phone and thought to himself, Ivan Vanko and Killian, what they want is not small then. A heavy look flashed in his eyes. If the number of Iron soldiers is large enough, the entire city will fall under their control when the Iron Legion joins the city's security system. This is not a good thing. Especially since their makers are Ivan Vanko and Killian. And Wheeler guessed that letting the Iron Legion join New York's security system is just the beginning. If the follow-up progress goes smoothly and the Morning Whip Corps performs well, it may be promoted nationwide. Are those politicians pigs? Such things can be passed, Wheeler cursed. What are you talking about? Bobby looked at Wheeler in confusion and stuffed a mouthful of salad into his mouth. It is lunchtime at X school. Wheeler is sitting with a few friends and eating lunch. Katie glanced at Wheeler's mobile phone and asked curiously, are you talking about the Morning Whip Corps joining the public security system? Wheeler nodded. Looking at Wheeler's solemn expression, Bobby lowered his voice and said, do you think this is not a good thing? Wheeler said without hesitation, of course, I have never seen such a stupid thing as letting Ivan Vanko's Morning Whip Corps join the public security system. Wheeler, you and Tony Stark are friends, it is normal for you to dislike Ivan Vanko. Katie patted Wheeler's shoulder with an expression that said I understand you. Wheeler rolled his eyes. You know nothing. At this time, Peter, who had been silent all the time, arranged the chicken bones on the plate into shape, showed a satisfied smile, and said slowly, this is equivalent to putting the safety of a city in the hands of Ivan Vanko. This is not a good thing. Katie hesitated and said, but he is a superhero, it should be okay. Bobby pinched his chin and nodded, it is because many people have this mentality that this kind of thing is so easy to succeed. Is this the so-called superhero filter? Wheeler said faintly, superheroes can change and can even disguise themselves. Katie said in disbelief, if this is really not a good thing, how could the military and the New York City government agree? Huh? Lee Kyan-hoon touched Katie's forehead, don't you have a fever? You really don't understand those politicians. A sarcastic smile appeared on her face, and she said, need I say more? Those politicians are fed. During this time, she and John and others grew a lot because of what they saw and heard when they helped others. No way, that's too low. Katie paused, and saw Lee Kyan-hoon looking at her with pity, as if looking at her own silly child. Her eyes jumped, and she said angrily, Lee Kyan-hoon. Lee Kyan-hoon smiled and picked up the plate. Goodbye, stop right there. Katie chased after him. A week later, the Stark Expo was held on time. The expo that was supposed to be watched by the world and various technology companies were vying to participate in became a joke. Not only did a large number of invitees not come to participate, but the various technologies that were supposed to be exhibited did not appear at the expo, causing many people to laugh at this expo as a rural technology exhibition. What no one expected was that the Morning Whip actually brought his Morning Whip Corps to participate in this expo, but given the entanglement between Ivan Vanko and Tony Stark, no one thought this was a goodwill move. In the past few days, the Morning Whip Corps has been very active in the city, stopping a large number of crimes and arresting many criminals. With a rapid decline in the crime rate every day, the Morning Whip Corps gradually gained the trust and support of the citizens. This made Ivan Vanko's influence continue to rise, and his popularity was unparalleled. Sure enough, after the appearance of the whip, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. He mocked Tony's identity as a plagiarist, asked Tony to come out and give him an explanation, and expressed dissatisfaction with the companies or individuals who came to the exhibition. Under his leadership, the citizens who came to the expo became more and more dissatisfied with Tony, shouting Tony's name, hoping that Tony would come out to give Ivan Vanko an explanation or apologize. In response, Tony, wearing an iron suit, left the Stark Expo venue without saying a word in full view of the public, and disappeared in front of everyone. As a result, the Stark Expo became a joke in the news reports of the next day. 3 days later, Tony Stark suffered a serious blow, and the whole person sank into a life of debauchery. The news of holding a party at home for 3 consecutive days occupied the headlines of major newspapers. In the eyes of everyone, this was the end of a genius, and it was the plagiarist's own fault. But Wheeler knew that this was Tony's official declaration of war. Chapter 87 Attack, Arrangement. Tony Stark continues to degenerate, and the crazy party is still going on. Tony Stark has a falling out with his friends. Air Force Colonel Rhodes put on a set of iron armor and fought with Tony Stark, but they finally parted unhappily and left in the iron armor. News about Tony Stark continued to ferment. Until a few days later, yesterday, Tony Stark's mansion was attacked by terrorists, and the once genius scientist fell into the sea with the ruins, and his life or death was unknown. When this news swept across the United States like a storm, Wheeler's first reaction was self-directed and self-acted. Tony is playing too big, Wheeler muttered, and then his face changed slightly. Is it really an attack? Wheeler murmured and called Tony. When he found that there was no answer, he frowned and walked towards Professor X's office. Along the way, many students talked about Tony Stark in a low voice, but they shut up when they saw Wheeler appear. Everyone in the school knew that Wheeler and Tony had a good relationship. After knocking on Professor X's office door, Wheeler saw a bald man who was not very familiar when he pushed the door open. Nick Fury? Wheeler raised his eyebrows and then asked, "Why are you in school?" Nick Fury said coldly, "Tony was attacked and now has lost contact. I came to ask the professor for help. Tony Stark is not just an Avenger. His father is one of the founders of SYNOPSIS, and Tony is also a technical consultant for SYNOPSIS, providing them with many advanced technologies." Professor X glanced at Wheeler and noticed a hint of anxiety in Wheeler's eyes. He did not argue with Nick Fury and said, "Wheeler, come with me." "Director Fury, wait here." Nick Fury nodded. After a while, Professor X returned to the office alone. "Professor, how is it?" Nick Fury asked in a deep voice. Professor X smiled and said, "He is still alive." "Wheeler has gone." Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Professor X groaned, "Director Fury, Wheeler hopes that you can keep the fact that Tony is still alive a secret for the time being. Keep it a secret? What is Wheeler thinking? Or what are he and Tony doing in secret?" Nick Fury had questions in his mind, and his dark face became even darker. When Wheeler found Tony, the guy was lying on a door panel, wearing the hand armor of the Iron Man suit and floating on the sea. Seeing Wheeler falling from the sky, Tony shivered and forced a smile. "I knew you would find me. It's winter now. Although the temperature in Los Angeles is not low, it still makes him cold. Leave here first," Wheeler whispered, threw out a ball of healing energy, helped Tony heal some abrasions and sprains on his body, and then took Tony away from the sea. A moment later, the two appeared above the ruins of Tony's house. At this time, a large number of people gathered on the ruins of the mansion. There were reporters, police, and internet celebrities who came to check in and get traffic. Tony took a look and frowned, saying, "Let's leave here first. Don't you need a set of Iron Man suits?" Wheeler pointed to the ruins under his feet. "Are they all buried underneath?" "No problem," Tony said in a deep voice. "Wait until I contact Jarvis, and I will ask Jarvis to send me a set of suits through the secret underwater passage." Fortunately, he was in the laboratory yesterday, and when he encountered a sudden attack, he was experimenting with a suit that had independent power in each part. Could be remotely controlled, and automatically assembled. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous yesterday. But because it was an experimental product, the function of the suit was not perfect, and it disintegrated after escaping the ruins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to drift on the sea pitifully for a night. Tony pressed his stomach. Take me to eat something first, I'm starving. A moment later, in a high-end apartment building in Los Angeles. Tony changed his clothes, looked at the hamburgers that Wheeler bought, thanked him, picked up one and took a big bite, and then turned into a devil and began to devour it. Wheeler ate a burger leisurely and looked around the room curiously. Did you prepare this in advance? Wheeler asked casually. What do you mean by prepared in advance? Tony was stunned for a moment, swallowed the food in his mouth, and suddenly said, You mean this apartment? I have quite a few in Los Angeles. Quite a few? Wheeler's mouth twitched. Is it for your convenience to stay overnight? You know, sometimes when passion burns, you can't help it. Tony shrugged and said with a smile, Look, this comes in handy. Wheeler was speechless, but took a big bite of the burger. He found that there was a reason why Tony, the bastard, was so miserable now. After a moment, Tony let out a long sigh of relief and said to Wheeler, Thank you for this time. Wheeler said with a playful expression, I didn't expect that those people would actually attack you directly. Tony sneered, This shows that in their eyes, I am now a waste that can be easily killed. Even if the attack fails, it will not pose any threat to them. Wheeler guessed, it may also be a personal act. Are you talking about Ivan Vanko? When Tony mentioned this name, his face was full of disgust, and then he said, No matter what they plan, I have to start taking action. During this period, Tony has been secretly investigating AIM company and has already made some progress. You are right, Wheeler nodded in agreement. The more rampant they are, the closer they are to failure. After speaking, he stood up, with a thoughtful look on his face, and slowly said, I will leave the matter of finding evidence to you. I will find someone and make some preparations. Okay, Tony responded, and after Wheeler left, he fell asleep exhausted. 2 days later. New York, Manhattan. Wheeler walked on the street, looking at the iron soldiers flying in the sky from time to time with a solemn expression. There are more and more of these things. Although they appear to prevent crime, and their recent performance feedback has been good and has been praised by a large number of citizens, Wheeler understands that these things are becoming more and more dangerous. As long as Ivan Vanko or Killian gives an order, these iron soldiers will become cold weapons that hold the entire city hostage. And help. At this moment, a scream interrupted Wheeler's thoughts. Wheeler turned his head and saw an iron soldier of the Whip Corps grabbing a woman's hand and lifting her up like a chicken. The woman screamed loudly and the inflatable hammer in her hand fell to the ground. Damn it, put her down. She didn't commit a crime, she was just playing with me. You brainless idiot robot. A man was hammering the iron soldier angrily and shouting loudly, but the screaming woman was still lifted up by the iron soldier and flew into the sky. Fuck. The man cursed angrily and ran to the nearest police station. Wheeler shrugged his shoulders. This is the disadvantage of the iron soldiers. They cannot distinguish the complex emotions of humans, and can only judge whether a crime is committed based on people's behavior. As more and more iron soldiers are recruited, the number of such incidents has been increasing, which has made the police have a lot more work for no reason. As for the woman, she will not be in any danger. As long as her boyfriend goes to the police station to explain the situation and brings her out, it will be fine. Wheeler smiled and shook his head, and strode towards the press conference of Ivan Vanko. At this moment, Bobby's voice sounded in the communicator in Wheeler's ears. Captain, we are in place. Okay, Wheeler responded, and then heard Ororo's voice. Wheeler, I'm in the target area. Wheeler then, the voices of the X-Men and John, who were reserve members, also sounded. In an instant, Wheeler felt very at ease. Wheeler soon arrived at the press conference of Ivan Vanko. Today, Ivan Vanko will announce a very important news, and as a superhero with great influence now, the developer of the Whip Corps, this press conference naturally attracted a large number of reporters. When Wheeler arrived at the venue on time, it was already full of people. This was an open-air venue with a platform in the center and a huge screen on it. At this time, the screen was playing some battle scenes of Sang Whip. Wheeler glanced at the screen and then his eyes swept over the people in the venue. People from the military, people from the city government, reporters, and Killian. Wheeler noticed a man sitting in the front row, breathed a sigh of relief, and nodded to Bobby in the other corner. This guy really came. Dr. Maya did not lie. Maya Hansen, female, had a wonderful night with Tony and left a deep impression on the other party. At the same time, she is also the developer of the Extremis virus and Killian's collaborator. When Tony was looking for evidence of Killian's crime, he met his old lover. After knowing Maya's current identity, Tony persuaded Maya, who had long wanted to stop cooperating with Killian because Killian was becoming more and more crazy, and successfully obtained a lot of evidence and intelligence about Killian and AIM's crimes from her. So, the most difficult stage, because of Maya, became the easiest part. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Wheeler couldn't help but say, "Tony, this bastard is really lucky, just take it as a compliment." Tony's voice sounded in the communicator, and then he said, "I'm ready." After thinking about what was about to happen, Tony was a little excited. At the press conference belonging to Ivan Vanko, he threw the evidence on that smug face, watching everyone's expressions change from smiles to astonishment, looking like a fool. "I'm really looking forward to it more and more." Tony couldn't help but chuckle. In fact, before deciding on today's action, he and Wheeler thought about handing the evidence to S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military and letting them arrest Ivan Vanko. But as soon as this idea came up, they were quickly abandoned by the two. They don't trust the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. Extremis virus plus iron suit. In order to obtain these two technologies, what choice will the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. make? Will the choice they make be the result that Wheeler and Tony want? The two thought about it, and then gave up the idea without any hesitation. "Ivan Vanko is here," Wheeler's voice sounded in the communicator, and Tony looked at the reception venue intently. Amid the applause of the crowd, Ivan Vanko, wearing a Morning Whip uniform, landed on the podium from the sky. The mask of the Morning Whip uniform opened, and he waved to everyone with a smile and pride on his face, looking very high-spirited. Tony's eyes twitched, and he complained, "I want to slap him when he looks like this." You finally know how annoying you look," Wheeler said teasingly, causing the X-Men to laugh. Tony snorted, "How can that be compared? I'm much more handsome than him." Bobby lowered his voice and reminded, "SHH. Stop talking, he's going to say something." Ivan Vanko scanned the venue and paused on Killian. Seeing Killian nod to him, he smiled and said, "I know you prefer the Iron Man suit, so I can only appear here wearing it to make all of your attention focus on me." The people in the venue laughed kindly. Ivan Vanko's smile became brighter, but the scar on his face was jumping gently like a venomous snake. Ivan Vanko said loudly, "Here, I congratulate everyone present. You will witness a historic moment. The Whip Corps has gone through this period of test and will be officially renamed the New York Corps today. From today on, the Iron Soldiers will expand further, and the Washington Corps, Los Angeles Corps, San Francisco Corps, and so on will slowly appear. We will work more deeply with the military and the government to allow the Iron Soldiers to contribute more to contribute more to world peace." The venue was silent for a moment, and then there was warm applause. Ivan Vanko smiled, and when the applause died down, he continued, "And in order for the Iron Corps to have a better performance, from today on, AIM will provide us with new technical support." As he said that, he nodded to Killian. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Killian. Killian stood up and greeted everyone. He was smiling, looking very humble and elegant. Ivan Vanko coughed lightly, and his face suddenly became sad. "A few days ago, something happened that made me feel complicated. Tony Stark, the plagiarist, was attacked by terrorists and is now in danger of death. Although his behavior is despicable and shameless, his life is innocent. Those terrorists, all criminals, should pay the price for this." Ivan Vanko spoke loudly, his firm eyes swept across the venue, and shouted in a roaring voice, "So, I hereby announce that I will participate in this mayoral election. I will lead the Whip Corps to clean up all crimes. Make New York the safest city in the world." After the words fell, the entire venue was extremely quiet, and then burst into extremely warm applause and cheers. "Then, let's take a look at the Whip Corps of the future." Ivan Vanko pointed to the big screen behind him. The screen began to play pictures. But the next second, everyone's expression froze. Chapter 88. The evidence cannot be refuted. "When I become the mayor of New York City, I will expand the Whiplash Corps to the whole country. Then the people of the whole country will become our hostages, and the whole country of them will be in the hands of our Ten Rings gang." "Okay, I understand, Mr. Killian." "Tony Stark? As long as he shows up, I will." Boom. The huge screen exploded. Ivan Vanko's face was ashen, and the missile launcher on his shoulder emitted a faint green smoke. He took a deep breath and said seriously, "Sorry, the system has been hacked." The people in the whole venue had different expressions, and many people had a faint fear in their eyes. The eyes of the reporters swam back and forth between Ivan Vanko and Killian, and they were excited and uneasy. Although the man just now was just a back view, and it was a candid shot, judging from the voice and body shape, it was undoubtedly Ivan Vanko. If this is true, just thinking about the consequences, many people broke out in cold sweat. Haha, Ivan Vanko laughed. It seems that someone has imitated it very well, but this kind of prank can't be played casually. As soon as the voice fell, the mobile phones of everyone in the reception hall rang suddenly. Just when everyone was puzzled, a familiar figure fell from the sky. Golden and red color matching, streamlined shell Iron Man? Everyone's face changed and they exclaimed. Ling. Tony landed on the platform. Everyone, your mobile phone just received a message. It is the evidence of Ivan Vanko and Killian's crime. Tony opened his mask while speaking and showed a mocking expression to Ivan Vanko. And the people in the venue hurriedly took out their mobile phones. AIM's human experiment. Killian is the real behind-the-scenes leader of the 10 Rings. The 10 Rings provide support for Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko attacked Iron Man. Ivan Vanko and the 10 Rings performed in the Middle East. The real reason why Ivan Vanko was driven out of the United States. When the evidence was presented to everyone, the atmosphere in the entire venue became extremely depressing. Although they only glanced at it quickly, the evidence gave everyone the feeling that it was real. The evidence was all real. Many people gradually showed fear on their faces. What kind of person were they staying with? Killian's surroundings suddenly became empty, and a series of fearful eyes fell on Ivan Vanko. Killian squeezed the phone with his palm, his heart rising with anger, but he forced a smile. He stood up and shouted loudly, "Don't believe the words of this plagiarist. This is the evidence he made to frame us. These are all fake." Ivan Vanko also said angrily, "Tony Stark. Do you think that you can discredit me and cover up Stark's despicableness by perjury and sending these things to the people here?" He wanted to tear Tony to pieces on the spot. But with so many people here, he had to consider his superhero identity. Annoyed. Frustrated. Angry. How? Tony smiled faintly. "I want to correct a mistake in what you just said. I'm not just sending the evidence to the people present. Internet, TV stations, newspapers, shopping mall screens, and flyers. These things will be broadcast everywhere they can be seen. You will become more famous. Are you happy?" At this point, the mockery on Tony's face became more obvious. The anger in Ivan Vanko's eyes almost swallowed up his reason. Many years ago, Howard Stark expelled his father from this country, leaving his family with nothing and living in poverty. Now, when he has obtained identity, status, and wealth, Tony Stark wants to take them away again. He absolutely cannot stand this. At this moment, Killian rushed to the platform and whispered in Ivan Vanko's ear, "Wake up." After he finished speaking, he looked at Tony and said with a playful smile, "You are still so arrogant, thinking that you can fool everyone with this fake video and these fake evidences." "Fool," Tony sneered and pointed to the sky. "Then is this also fooling?" As Tony moved, everyone looked up at the sky. A man with a pair of blue wings behind him was falling from the sky, and he was holding a person in his hand. Ivan Vanko and Killian looked at the person in the air. Their eyes shrank suddenly, and they exclaimed at the same time, "This is impossible." As soon as the voice fell, Wheeler landed on the platform, and Tony took 2 steps and stood in front of the person held in Wheeler's hand. Is this the mutant who fought side by side with Tony Stark? Is this the mutant who rained miracles on Broadway Street and was called Mr. Miracle, Dawn, Healing Angel, etc.? Papa, Tony clapped his hands and said to everyone, "Everyone, move your eyes here." He pointed at the person in Wheeler's hand. Everyone looked over. It was a middle-aged man with a beard, wearing a green robe, and a sinister look. Who is this? Some people looked puzzled, while others recognized the identity of the man and exclaimed, "Mandarin. The leader of the 10 Rings, the leader of the 10 Rings, isn't he dead?" Everyone exclaimed, and the reporters with a keen sense of smell had already started taking pictures and videos. He previously announced to the world that he wanted to kill Tony Stark, but he was killed by Morning Whip. If he's not dead? Doesn't that mean the evidence is true? Everyone gasped, and except for the desperate reporters, everyone else stepped back. At this moment, Sui Mandarin pointed his finger at Killian and Ivan Vanko with a horrified face. "I'm just an actor. Killian is the real leader of the 10 Rings. He and Ivan Vanko want to kill me." Boom. This sentence was like a nuclear bomb that detonated the entire venue. Everyone ran back in fear. Killian took a deep breath and a grim smile appeared on his face. "Although I don't know where you got this fake, it doesn't matter. Video, evidence, and fake Mandarin." They had no room for rebuttal at all. Ivan Vanko looked at Tony Stark angrily, his old face twitching wildly because of the loss of something. "Stop," he shouted angrily and pointed his weapons at the people in the venue. The Iron Soldiers flying nearby also flew over here and surrounded the entire venue. The scene became more and more chaotic, and the emotion of fear spread wildly. Killian twisted his neck, his body turned red, and the terrifying high temperature radiated from him. He grinned, flames dancing in his eyes. "What a pity, we did all this with the goal of becoming superheroes. Why do you have to force us?" Tony's mouth twitched. He could say such a black and white reversal of words. He saw the real shamelessness today. Weller let go of Mandarin and said lightly, "Idiot." Killian's expression froze, but Tony laughed out loud without giving him face. "Stop talking nonsense. Kill them and leave here," Ivan Vanko roared, and flames spewed out of his battlesuit. "Leave here?" Killian glanced at Ivan Vanko and sneered. "We have the hostages of the entire city now. Do you know what this means?" Ivan Vanko was stunned, and his face gradually showed a rampant look. "This means that they have enough confidence to negotiate with this country, that they can get a huge amount of wealth, and that they can do whatever they want. How much can the ransom for a city be?" "Arrogant idiot," Wheeler said lightly, and gently pressed the communicator, saying, "You can act now." The X-Men responded and began to take charge of the iron suits in the area. Tony grinned. "Jarvis, you can start cleaning up." As soon as the voice fell, Tony's iron suits, which had been arranged in various locations in the city, fell from the sky. Before they carried out today's operation, they had already figured out the routes of action of the Iron Soldiers of the Whiplash Corps and some rules of action. Compared with this international city, the number of Iron Soldiers is still too small. Even if there are hundreds of them, it is still not enough to cover the entire city. And because of energy problems, they are all fixed to guard a certain range. In other words, the X-Men and Tony's Iron Corps, each person only needs to be responsible for clearing an area. Moreover, when these Iron Soldiers were designed, there was also an action rule that Wheeler and his team could use. That is, when an Iron Soldier cannot solve the problem or is destroyed, the nearby Iron Soldiers will go to support it. Therefore, as long as Logan and his team destroyed an Iron Soldier in the corresponding area, the Iron Soldier nearby would fall into the trap and be killed by Logan and his team. As Weller and Tony finished their words, Ivan Vanko received the information that the Whiplash Corps had been attacked, and the number of Iron Soldiers destroyed was increasing at an alarming rate. "Shit. They have help," Ivan Vanko cursed, but there was nothing he could do. In his battlesuit, he could only simply control other Iron Soldiers, and he could not, like Tony, give the control of the Iron Corps to Jarvis, who would perform precise operations. Killian's eyes narrowed, and he waved to the audience. Suddenly, several figures flashed with burning red light and rushed towards Weller and his team. Bobby, who had been standing in the corner, laughed softly, blocked in front of several people, and his hands exuded cold air. "I'll go clean up those whip soldiers." "Ivan Vanko is in your hands," Weller said, and the blue wings appeared again. He flashed and disappeared, leaving only scattered blue dots. Tony nodded, and his suit sprayed flames, rushing straight towards Ivan Vanko, and the pulse cannon on his palm lit up. Ivan Vanko grinned, pulled out the electric whip behind him, swung it hard, and wrapped it around Tony's neck. Boom! The pulse cannon hit Ivan Vanko's suit first, blasting him away. Killian snorted coldly, and his burning palm slashed at Tony, who was chasing him like a knife. Tony had no intention of dodging, because a figure with white frost mist had intercepted Killian. "Get out of here," Killian cursed angrily, and the edges of his waving palms appeared jumping flames. But snap! Poppy grabbed Killian's hand, and the flames quickly went out. "Beautiful," Tony praised, dodged Ivan Vanko's whip, and flew into the sky with Ivan Vanko. "Huh?" Bobby spit out a white ice mist, and his palm turned ice blue. The next moment, in Killian's shocked eyes, crystal frost quickly spread from his wrist to his body. Killian pulled back, but a large amount of frost sprayed at him like a rush of water. Damn it! This mutant is specifically for them, and his ability completely restrains them. An idea flashed through Killian's mind, and he opened his mouth and spit out more a ball of fire, temporarily blocking the gushing frost, and roared at several men who were also injected with the extremis virus. "Hurry up and kill this monster." Looking at the enemies who surrounded him, Bobby smiled faintly, without any panic. After this period of training, with the help of Wheeler, he is no longer the Bobby who can only spit out frost stupidly. Bobby stomped his foot, and the power of frost swept across with him as the center. Suddenly, A layer of crystal ice covered the ground, and the several desperate soldiers who rushed towards him also had their legs frozen by a layer of ice, standing still abruptly. Although this layer of ice was not solid, with their bodies enhanced by the desperate virus, it only took 1 or 2 seconds to break free, but Poppy's attack did not stop. The next second, a large amount of frost power fell on several desperate soldiers, freezing them into ice sculptures. Poppy didn't even look at them, and strode after Killian. At the same time, the battle in the sky became more and more intense. When Wheeler destroyed a Morning Whip soldier, the Morning Whip soldiers around the venue surrounded him. 1, 2, dozens of Morning Whip soldiers. Although the number was a bit large, this was exactly what Wheeler wanted. Blue energy light bloomed in Wheeler's eyes, and he instantly entered the super body full power state. The energy after compression was injected into Wheeler's body, bringing him a comprehensive improvement, just like installing a fully upgraded engine for him. Wheeler soared into the sky, a pair of wings protecting him, blocking the bullets fired at him by the Morning Whip soldiers. The Morning Whip soldiers chased Wheeler into the sky, and the golden rain of bullets seemed to cover the entire sky. The next moment, the blue wings of light burst open, turning into sharp blades falling from the sky. Boom, boom. The energy blades exploded the moment they came into contact with a rain of bullets. The surging blue energy temporarily suppressed the rain of bullets, and fell on several Morning Whip soldiers, blowing them into pieces. At this moment, Wheeler, who had been flying upwards, suddenly paused. The next moment, surrounded by blue energy, he fell from the sky like a meteor, rushing straight towards the Morning Whip soldiers. The blue energy condensed and transformed in Wheeler's hands, and then suddenly bloomed when it came into contact with the Morning Whip soldiers. Whoosh! Wheeler flashed between the Morning Whip soldiers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Shock. Boom, boom. Flames mixed with steel fragments exploded in the air like fireworks. Wherever Wheeler passed quickly, fireworks connected into peace. Wheeler stopped in midair, holding a blue energy knife in his hand. It feels really good to cut vegetables like this. Wheeler raised his eyebrows and suddenly understood those people who played the lawn mowing game. Looking at those Morning Whip soldiers rushing towards him again, bullets and missiles flew over like they were free. Wheeler threw the knife in his hand. Boom, the knife exploded, and blue energy surged in the air. Wheeler left the spot, like a blue shadow, constantly flashing among the Morning Whip soldiers. Every flash was accompanied by a bright blue light. When Wheeler stopped moving, many Morning Whip soldiers had a blue energy weapon inserted into their bodies. Wheeler smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. The next moment, those weapons exploded one after another. These things are not even inferior products, but only defective products with incomplete functions. A thought flashed through Wheeler's mind. He looked at the remaining half of the Morning Whip core, and rushed in again in a flash. On the other side, Tony and Morning Whip's battle slowly showed an advantage. Although Morning Whip's battle suit was very powerful, and his flexible electric whip was even more powerful, while he had been showing up crazily during this period to gain greater influence for himself, Tony had been updating his battle suit. The battle suits of both parties were no longer on the same level. The reactor, which had a complete advantage, provided Tony with longer endurance and stronger power. Snap! The electric whip flashed in the air, and the remaining electric light twisted twice in the air and slowly dissipated. Tony flew to one side, raised his arm, and fired several missiles at Morning Whip. Morning Whip snorted coldly, and swept away several missiles while swinging the electric whip. Boom! Fire burst out, and Tony suddenly passed through the flames and pounced on Morning Whip. As Morning Whip swung his arm, the whip flashing with electric light wrapped around Tony like a flexible venomous snake, wrapping Tony around and throwing him away. Suddenly, Tony's steel crackled and dazzling electric sparks burst out everywhere. "You're dead," Sangwip said coldly, pointing his palm at Tony, and a flying bullet appeared on his wrist. Just as he was about to launch, he suddenly detected that the energy in Tony's steel suit was rising rapidly. High-powered weapons? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw red laser passing through his arm. Sizzle! It was like a hot knife cutting off a piece of butter. He didn't feel anything at all, and his arm slipped off his body. Laser? Sangwip's eyes shrank, and then a severe pain came, making him scream. The electric whip in his other hand was entangled on Tony's leg while swinging. But this time, SYNOPSIS did not shake Tony off, but instead retracted the electric light and rushed forward. The dangerous red light flashed. Tony's eyes shrank and he struggled violently. This psychopath actually wants to self-destruct? Looking at the struggling Tony, SYNOPSIS yelled frantically, "Let's go to hell together." Stark. The next second, a smile appeared on Tony's face, the Iron Man suit opened, and he slipped out of the suit like a loach. Ivan Vanko, he seemed to be stuck suddenly. Fa-boom. A fierce explosion appeared in the air, and Tony fell down quickly due to the impact of the explosion, but an Iron Man suit flew from a distance and wrapped the falling Tony into the suit. The whole process was as smooth as wearing a set of clothes. The suit sprayed flames, and just when Tony wanted to help Wheeler, he found that Wheeler had finished the battle. So fast? Tony was shocked. Wheeler's power became stronger again. He whispered in his heart, but heard the teasing voice in the communicator. "Dude, are you a turtle? You are so slow to kill a person." Tony's mouth twitched, looking at the battle that had ended here, but a bright smile bloomed on his face. "Thank you, huh?" Wheeler was stunned. He thought Tony would complain about him. After a pause, Wheeler said, "The battles in other areas have also ended. The morning whip course should have been cleared, but you'd better search again." He had just received reports from other X-Men that the battles had ended. "I understand," Tony responded and fell into the press conference venue from midair. At this time, the venue was full of frost, making this winter look even colder. Police cars surrounded the venue. The originally bustling streets were empty because of the sudden battle. Only some steel fragments and the remains of Morning Whip soldiers were scattered on the streets. "Is he dead?" Wheeler looked at Killian's shattered body and asked with some surprise. "Did Killian completely freeze into an ice sculpture and then break into pieces?" Bobby touched his head and said helplessly, "He is much stronger than other extremist soldiers. Ordinary ice can't trap him. I can only keep lowering the temperature." "Who knew he would be like this?" Wheeler nodded. "It doesn't matter. It's a good thing that he died, so that he won't be remembered by some people." As he said that, he looked at the other extremist soldiers who were frozen into ice sculptures in the venue. His eyes flickered, and several energy cards flew out, blasting them into corpses. Bobby was stunned and looked at Wheeler in surprise. Wheeler said lightly, "If we don't kill these terrorists now, we will have no chance when they are taken away by the military or other departments. These extremist soldiers are a treasure for the military and even SHIELD. This means that they can mass-produce super soldiers. But if this kind of thing is mass-produced, it may not be so friendly to mutants." In fact, in Wheeler's view, as the developer of the extremist virus, Maya Hansen, if she dies according to the plot, it is the best result. Because of her presence, the extremist virus can be created at any time. But Maya Hansen promised Tony that she would not continue to develop the extremist virus, and left the country after providing them with a lot of evidence. However, if new extremist warriors appear in the future because of this woman, and they also cause harm and threats to mutants, a cold light flashed in Wheeler's eyes. "Raise your hands, stand still and don't move." Suddenly, a large number of police rushed into the venue and pointed their weapons at Wheeler and the other two. Wheeler raised his eyebrows, grabbed Bobby's shoulders, and said to Tony, "I leave it to you here." He had noticed the fear in the eyes of these policemen when they looked at him. He didn't want to talk nonsense with these policemen, or even be accused of some unfounded crime because of his mutant identity. Although he would be fine after a simple investigation, it was stupid to waste time on these things. Don't underestimate the malice of this world towards mutants. For example, if a mutant picked up a wallet and handed it over to the police station, he would not necessarily be praised, but would be questioned, and even suspected that the wallet was stolen by the mutant. After that, Wheeler took Bobby and soared into the sky, disappearing in front of Tony. Tony sighed, opened his mask, and said to the police, "If you have any questions, just ask me." The next day, it was an ordinary morning like usual, but because of a series of news, it became no longer calm, just like a calm sea, which became turbulent under the invasion of a hurricane. SYNOPSIS, a superhero? Supercriminal. The real leader of the Ten Rings. The most successful pretender of this century. A terrorist who almost became the mayor. Because the evidence of Ivan Vanko and Killian's crimes that Tony had released on a large scale was confirmed, the entire M country was shocked and even became an international joke again. People dare not imagine what terrible consequences would happen if Ivan Vanko and Killian's plan succeeded, and Ivan Vanko became the mayor of New York, or even went a step further and became the president of this country many years later. In contrast, Tony, who threw out these evidences and tore off Ivan Vanko's disguise, received a tsunami of praise. What a despicable plagiarist, the true face of a pseudo-genius, the Stark-stealing family, etc. These news reports seem to have never appeared. Tony's degeneration during that period of time also became a humiliation to collect evidence and paralyze the enemy. The superhero who saved the city, the nemesis of criminals, the most dazzling genius scientist in the world, etc. This series of titles fell on Tony. The harder those people stepped on him, the more uncomfortable they were to lick him now. As long as he thought of these people with swollen faces, they had to praise him for his good fight. Tony felt relieved. His goal was achieved. But after this incident, although he was still arrogant, narcissistic and poisonous, he became more sober and would not lose himself in these praises at all. And now he's dealing with Nick Fury. Tony's fingers kept sliding on his phone, and he kept looking at the reports about himself, with the corners of his mouth raised. In addition to those reports praising him, the media also reported extensively on the X-Men who appeared in this battle. Although some brainless media are still blackening for the sake of blackening, and even analyzing that these things are all caused by mutants, most of the news media praised the behavior of the X-Men. After all, this time, the scene of the X-Men fighting with the whip soldiers to protect people was seen by too many people, and these battle scenes have long been spread all over the internet. Everyone understands one thing, that is, if it weren't the X-Men and the mutants this time, the whip soldiers would cause very heavy casualties. This gave many people a new impression of the mutant group. Speaking of impressions, Tony smiled and shook his head. The scene of Wheeler falling from the sky with a mandarin left a very deep impression on everyone. It was because of this action of Wheeler that the disguises of Ivan Vanko and Killian were completely torn apart, revealing their true colors. Therefore, Wheeler had another nickname. The Angel of Justice. Puff. Seeing this code name, Tony couldn't help laughing, but then frowned. Did Wheeler say that the mandarin had been killed before? Then what about this mandarin? Tony, Nick Fury shouted coldly, but sighed in his heart. There was helplessness and annoyance. From the time he came in until now, Tony has been looking at his mobile phone, and didn't answer his questions at all, looking indifferent. But he really couldn't do anything with Tony, and he was even afraid that if he angered Tony, Tony would quit the Avengers in a rage. What? Tony raised his eyebrows and finally put the phone aside. Nick Fury's frown relaxed slightly and said, "What happened yesterday was too dangerous. You should have informed us in advance." "Why should I inform you?" Tony smiled faintly and said sarcastically, "To give you the opportunity to get the Iron Man suit technology or the extremis virus." Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "Do you know how much of a role they will play? I only know how much trouble they will cause." Tony said faintly, and then his expression turned cold. "Don't blame yourself here, I'm not your subordinate. Also, if you want to get benefits, you have to pay." Instead of keeping silent when I need help, Nick Fury's face turned black, and then he said, "It's not that we don't want to help, but you also want to get the Iron Man suit from Ivan Vanko." The sarcasm on Tony's face became more and more obvious. "No," Nick Fury said calmly, "I never thought that the proliferation of these weapons and powers is a good thing. The reason why SHIELD exists is to deal with the threats brought by these powers and weapons." After a pause, Nick Fury sighed and explained, "The reason why I was unable to provide you with help in time this time is not only because Ivan Vanko appeared as a superhero, but also because the government issued a death order for us." Tony listened quietly, his expression did not change. Nick Fury stood up. "Besides, I don't think Stark will be defeated by such a person." After saying that, he strode out of Tony's current home. Tony curled his lips. He was not a fool who would completely believe Nick Fury's words, but he was right in one thing. Stark will never be defeated by such things, Tony murmured and walked to the window, looking at the city below. "I almost forgot." Tony patted his forehead and smiled. "The battle ended yesterday, and I haven't celebrated with Wheeler yet. This guy runs so fast." As he said that, he picked up his phone and called Wheeler. Because his house was bombed, he temporarily lived in a high-end apartment in New York. As soon as the Stark building is completed, he will move in as soon as possible. When the call was connected, Tony smiled and said, "Wheeler, do you want to celebrate in the evening?" "No time." "How is that possible, class?" You actually rejected my invitation for such a ridiculous reason. Hello. College student, damn it. You actually hung up on me, Tony said with a look of surprise on his face, then took out his phone and muttered, then I'll go find my pepper. Chapter 90 Celebration, Clues. X School, in the math classroom. It was time for the class to end. Wheeler hung up the phone impatiently. There was nothing going on. What was there to celebrate? Why did he stay with the young and beautiful female classmates and go to accompany an old man with a mustache? Please give 10,000 reasons. Who? Katie asked curiously. An annoying man with a mustache, Wheeler said lightly, and then asked with interest, what did you just say? Have a celebration party at school? Yeah, Katie nodded curtly with a bright smile on her face. We made a big splash yesterday, expanded the influence of mutants, and were called mutant superheroes by many people. Shouldn't we celebrate? Of course we should celebrate, but Wheeler said hesitantly, what about the professor? Will he agree? Katie blinked and looked at Wheeler expectantly. Wheeler came back to his senses and said in surprise, fuck. You don't want me to go and tell the professor? Awesome, Katie replied in Chinese, grinning. You are the captain of X Factor, the organizer of this action, the idol and representative of all students in the school, and the best student in the eyes of the teacher. If you don't go, who'll? Wow, although you are telling the truth, I don't want to die yet. Wheeler's mouth twitched, as if he had seen the professor's gentle yet depressive eyes. It's a pool party, everyone will wear swimsuits. Katie blinked at Wheeler with an ambiguous expression. Huh? Wheeler's eyes lit up, but he looked at Katie suspiciously. What nonsense are you talking about? It's winter now. It's possible to have a pajama party. Katie patted her chest, which was not even slightly rippled, and said mysteriously, I promise you. It's definitely a swimsuit party. Wheeler narrowed his eyes. You didn't lie to me. If I lied to you, I'm a puppy. No, I lied to me. Wheeler glanced at Katie and said expressionlessly, it's A for a lifetime. No. It will be concave. Wow, you are too vicious. Katie glared at Wheeler, and then snorted, I won't lie to you. Go. Wait. Wheeler strode out of the classroom. Looking at Wheeler's back, Katie gritted her teeth in anger, and had a new understanding of her captain's viciousness. Wheeler came to Professor X's office, but he felt a little uneasy when he knocked on the door. Logan appeared behind Wheeler, holding a little boy in his hand, and asked in confusion, why don't you go in? I'm making preparations, Wheeler said seriously, and then looked at the little boy who was struggling in the air and waving his hands and feet and said, what's wrong with him? Be honest, Logan shouted in a low voice. The little boy's hands and feet were drooping, but his eyes were rolling, and he looked at Wheeler curiously. He used his mutant ability to tease others. I want to find the professor and let the professor teach him a lesson, Logan said with a depressed expression and pointed to his face. There were two obvious colored ink stains on his face, which looked very funny. This little guy's mutant ability is colored facial makeup, which can summon colored ink to draw facial makeup for others. And according to the different facial makeup, it can provide different amplifications for others. Lulu, the little boy stuck out his tongue, I'm just practicing my ability. If I don't draw it, how do I know if it's successful? You can draw it for yourself, Logan glared at the little guy. For ordinary children. He could scare them by just looking at them with cold eyes, but this child didn't fall for it. Wheeler coughed lightly, bent down and pinched the little guy's face, and said with a smile, your drawing is too ugly, practice on paper first. No, you are wrong, Lulu. Wheeler, benefit. He stood up and said to Logan lightly, it's hopeless, throw it away. The little boy, at this moment, the professor's voice rang in their minds. Stop making trouble, bring the little guy in. Wheeler shrugged and helped Logan open the door. Logan took the little guy in and put him in front of Professor X's desk. Professor X looked at the little boy with gentle eyes and a faint smile on his face. After a few seconds, the little boy lowered his head. Professor X smiled and said, do you know you were wrong? I know. The little guy became very honest. Professor X said calmly, if you use other people to practice their abilities, then other people can also use you to practice their abilities. Right. I remember there was a battle whose ability was Blade Vortex. Blade Vortex was the little guy who cut off half of Logan's arm because his ability went out of control when Logan just joined the school. The little man shuddered and shouted loudly, I'm sorry. Well, go back and write a self-examination and give it to me. 500 words. Professor X smiled and waved his hand, and the little boy ran out. Great. Logan gave Professor X a thumbs up. Professor. Awesome. Not like you, let's talk business. Professor X pressed his brows with a headache. Wheeler's face straightened and said, in order to improve the enthusiasm of students to study, it is good to promote good people and good deeds. If you keep talking nonsense, then, Professor X pointed to the door. Wheeler coughed lightly. Well, because of what happened yesterday, Katie and Logan want to have a celebration party. Logan, you are talking nonsense in front of him, right? Professor X turned and smiled at Logan. Logan hesitated, looked away guiltily, and nodded imperceptibly. Professor X groaned, then smiled and said, okay. Wheeler looked at Professor X in surprise. Professor X raised his eyebrows. Don't look at me now that I'm old. I was handsome and elegant when I was young, with a full head of hair. Puff. Logan couldn't help laughing. Professor X said expressionlessly, Logan, get out. Logan patted Wheeler's shoulder. I'll come tonight too. After saying that, he strode out of the office with suppressed laughter. Professor X coughed lightly. Anyway, I'm not that old-fashioned. Wheeler nodded repeatedly and flattered him several times. Professor X waved his hand and smiled. Go and get ready. I'll be there tonight, and other children will also participate. Huh? Wheeler's eyes twitched. It's over. The swimsuit party is gone. It's become a school-wide party. The sky's getting dark. X School, which had been quiet in the past, was now very lively. The auditorium in X School became the temporary venue for this celebration party. Tonight, all students of X School can come to participate, regardless of age. Of course, underage children are not allowed to drink any alcoholic beverages at this party, and they need to go back to the dormitory to sleep immediately after 9 o'clock in the evening. As for adult students, they can only drink a little bit of alcohol. Alcohol is very dangerous, especially for mutants. And even more dangerous for mutants who have not yet fully mastered their abilities. Although there are many rules, everyone actively participates in tonight's party and appears very happy. Except for Wheeler. At this time, he stood in the corner of the party, holding a glass of wine in his hand and sipping it, with a lonely look on his face. What a pity. Originally, Katie and the others just wanted to invite all the students and teachers who participated in the battle to have an indoor pool party, but cunning Professor Wheeler sighed, glanced at everyone at the party, and showed a happy smile on his face. This is a celebration party, celebrating the positive reports that yesterday's battle brought to mutants, celebrating that the world began to understand the other side of mutants, and called those who participated in the battle superheroes. At this moment, Mimi pulled down the leg of Wheeler's trousers and stared at Wheeler holding a glass of wine. Meow. Wheeler smiled, squatted down and placed the glass in front of Mimi, touched Mimi's head, and whispered, enjoy this celebration, but only drink this one glass. Mimi happily shook her tail, and couldn't wait to taste it. Then she shuddered and shouted happily. Little drunkard. Wheeler smiled and stood up. With a thought, he entered the system. Current world points. 8,420. World point growth rate. 435/day. World point source. 24. During this period, many people's relationships have broken through the current stage. Especially after Huron and Lee Kyan-Hoon broke through to the friend stage, it increased him by 40/day. In addition, the relationship with Tony is about to break through the friend stage and reach the next stage of the close friend stage. With a refresh every month, 8 more fruits appear on the world tree. There are 30 fruits now, 4 gold, 14 silver, 12 bronze. In addition to the fruits, the biggest change is the event points. Current event points. 1080. Event point source. 0. With the efforts of Ivan Vanko and Killian, Wheeler's event points have exceeded 4 digits. Wheeler loves and hates event points. Weller. At this time, Logan walked up to Wheeler with a bottle of beer. Why are you here alone? Wheeler came back to his senses and said unhappily, what's the point of watching a group of children? Haha. Logan winked at Wheeler and said with regret, yeah, he also heard about the swimsuit party. Oh, right, Logan suddenly said, I heard from Ororo that there is a superpower drug circulating on the streets of New Orleans recently. As long as you take the drug, there is a certain chance of awakening superpowers. Although the effect only lasts for 5 minutes, it has caused quite a lot of trouble. Although it only lasts for 5 minutes, it is enough for those criminals to do a lot of things. Superpower drug. Wheeler frowned and said, Project 007. Logan nodded. If the information recorded in Stryker's notes is correct, Wheeler's eyes flickered, then it is necessary to make a trip. Tomorrow, I will go with you. Logan smiled and took a sip of beer. Hey. Why are you two here? Ororo and Jean followed. Logan smacked his lips at the two of them and sighed regretfully. Alice, I can't see them anymore. Ororo rolled his eyes at Logan, and Jean covered her mouth and laughed softly. Why are you all gathered here? Scott pushed Professor X over. After seeing this, Murat also walked over quietly and sighed at Wheeler. Wheeler was speechless and looked at Professor X with resentment. Professor X looked at them with a smile. Since it is a celebration party, the more people there are, the happier it will be. Logan muttered, not necessarily. Murat nodded in agreement. PFFT, Ororo and Jean laughed out loud. Scott frowned and suddenly said, Professor, do you really think this action is a good thing? Everyone's face was solemn. Professor X groaned, we just made some changes. I hope it's a good thing, Scott said stubbornly, but it may be a bad thing. Scott, Jean gently pulled Scott's clothes. Scott gently pushed Jean's hand away. He said in a deep voice, Professor, although yesterday's action saved a lot of people and made people's impression of mutants a little better, and even gave us the title of superhero, but what about after that? He looked around at everyone and said worriedly, we have exposed the power of the school, which will attract more attention. They will covet the power of the school and be afraid of the power of the school, and these things will bring danger to the school. After yesterday, X School is no longer a simple school, but a gathering place with a large number of powerful mutants. And these are very big threats in the eyes of some people, and they may have secretly set X School as a target for attack. Professor X said lightly, what happened yesterday is a new beginning. Since we want to change, we must have the courage to bear the consequences of change. X School will not only not become a threat in their eyes, but also a powerful force to protect the world. They will gradually understand this. Of course, Professor X paused, and a cold light flashed in his gentle eyes. If they want to do something to the school is not a soft persimmon for them to squeeze. Everyone nodded with a solemn expression. Scott sighed. Although he was still a little worried, he also understood that what the professor said was right. In order to integrate mutants into the world, people's inherent impression of mutants must be changed, and the influence of the mutant community must be expanded. Imagine if when people think of mutants, the first thing that pops up is the word superhero, and even if they have the idea that all mutants may become superheroes to protect people, how much will this change the situation of the mutant community? This is a new attempt. Professor X smiled slightly. It is also a new beginning for the world to further understand us, as he said. His finger passed over Wheeler and the others, and then pointed to the X Factor team in the crowd, pointing to the alternate members of the firemen, with hope in his eyes. You are all seeds planted by the school, and the future is in your hands. Everyone's expression was solemn, as if they felt a heavy responsibility. Professor X laughed. Don't be so serious, at least enjoy this moment. Logan and the others left with a smile. Professor, what if we are really wrong? Wheeler asked faintly. The professor blinked and said with a naughty smile, I won't lie long. Don't ask me, an old man. The future is yours. You decide what to do, but I know you won't let the world down. Wheeler was stunned for a moment, and smiled bitterly. What a cunning answer. Chapter 91 Target, New Orleans. Dynamic music, bodies twisting with the music, and the wanton exuding of youthful atmosphere. After the underage mutant children left the party for the adult children really began. Cheers, screams under the smiling gaze of Professor X. Wheeler, who had been standing in the corner, was pulled to the center of the party by others. These young people who represented the future of mutants, who had just come of age and had not yet completely lost their childishness, cheered around Wheeler, with admiration and recognition flashing in their eyes. Wheeler is their future and their leader. Understanding the emotions of these children, Professor X showed an extremely gratified smile. Wheeler, maybe he will really change the mutants. An idea appeared in Professor X's mind, and his tense body actually felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. He looked at Wheeler again and found that Wheeler had merged with his admirers. As the music released his youthful passion, he smiled slightly and drove his wheelchair to leave the auditorium alone. The next day, early in the morning, Wheeler woke up from a deep sleep. At the party last night, no one got drunk because the supply of alcohol was restricted. If I have to name one, it's just a drunk cat. Wheeler looked at the cat bed in the corner. Mimi was lying on her stomach, snoring softly, not like a lady cat at all. Wheeler walked to the cat bed, a light flashed on his hand, and he took out a bell necklace and put it on Mimi's neck. The next second, Mimi's eyes widened and she stood up from the cat bed. Meow, She shook her body and the bell made a crisp sound. Wheeler picked up Mimi and said, "Let's go. We have things to do today, meow, to New Orleans, meow, business, who would go so far to drink?" Wheeler and Mimi whispered, left the dormitory and went straight to the restaurant. When Wheeler saw the breakfast provided by the school, he was surprised. There were buns and soy milk. "Miss, what's the matter with breakfast today?" Wheeler asked for a Chinese meal and asked the middle-aged woman in charge of serving the meal with some curiosity. Mice glanced at it and smiled. "Oh, you mean Chinese food? This is a joint request from the students. It seems to be a suggestion initiated by X Factor. Don't you know, Bobby and the others?" Wheeler raised his eyebrows and curled up the corners of his mouth. "These guys, thank you." Wheeler picked up the breakfast, walked to an empty table, and couldn't wait to take a bite of the bun. Woo! Wheeler spit out more breath because of the heat, but his eyes lit up slightly. "It tastes very good." Wheeler smiled slightly and put a bun in front of Mimi. "Huh? Cats can eat buns?" "It also drinks." Wheeler. Logan strode over, with more than 10 buns piled on the plate. "So many, can you finish it?" Wheeler looked at Logan speechlessly. Logan grinned, stuffed a bun into his mouth, and answered Wheeler's words with action. After a moment, Logan burped, patted his slightly bulging belly, and looked satisfied. "I haven't eaten steamed buns for a long time." Logan's eyes flashed with nostalgia, and he put the plate on Wheeler's plate and said, "I heard from Murat that the school hired a new Chinese chef." Wheeler said with some expectation, "Is he Chinese?" "Yes, he was specially recruited from China, and he is also a mutant." Logan stood up, took out a cigar, and subconsciously put it in his mouth. When he was about to light it, he realized that this was the school's cafeteria. After biting it twice in his mouth, he said impatiently, "Let's go quickly, I have already told the professor." Wheeler smiled and shook his head, sent the plate away, picked up Mimi who was licking her paws, and walked out of the school with Logan. Murat walked quickly and blocked the two of them. "I heard from the professor, I will go too." Wheeler's eyes twitched. "Logan and I are enough." Murat shook his head and said firmly, "Not enough." Although Wheeler's ability is constantly growing, Murat is still worried about Wheeler's safety. He has noticed the changes in Wheeler during this period. Just as he thought, Wheeler is becoming the future of mutants. He is very sure of this. He is Wheeler's loyal follower. This mission may be dangerous. How can he let Wheeler and Logan go alone? Wheeler sighed. "You'd better tell the professor." Murat smiled. "I have got the professor's consent." Logan lit the cigar and took a deep puff with a satisfied look. "Then let's go." "By the way, Murat," Wheeler suddenly remembered something, smiled and said to Murat, "This time when you come back, come with me to find Tony." Murat looked at Wheeler in confusion. Wheeler said leisurely, "Your extremis virus problem may be solved." "Really?" Murat was pleasantly surprised. Wheeler nodded. Before leaving, Maya left the information about the extremis virus to Tony. Tony had no idea of using the extremis virus to do anything, so he planned to seal the information temporarily. After knowing this, Wheeler asked Tony to help solve Murat's problem. Tony agreed to this, but he needed Murat's cooperation. Logan smiled and patted Murat's shoulder. "Man, I finally don't have to look for Wheeler to recharge in the future," Murat said regretfully. "Actually, I still like that short time alone." Wheeler's mouth twitched. "Go away, haha." Murat and Logan laughed out loud. A moment later, a Blackbird fighter left X school and flew towards New Orleans. New Orleans is located in Louisiana and is the largest city in the state. Speaking of this city, what impressed Wheeler most was perhaps the hurricane. In 2005, Hurricane Katrina hit, causing a large number of casualties and causing a large loss of population in the city. But even so, the city is still a prosperous city because of its unique geographical location and developed tourism and gambling industries. The Blackbird fighter landed in the suburbs. After Wheeler left Mimi to watch the fighter, he and Logan got off the fighter. Wheeler watched the camouflaged Blackbird fighter disappear in front of him, and looked at Murat curiously. "When did you learn to fly this thing?" Murat smiled slightly. "There's a lot of time in school. I have to find something to do." Because he could not recover after the transformation, he would not be sent to do tasks unless it was necessary, so he had nothing else to do after the music class every day. Wheeler nodded, turned around and shouted to Logan, "Hurry up." Logan still didn't like flying, especially Murat was still a novice in flying. Along the way, Logan's heart rose and fell with the Blackbird fighter, which made him very uncomfortable. "Here we go." Logan took a long breath and quickly chased after it. Weller looked at Logan with amusement, and after he recovered, he said, "Tell me some information about this incident, and we will start the investigation from there." Logan blinked and looked at Weller in confusion. Murat coughed lightly and turned his head to the side. The corners of Wheeler's forehead twitched slightly. "Didn't you all go to see the professor before leaving? Didn't you ask for information about this incident?" Logan said righteously. "This is not my job." Murat chuckled. "Aren't you still here?" Wheeler looked at the two with empty eyes. "Haha." The two laughed dryly, hooked their shoulders and walked forward. Wheeler sighed helplessly and called Professor X as soon as the phone was picked up. Professor X laughed. "I knew you would call this. Going out to do the mission, but not looking at the mission information." Wheeler coughed lightly, with a little embarrassment on his face. "I will ask Ororo to send you the information about 007. Thank you, Professor." Wheeler thanked him. As soon as the phone was hung up, Wheeler's mobile phone rang. The information was sent. As expected of Ororo, he is fast and much more reliable than some people. Wheeler muttered and opened the information. 007 Project, Super Energy Capsule. At that time, there was only this name in Stryker's notebook. Now, after the investigation of the X school, they have obtained more detailed information. The 007 project is directly related to the military. The person in charge of this project is Dr. Garner. Wheeler looked at the other party's photo carefully, memorized the other party's face, and then continued to look at the following information. The purpose of this project is to create a superpower drug that can allow ordinary people to gain superpowers for a short time. In this way, you can have many super warriors and control them better. After all, the effect of the drug is time-limited. As long as the effect of the drug is over, they are still ordinary people. This project has been carried out in secret, but a few months ago, the laboratory where the project was located was attacked and the entire laboratory was almost completely destroyed. It was because of this attack that the X school got the news and launched an investigation. 2 weeks ago, a mysterious capsule appeared on the streets and underground forces of Orleans City. As long as you eat this capsule, you may stimulate a superpower that belongs to you alone. For a time, the appearance of this superpower capsule caused the crime rate to soar. A week ago, when Wheeler and Tony were busy dealing with Ivan Vanko and Killian, Ororo and Jean came to Orleans and investigated a lot of clues. Afterwards, because they had to deal with a whip soldier, the two could only return to X school with the half-investigated clues. Until now, Wheeler has taken on this task. Big Shot. Wheeler silently recited the code name of the person in charge of selling super energy capsules. "I want to see what kind of big shot you are," Wheeler murmured, glanced at the address attached below, and chased after Logan and the others. "How long are you going to drag on?" Wheeler grabbed the shoulders of the two, and the light wings flashed behind him. Amid the dissatisfaction of the two, he took the two straight into the sky. A moment later, Wheeler appeared on the streets of New Orleans with the two, and walked towards a bar called Cyclops on Bourbon Street. When they arrived at the bar, looking at the closed door, the three of them were speechless. Wheeler's mind moved, and he walked to the door of the bar, opened the unlimited defense, and sensed the situation inside the bar. Now, the range of his unlimited defense has expanded a lot. Although it cannot cover the entire bar, as long as he changes a few angles, he can explore the situation in the bar roughly. After a while, Wheeler put away the unlimited defense and said to Logan and the others, "Obviously, this place is closed during the day." Murat spread his hands and asked, "Where to go next?" Logan took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaled a puff of thick smoke, and said with a nostalgic look on his face, "Then meet here tonight and contact me at any time." Noticing Logan's expression, Wheeler narrowed his eyes and teased, "You didn't come here a long time ago and left a romantic debt." "Romance debt?" Logan pinched his chin, frowned and muttered, "It shouldn't be counted. It's been 20 years. The little girl should be in her 40s. Tisk tisk." Murat shook his head and said, "Only 20 years old, you are really a beast." "Fuck. He was an adult at that time." Logan cursed and turned to walk away. Weller shouted at Logan, "Don't try too hard to forget the time." Logan raised his middle finger without looking back. "What about you? Where are you going?" Weller looked at Murat. Murat smiled at Weller and said, "Of course I'm following you." If he was in the transformed state at this time, his tail would definitely be shaking. Weller couldn't help but have a picture in his mind. He shuddered unconsciously and walked away quickly. Since he came to New Orleans, Weller would naturally not miss the casino here. After all, gambling is legal here. The last time he went to the casino, He went with Logan before coming to X school. That time, he and Logan lost badly. As a casino novice, he trusted Logan, who had lied for a century, and Logan also looked like he believed I would not be wrong. Who knew that they lost everything that time and had to perform in the arena of Caliban. But this time, he came with unlimited defense. After finding a medium-sized casino, Weller took Murat in. After exchanging some chips, Weller and Murat separated and wandered around the casino. When they saw a game that interested them, they played 2 rounds. After winning 2 or 3 rounds in a low-key manner, they would leave without a trace. But even so, Weller won a lot in 2 hours. Tisk, it's great to make extra money while on a mission, Weller muttered, and just as he exchanged the chips for money, he heard exclamations and a familiar curse in the casino. Looking around, he saw several casino security guards surrounding a man. Is it Murat? Weller covered his face and strode over. Damn it, I didn't cheat. I don't want to see your boss, Murat glared at the security guards angrily, with a hot flash in his eyes. He was very lucky today. When playing blackjack, he won more than 10 rounds in a row. When he was having fun, these security guards surrounded him and said that he cheated. They wanted to take him to see their boss, otherwise they would take tough measures. Murat, Weller said calmly, shook his head at Murat, and looked at the security guards with a playful expression. Let's go and meet your boss together. He wanted to see what the owner of this casino was planning. Chapter 92 Mutant and Wheat. In the casino, with everyone watching the excitement, Weller and Murat followed the security guards to the 5th floor of the casino. Seeing this scene, a tall black man wearing sunglasses grinned and quietly followed. The 1st floor is a public gambling table. No matter how much money you have, you can come to gamble, and the 2nd floor has a certain threshold. As for the 3rd floor of this casino, there are private rooms, which are only for the VIPs of the casino, while the 4th floor is some rooms for the VIPs of the casino and some special guests to rest, and some special services will be provided. The 5th floor belongs to the owner of the casino. Weller and the other 2 were taken to the 5th floor by elevator. Compared with other floors, the 5th floor is very dark, with almost no sunlight. When the security guards took Weller and the other 2 to the 5th floor, the lights on the entire 5th floor were lit. And Weller finally saw the scene on the 5th floor. There were no rooms on the entire 5th floor, but a very empty space, but the facilities inside were complete. There was even a swimming pool in the most central position. At this time, there were more than a dozen people dressed very coolly around the swimming pool. There were men and women among them, some were flirting, some were kissing, and some were even doing the most primitive sex sports. Murat looked at this scene, his mouth twitching, and he muttered, could it be that they have taken a fancy to me and want to find an excuse to bring me to this party? If that's the case, invite me nicely, and I might consider it. You wish, Weller whispered, his eyes narrowed slightly. Pale skin, sickly expression, and red wine glasses placed around the swimming pool. Weller looked at those people, but a guess came to his mind. Could it be that these people are those dead bats who are afraid of the light? Boss, we brought the people here, the leading security captain said, looking at the dozen people, with a look of desire in his eyes. Well, I know, go down. In the swimming pool, the blonde man surrounded by 2 women said lightly, waving to several security guards as if to drive away flies. Several security guards left without any hesitation, but there was a flash of pity in their eyes. Just bringing one person up, you want to be granted eternal life. How greedy, the blonde man said lightly. His eyes swept from Weller and the other man, and finally fell on Murat. He looked Murat up and down, as if he was looking at a work of art. After a few seconds, he showed a satisfied smile, pushed the 2 women beside him, and jumped out of the swimming pool. This jumping power. Weller narrowed his eyes, combined with what the other party said just now, he became more certain of his guess just now. Hello, handsome sir, my name is Brown, I hope those animals didn't scare you just now. The blonde man named Brown showed Murat a charming smile and walked slowly over. Weller shuddered and took 2 steps back without hesitation. It's terrible. The look in the eyes of this little pale face looking at Murat was threatened. Murat's facial features gradually lost control, and then he roared, don't come over here. Gay. Brown's expression froze, and his blood-red lips curled up slightly. You are very manly, and I want you more and more. Please tell me your name. As he said that, he walked in front of Murat and stretched out his hand to grab Murat's chest. When he went upstairs, he accidentally saw Murat. Murat stepped back a few steps and said tremblingly, stay away from me. Don't force me to hit you." As he said that, he looked at Weller and winked wildly. What should he do? Can he kill this guy? You say something. Looking at Murat's expression, Weller's mouth showed a sly smile. It seems that Murat didn't guess the inhuman identity of these things. Finished. Noticing Weller's expression, Murat's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the next second Weller shouted loudly, "His name is Mutant, goddamn Mutant." Murat's mouth twitched, and he shouted to Weller, "You are crazy." "Oh? Mutant? What a good name." Brown smiled slightly, and continued to walk towards Murat, but said to Weller, "You are quite sensible. I am in a good mood today, so get out of here." "Okay," Weller responded happily and stepped back step by step. Murat stared at Weller, and suddenly shouted with a sad expression, "Wait. How can I live without you, Weller? Damn. So cruel?" Weller quickened his pace to move backwards. But Brown stared at Weller coldly, "You must die today, damn it." The person he had his eyes on was taken by someone else first. Seeing this scene, the men and women around the swimming pool showed an expression of watching a good show. Yo, haha. Looks like we'll be able to drink fresh blood soon. It's a pity to let that handsome guy die like this. Why not give it to me? You know it's impossible. Brown will definitely kill him. What a waste. Do you think Brown will bite that Mutant? I guess so. Brown hasn't been so attracted to someone for a long time. Haha, he's in love. Listening to the conversation coming from the direction of the swimming pool, Murat also realized that something was wrong. After seeing Brown walking towards Weller with a sinister look on his face, Murat moved his feet without hesitation and stood in front of Brown. But Brown shook his body and bypassed Murat at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary person, and his hand tore at Weller's throat like a claw. Weller's eyes twitched, and a blue light appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the elevator door opened, and a silver sword flew towards Brown. Weller raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the elevator with some surprise. A black man? The man was wearing a black leather coat, black sunglasses, and had a cold expression. Who is this person? Wheeler felt familiar, but couldn't call out the other person's name. Brown grabbed the blade of the silver sword and said angrily, "Who is it?" Before he finished speaking, he threw the knife away. "It's silver." He looked at his smoking hand and looked at the elevator entrance angrily. Then his eyes narrowed and he screamed, "Fuck. It's Daywalker, Daywalker." Wheeler's eyes flashed with realization. It turned out to be Blade Warrior. No wonder this outfit looks so familiar. Brown retreated to the edge of the swimming pool, and the vampires in the swimming pool jumped out one by one, their faces full of fear. Blade walked slowly to Wheeler's side, picked up the long sword on the ground with his foot, and grinned at Wheeler, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I think I've done something unnecessary." He didn't see a trace of fear in Wheeler's eyes. Wheeler shrugged. "Thank you anyway." Blade nodded, turning the long sword in his hand, like a hunter, slowly walked towards the swimming pool. "You can't escape." "Fight!" Brown roared and rushed towards Blade. Seeing this, the other vampires also rushed forward with crazy faces, but Brown slowed down and ran towards the secret passage in another direction. Blade grinned and rushed directly into the vampires. As his footsteps moved, the long sword was like a silver line jumping back and forth, constantly passing through the vampires. One sword, one. Simple but deadly. In less than half a minute, all the vampires were killed. The fallen vampire turned into ashes. Blade looked at the fleeing Brown and was about to chase him to kill him, but a huge black wolf blocked Brown. Whoosh! Hot flames spewed out of the black wolf's mouth and burned Brown to ashes. Seeing this scene, Blade was stunned for a moment, pulled down his sunglasses, and after revealing his eyes, he carefully looked at Murat, and said hesitantly, "Werewolf, no, just an ordinary mutant." Weller said lightly, strode towards Murat, put his hand on Murat, and his hand glowed blue. Weller said helplessly, "I'll just kill him. You use your ability, and I have to replenish your energy, but I feel uncomfortable if I don't kill him with my own hands." Murat looked aggrieved, and then looked at Weller with resentment. "Did you know that these things are not human?" Weller said seriously, "Don't disturb me, I'm strengthening you." Murat's transformation time was very short this time, and the alien energy in his body was not consumed much. It took less than half a minute for Murat to turn back into human form. Just when he was about to find something to cover himself, Weller took out a set of sportswear from his space ring and threw it over. He also handed over the mobile phone and other things that Murat had placed on the ground when he transformed. Murat took it with surprise. "You are so considerate." "We eyed." Weller's eyes twitched. He put a lot of daily necessities in the space ring, but he didn't expect to use them at this time. Blade watched this scene with interest and asked curiously, "Are you also vampire hunters?" "We are practicing, bah." "No." Weller's mouth suddenly grinned. "Someone is coming." Murat noticed that the elevator indicator light began to flash and reminded him. "Let's go." While walking towards the window, Weller raised his hand and swung out a half-moon-shaped blue energy, blasting the window blocked by the thick curtains. "Are you interested in chatting?" "I want to ask you something." Weller turned his head and looked at Blade. Blade said coldly, "Do you have any wine?" Weller smiled slightly. "Drink as much as you want." Blade grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I'll wait for you downstairs." After saying that, he jumped down from the window. Weller's eyes flashed, and he grabbed Murat and jumped down from the window. He threw out an energy rope with one hand and wrapped it around the falling Blade. A question mark appeared on Blade's face. While he was wondering, he saw a pair of blue light wings appear behind Weller, and with a slight flash, they took him up to the sky. "Dude, cool," Blade praised, but was filled with a mouthful of wind. Seeing this scene, Murat, who had closed his mouth long ago, flashed a smile in his eyes. A moment later, Weller and the two landed in an empty corner. After finding a restaurant nearby, the three of them sat in a booth in the corner. Weller said proudly, "Order whatever you want." He won a lot today. Blade was not polite. He ordered some food and wine and started eating. He had been hunting down those vampires since last night and had not had time to fill his stomach. Wheeler and Murat were drinking. After Blade slowed down his eating, Wheeler said, "Hello, you can call me Wheeler, Murat." Murat nodded to Blade. Blade pondered for a moment. "Eric Brooks, but I prefer you to call me Blade, or Daywalker," Blade said in a cold voice and took a sip of wine. Wheeler smiled when he heard the system's prompt sound that the relationship had been established. "What do you want to ask?" Blade threw a piece of fried chicken into his mouth and smiled. "I just came here not long ago. I'm not sure if I can provide you with any information." Weller groaned. "Do you know anything about super energy capsules?" "Super energy capsules," Blade suddenly realized. "So you came here for this thing." He put down the knife and fork in his hand and groaned. "Sorry, I have been chasing those vampires and didn't pay attention to the information about these things, but this thing has caused me a lot of trouble. Those vampires cannot use super energy capsules, but they're blood slaves, that is, those humans who are willing to serve vampires and become their accomplices in order to become vampires. Can use super energy capsules. So, when Blade was chasing these vampires, those blood slaves ate super energy capsules and became a problem for Blade. If you have any news about super energy capsules, you can contact me." Weller's hand flashed, took out paper and pen, and wrote down a phone number. Well, as a college student, it is also very reasonable for him to put the textbooks and paper and pen in the space ring casually, right? Murat looked at the scene in amazement. First the clothes, then the paper and pen. Did Weller go to learn magic? Blade took the paper, narrowed his eyes, and said, "What do you want to do by tracking this thing?" Weller said without hesitation, "Destroy them." Blade nodded and put the paper with a number in his jacket pocket. "Thank you for the treat." Blade stood up and yawned. "If there is any news, I will contact you. I will go back to sleep first." After saying that, he picked up the black leather windbreaker and longsword on the side and strode out of the restaurant. Murat drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and asked Weller, "Where are we going next?" "Let's look for clues." Weller paused and said helplessly, "By the way, prepare a few sets of clothes for you." Murat laughed foolishly. His transformation did waste clothes. Weller stood up, with a trace of worry in his eyes. "Vampire, super energy capsule, I hope these things are not mixed together." Willer murmured in his heart, and left the restaurant with Murat, heading to the place where street thugs gathered nearby, intending to try their luck. 2 hours later, the sky gradually darkened, but Willer and Murat had gained little. "Let's go to that bar," Willer whispered, and took Murat to the Cyclops bar. Chapter 93 Traces. Seeing the door of the bar named Giant Eyes opened, Weller and Murat looked at each other and walked into the bar. "Should we notify Logan?" Murat asked in a low voice. "No need." Weller looked at the bar where there were not many customers yet and said, "We are not doing anything. We are just looking for clues here." Murat nodded. "That's true. Even if there is anything, he believes that the two of them can handle it." The two walked into the bar, found the booth and sat down, and a waiter came over. Weller ordered some wine and casually looked around the environment in the bar. It was not much different from other bars, but there were some unique giant decorations. This may be the origin of the name of the bar. The two sipped their wine. As the sky got darker, more and more customers came to the bar, but the two became more and more disappointed. No one related to the super energy capsule transaction appeared at all. Murat couldn't help but ask, is the information wrong? This information was obtained by Kin using telepathy, so it shouldn't be wrong, but maybe something changed later, or maybe the information is incomplete. Weller frowned, and with a thought, he activated unlimited defense. There was no suspicious person. Weller stood up and turned around, but still didn't find any suspicious people. But this time, he didn't get nothing. He found a secret room. Nodding to Murat, Weller sneaked into the room. The room was not big, with only a desk. Weller frowned. Could the information really be wrong? At this moment, he heard the sound of the door lock turning. With a flash of his body, Weller appeared at the door. The moment the person outside pushed the door open and came in, Weller grabbed the other person's throat and pressed him against the wall. The next moment, a blue energy dagger appeared out of thin air in Weller's hand, pointing at the man's eyes. Hush, be quiet, Weller said softly. The man nodded, and after Weller released his throat, he breathed violently. Just now he almost thought his neck would be broken like this. Although the man was a little scared, he was relatively calm because he had encountered a lot of such things recently. Wheeler lowered his voice and said coldly, "Are you the manager of this bar?" "Yes." The man's voice was a little hoarse because his throat was injured. "You'd better not move your hand," Wheeler said lightly, and the energy dagger in his hand accurately pierced the man's hand, nailing the man's hand to the wall behind him. "Ah!" The man screamed in pain, but after feeling Wheeler's cold gaze and seeing a blue energy dagger appear in Wheeler's hand again, he closed his mouth again with pain. Wheeler reached into the man's pocket. Since he controlled the man tried to take something out of his pocket. "Is this the super energy capsule?" Wheeler looked at the thing he took out and raised his eyebrows slightly. The super energy capsule was half black and half transparent. Through the transparent half, you can see that there are golden particles rolling inside, like flames. With a thought, Wheeler put the 3 super energy capsules into the space ring and said to the man, "Now, I ask you questions." The sweaty man nodded frantically. "When will the big guy come?" The man hurriedly said, "We don't know either. This is just one of the places where he distributes super energy capsules." Wheeler frowned and said, "Are there many places like this?" "Yes." The man responded and hurriedly added, "Before sending super energy capsules to the heads of various regions, he will temporarily notify the location, so except for him, no one else knows the next place to pick up the goods. You should know a few places where he has appeared, right?" "Yes." The man nodded hurriedly and reported several place names. "Thank you for your cooperation." Wheeler thanked him politely and walked towards the door. "Oh, by the way, come out in a minute, otherwise," Wheeler pointed to the energy dagger that nailed the man's hand to the wall and smiled, "that thing will explode." The man hurriedly nodded, watched Wheeler leave, and began to curse in a low voice. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, he did not dare to move the dagger. It was obvious that this was the opponent's superpower. During this period, he had seen too many strange superpowers because of the superpower capsule. What if he moved it before the time was right, and this thing really blew him to death? It would be too unfair for him. With this thought, he was relieved and left the room until the azure dagger disappeared. At this time, Wheeler and Murat had already gone to the next location sponsored by the bar manager. An hour later, Wheeler and Murat checked the 4 locations provided by the bar manager, but found nothing. Obviously, their luck was very bad and they did not meet the big shot. Wheeler and Murat stood on the street, their expressions were a little ugly. Murat said irritably, "Do we have to start from those hooligans who took drugs on the street? If we can't find any clues, we can only start the investigation from the beginning." Wheeler was also a little helpless, and then said, "We should bring Mimi with us. Mimi's ghost cat group is very convenient for finding people. Moreover, she can communicate with other cats, and maybe get some useful information from them." Murat nodded and agreed, "That's right, Logan should be allowed to watch the fighter plane." As he said that, his face was full of envy and jealousy, as if he had eaten a lemon. "I also want to see my old lover." A sly smile appeared on the corner of Wheeler's mouth. "Are you talking about the one in the casino this morning?" Murat's eyes twitched wildly, and he strangled Wheeler's neck fiercely. "If you dare to let other people in the school know about this, I will." "You want to kill people to silence them, huh?" "I'm not that stupid." Murat smiled contemptuously and winked at Wheeler. I'll tell you the story of the vampire who killed people for love this morning. You are so cruel." "Same here," the two teased each other, and the depression in their hearts slowly dissipated. At this moment, Willer's cell phone rang. "Is it Logan? He has a conscience," Murat praised. "No, it's an unfamiliar number." Willer picked up the phone. "Willer," a voice that was a little cold but with a special rhythm sounded. "Blade." Wheeler was a little surprised and said with surprise, "Are there any clues about the super energy capsule? From your tone, it seems that you have found nothing," Blade joked, and without waiting for Wheeler to answer, he chuckled and continued, "Then my luck is better than yours. When I was tracking a vampire tonight, I came to Vampire Manor, where they were discussing the transaction of super energy capsules. I don't know if there is the person you are looking for among those people, but this should be a useful clue." Wheeler thanked. "Thank you, it's a great help. The location is on St. Mira Street in the French district." After speaking, Blade hung up the phone. Murat took out his mobile phone and searched, saying, "Not far from here, let's go." Wheeler whispered, took Murat to an empty alley, and spread his wings of light and flew into the sky. In just a moment, Wheeler arrived above the manor that Blade mentioned. It was a classic French manor. The buildings are clearly layered, with neatly trimmed green plants everywhere. The lights are like stars dotted in the manor, revealing a hint of romance. But perhaps because he knew that this was the lair of a group of vampires, Weller felt a strange and gloomy feeling. Murat said suspiciously, "Where is the Blade? He is not lying to us, he should not be that kind of person," Weller said lightly, looking at the layout of the manor, and found the Blade lying on the roof of the manor villa. Seeing the Blade waving at him, Weller smiled slightly, put away the conspicuous light wings, and fell from the sky. When he was about to land on the roof, the light wings behind Weller flashed and landed on the roof silently. Looking at this scene, the Blade was full of envy. If he had the ability to fly, it would be much easier to chase vampires. "Your ability is really convenient," he praised in a low voice, sat up from the roof, motioned to Weller and the other two to hide, and said, "You came quickly. They just went in not long ago." Weller and the other two squatted down. "Huh?" At this time, Murat frowned. "What's wrong?" Weller asked a few questions in a low voice. "I smell Logan's scent." Although Murat's sense of smell is not as good as after the transformation, it is not comparable to that of ordinary people. "Is he here to see his old lover?" Weller murmured, and he and Murat looked at each other, and both shuddered. "Logan? Your friend?" Blade asked curiously, and said regretfully, "If he didn't come with those people, then it's better to pray for him." Murat frowned and said, "That's not necessary. He won't die so easily." "No, Blade means that he was bitten by a vampire." Weller's face became solemn. "Bingo!" Blade snapped his fingers. Murat said coldly, "What are you waiting for? Go in now." Weller looked at Blade, who grinned and rolled his eyes with a cold light. "Murat, go find Logan later," Weller said to Murat. Murat nodded. Blade stopped and waved to Weller, "Follow me, go in from here, they shouldn't be able to find you." Weller nodded, and followed Blade with Murat and entered the villa from the third floor. There were not many people on the third floor, only two vampires patrolling back and forth. The three of them easily dealt with the vampires without making any sound. Murat moved his nose and said to Weller, "This is all Logan's smell. I'll look upstairs first." Weller nodded. "Be careful." "I know," Murat said, and walked to the room on the third floor, while Weller and Blade walked to the second floor. Just as they reached the corner of the stairs, they heard all kinds of unbearable sounds. On the second floor, Blade said lightly, holding the hilt behind his back. The two walked downstairs and appeared in the living room on the second floor. In an instant, everyone in the living room looked at the two. Weller quickly glanced. At this time, there were more than a dozen people in the brightly lit living room on the second floor, divided into two teams and sitting opposite each other. And on the table between them, there was a box of super energy capsules. Weller's eyes passed over the three pale vampires sitting on the sofa and fell on the mustache man surrounded by several humans opposite them. This person should be the boss of the human side of this transaction. Is he the big shot? Weller had a question in his mind, but because there was no photo of the big shot, he did not dare to confirm the other party's identity. Daywalker, the three vampires screamed, and the several vampire warriors standing behind them took out their weapons without hesitation and aimed at Weller and the other two, pouring a large number of bullets at them. Blade stepped back to avoid the bullets, but Wheeler raised his hand to create a blue energy shield to protect it. Seeing this, Several of the mustache's men immediately took out super energy capsules and stuffed them into their mouths. At the same time, a large number of footsteps came from downstairs. "I'll go left, you go right," Blade said briefly and took out his gun from his waist. Blue light bloomed in Wheeler's eyes, infecting his eyes with brilliant blue, and dots of blue energy slowly drifted out of Wheeler's body like fireflies. One-time compression, super body full power. The next second, the blue energy shield shattered, and when it swept towards the vampires like a sharp blade, the body flashed and disappeared from the spot like a blue shadow. Sizzle. The energy power fell on the vampires, leaving blood marks on them. But this little injury is nothing to the vampires who have the ability to heal themselves. At this moment, a blue shadow flashed past them, and an extremely sharp blue thread was wrapped around the necks of the vampires. The next second, Wheeler stopped moving and gently pulled the thin thread in his hand. Puff puff puff. All the vampires' heads fell down. Seeing this scene, Blade's eyes flashed with surprise. Even he had to admit that this trick was cool. "But dude, you can't steal my job," Blade complained and rushed to the stairs leading to the first floor, while Wheeler rushed to the 5 people who had eaten the super capsule. "Quick! Kill him!" the mustache shouted in fear, holding a super capsule in his hand, ready to throw it into his mouth at any time. Wheeler looked at the 5 people curiously. One arm was deformed, like an octopus tentacle. One's muscles swelled, and his strength was obviously enhanced. One's hair grew wildly, dancing behind him like a venomous snake. As for the other 2, one had flames all over his body, and the other had his fingernails turned black, like daggers, flashing with a faint green light. "They don't seem that powerful?" A thought flashed through Wheeler's mind, and he disappeared again. The next second, blue light bloomed among the 5 people, and the 5 people immediately took defensive measures. Tentacles, flames, fists, hair, and the poisonous nails all greeted Wheeler. But Wheeler just stood there and raised his eyebrows slightly. Unlimited defense. Chapter 94 Cruise. Unlimited defense. As Wheeler whispered, blue energy condensed around Wheeler, like a blue lotus made of blades, blocking the attacks of the 5 people and blooming, falling from the top of the 5 people's heads. The next moment, the blue energy disappeared, and the 5 people turned into corpses. Seeing this scene, the mustache no longer hesitated and threw the super energy capsule into his mouth. Although it was painful for him to use this ability every time, he couldn't care too much now. He bit the capsule in his mouth hard, and strange energy appeared in his body. His skin turned red and his body began to swell. Somewhat like Hulk, Wheeler murmured, and with a light flick of his arm, a blue knife appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to take the other party down, a black giant jumped down from the stairs on the 3rd floor and pounced on the giant transformed by the mustache. "Don't kill him. He has the clues we want," Wheeler shouted to Murat and looked at Logan, who rushed down from the upstairs following Murat. Logan's face was ugly at this time, with obvious anger rising in his eyes, but when he saw Wheeler, he unconsciously showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. It seemed that this was another interesting story. Wheeler whispered in his heart, and said to Logan, "On the way back, you must tell me about your romantic deeds with your old lover this time." Logan's mouth twitched, and he said to Wheeler, "Get lost." After saying that, he rushed to the stairs. In the astonished eyes of Blade, he was like a crazy beast, not dodging the enemy's attack, wielding the indestructible adamantium, and killing all the way down the stairs. "Is he okay like this?" Blade turned to Wheeler and asked. Wheeler nodded. "Don't worry, he is very tough." Blade waved the silver sword in his hand, stabbed a vampire, and put it back into the scabbard behind him. A moment later, Logan walked upstairs covered in blood. He casually tore off his shirt that was soaked in blood, and said to Wheeler, "How did you know I was here?" "Murat said you were here to save me." Wheeler smiled at Logan and said, Yes, I'm here to save you, and I'm here to find clues about the super energy capsule." Logan's face darkened. Murat, that bastard, actually lied to me." Thinking of the scene where he was so touched that he wanted to buy Murat a drink, Logan's mouth twitched wildly. Murat, that bastard, must have laughed like crazy in his heart at that time, Logan murmured, looking at Murat, who had finished the battle, and gave him a middle finger. Murat laughed with his bloody mouth wide open, and said to Logan, "Don't forget what you just said." Wheeler walked towards the transformed little mustache. At this time, the little mustache's hands and feet were bitten off by Murat, and he was lying on the ground screaming in pain. Obviously, the transformation of the little mustache, except for the enlargement of the body, the enhancement of strength and defense, is not comparable to the Hulk. Wheeler stood in front of the huge head of the mustache man and said lightly, "Can you change back?" The mustache man glanced at Wheeler, and remembered the scene where Wheeler killed his 5 men in seconds. Fear appeared in his eyes, and he nodded hurriedly. The next second, his body seemed to be deflated, and it returned to its original size from more than 3 meters high. He forced a smile and said to Wheeler, "What do you want?" "I will definitely give you what I have," Wheeler said lightly. "Are you a big shot?" I dare not in front of you." Seeing that Wheeler's eyes turned cold in an instant, he hurriedly changed his words and said, "Yes. That's what they call me. You can call me by my name, Biggie." It really happened to be the right one. "It seems that their luck is not bad," Wheeler said in a secret language, and then asked, "Super energy capsule, where did you get it from?" "Super energy capsule?" Biggie's eyes flashed with hesitation. But the next second, after seeing a blue knife in Wheeler's hand, he immediately shouted, "I got it on the Genesis cruise ship." "Cruise ship?" Wheeler raised his eyebrows and said, "The laboratory is on the cruise ship." Biggie nodded hurriedly, "Yes. All the super capsules come from there." "Where's the cruise ship?" "I don't know." "Huh? I really don't know." Biggie looked at Wheeler's cold expression and said, "Every week, the ship will stop at the port of New Orleans for 1 night, and the rest of the time it will be on the sea. I really don't know its exact location." Wheeler pondered for a moment and said, "When will Genesis appear next time?" Biggie answered without hesitation, 5 days later." 5 days is too long. Things here may be spread to that ship. Thinking of this, Wheeler said to the 3 people, "Let's leave here first." Biggie breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Wheeler said lightly, "Take him away. If he deceives us, kill him." Biggie's face froze instantly. Half an hour later, Wheeler, Logan, and Blade came to the port with Biggie. As for Murat, after Wheeler helped him restore his human form, he asked him to fly the Blackbird fighter. Wheeler took out his mobile phone and called Tony, while Wheeler took out a cigarette and handed it to Blade. "Hey, buddy, this has nothing to do with you, right?" Logan looked at Blade curiously. Blade grinned, put the cigarette in his mouth and lit it, and said leisurely, "Why not? Those super energy capsules have caused me a lot of trouble. Vampires are not difficult to deal with, and blood slaves are not difficult to deal with, but with super energy capsules. Tisk, headache." Blade exhaled a puff of blue smoke, looked at Logan up and down, and whispered, "You haven't been bitten by a vampire, have you?" "No." Logan shook his head, and a depressed look flashed across his face. "She just treated me as a living blood bag." As he said that, his eyes drifted. He found his old lover, but he didn't know that his old lover had become a vampire. He wanted to relive the old dream with her in bed, and the old lover agreed, but she made a request. She wanted to play some tricks to make it more interesting. So after Logan agreed, she blindfolded Logan, took him to the 3rd floor of the villa, tied Logan's limbs with iron chains and hung him on the wall. In the next few hours, he became a lamb to be slaughtered by her. "Wheeler, how is it?" Seeing that Wheeler hung up the phone, Logan asked. "He needs a little time." Wheeler glanced at the 2 people who were smoking, opened his mouth twice, and let out a light breath. "He hasn't smoked since he went to rec school." Wheeler looked at Biggie, who was lying on the ground with his limbs broken, and noticed that when the other party looked at him, a sinister look flashed in his eyes from time to time. He raised his eyebrows slightly and suddenly said, "You can swim, right?" "Yes," Biggie said hurriedly. "That's good." Wheeler responded, walked towards Logan and the other person, and chatted with Blade. Wheeler was still very curious about the vampires in this world, but Blade was not a good storyteller. After chatting for a while, the 3 fell silent. Biggie glanced at the 3 carefully, hatred flashed in his eyes, but even his breathing became slow. The 3 looked like they were ready to kill at any time. After a moment, the crisp ringing of a cell phone broke the silence. Wheeler picked up the phone. "Any results?" "Of course," Tony responded, yawned, and said, "I sent you the coordinates. When you come back, come and meet someone with me." "Okay," Wheeler agreed casually, and after hanging up the phone, he said to Logan and the others, "Let's go." Blade stood up, walked to Wheeler, put his hand on Wheeler's shoulder, and said, "Let's go." Wheeler raised his eyebrows and said, "It's it that will take us there." As soon as the voice fell, a black fighter plane, like a big bird, fell from the sky and appeared in front of the few people. Blade was stunned and whistled. "Cool." The hatch of the Blackbird fighter opened, and Wheeler and the other 2 quickly walked onto the fighter. Watching the fighter slowly take off, Biggie, who had been breathing carefully and trying to weaken his presence, breathed a sigh of relief. Great, whoosh. Before he finished speaking, the hatch opened. Wheeler flew down from the fighter, picked him up, and flew back onto the fighter. I almost forgot about you, Wheeler said lightly, throwing Biggie on the ground. Biggie's expression was stiff, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. Wheeler gave the coordinates to Murat, and after Murat entered the coordinates into the fighter, the Blackbird fighter quickly disappeared. On the vast ocean, a cruise ship hundreds of meters long floated quietly on the sea, like a steel giant beast quietly dormant. The Blackbird fighter cut through the night sky and flew towards the cruise ship. When it was still some distance away from the cruise ship, a figure screamed and fell from the fighter. Tisk, I thought you were soft-hearted and wanted to let him go. Blade looked at Biggie who disappeared, and glanced at Wheeler with some surprise. Weller shrugged and said, he said he could swim, so I gave him a chance, Murat added, but his hands and feet are broken. Ah, I forgot. Weller slapped his forehead in annoyance. How? Logan sneered and said, how could you forget? Your memory is so good that you can remember what you ate a week ago. Meow, meow. At this time, Mimi ran to Weller, rubbed Weller's trouser legs, jumped lightly, and lay on Weller's shoulder. Well, I'll take you this time, Weller said to Mimi, walked to the open hatch, and said to Murat, you stay on the fighter, got it, I'll pick you up at any time. Murat nodded. He was the only one who could fly the Blackbird fighter, so because of the transformation, he had better not enter the battle. The hatch opened, and Weller jumped down with Mimi, followed by Logan and Blade. A blue light flashed in the air. When the three were about to fall into the sea, Wheeler grabbed the two and flew towards the cruise ship close to the sea surface. When he landed on the cruise ship, Wheeler put away the conspicuous light wings behind him. Logan made a quiet gesture, and took care of an unlucky guard who happened to wander here. After throwing him into the sea, he nodded to Wheeler and the others. When Blade was about to move forward, Wheeler stopped Blade, shook his head, and turned to Mimi and said, find out how many enemies are on this ship and find the laboratory where they make super energy capsules. Meow, Mimi responded, and translucent ghost cats jumped out of her body and disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, Blade couldn't help but pull off his sunglasses and carefully look at Mimi in the faint moonlight. He originally thought that Mimi was just an obedient pet cat, but now this cat has superpowers? I envy you more and more, he said to Wheeler. Wheeler smiled and said to the two, wait a moment. Soon, the ghost cats appeared again and brought back the information Wheeler and the others wanted. Wheeler raised his eyebrows and said to the curious Logan and the others, Mimi said there are many people on the ship. It is a trap set for attackers. There are dozens of people protecting the laboratory, no wonder there are not many people on the deck. They are all on the ship? Logan and Blade's eyes flashed with realization. As long as these people take a superpower capsule, they will get their superpowers and the danger level will rise sharply. There are almost 300 enemies on this ship, Wheeler added. If they dive in, Logan and Blade will be shocked. Meow, Mimi nodded affirmatively. Logan asked quietly, are you sure the super energy capsule laboratory is on this ship? There is a laboratory here. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a super energy laboratory, Wheeler nodded and said, in addition to the laboratory, there is also a warehouse here, which stores a lot of super energy capsules. In addition, there is also a super energy capsule production line. From this point of view, this should be the production base of super energy capsules. Logan breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Wheeler smiled. The key is that Mimi's ghost cat found a person. Logan couldn't help asking, who? Dr. Garner, who is in charge of the 007 project. Wheeler touched Mimi's head. When the ghost cat arrived near the laboratory, Mimi shared a ghost cat's vision with Wheeler through mind sharing. Because he had specially memorized Dr. Garner's appearance before, Wheeler recognized the other party at a glance. Blade said in surprise, isn't your cat too smart? He wanted to have such a pet more and more. Logan said in a deep voice, what should we do next? Ask the school for help. Although he is a reckless man, he is not a fool. The enemy is 300 superpowers. No need. Wheeler raised the corner of his mouth, and a cold breath gradually spread. Logan's eyes narrowed, as if he guessed Wheeler's thoughts, and then he took a breath of cold air. You don't want to. Yes, that's what you think. Wheeler's smile became brighter and brighter, and his eyes flashed with expectation. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Looking at Wheeler's expression, Logan screamed, damn it. You lunatic. Send us to the Blackbird. What do you mean? Blade was full of confusion, not understanding why Logan suddenly wanted to leave. "You will know in a while," Logan said quickly, and looked at Wheeler worriedly. "Are you sure it's okay?" "No problem, just give me enough time." Wheeler smiled faintly, and jumped off the boat with the two. In order to avoid being discovered, Wheeler took the two people and flew a distance close to the sea surface before sending them to the Blackbird fighter. Then, Wheeler flew down alone again. Now, it's time to work. Chapter 95 Peace. Weller stood alone on the cruise ship, hiding in a hidden corner. After all, it would be best not to be interrupted by others for what he was going to do next. He sat on the deck, gently pressing the deck of the cruise ship with both hands, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. The next second, blue energy was injected into the cruise ship below him. Although he has been using energy to strengthen his body and fighting with energy weapons and the like, don't forget another basic function of his ability. That is to inject energy into objects and then turn them into bombs that can be detonated by him at any time. What he has to do now is to turn this cruise ship into a bomb. "You set a trap to deal with the invaders?" "Huh? I will even destroy the place where you set the trap." This is Weller's simple idea. As time passed, the alien energy contained in the cruise ship became more and more. Even Weller couldn't help swallowing his saliva. How powerful will this explosion be? A hint of madness flashed in Weller's eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes soon, more than 10 minutes passed. Weller has never infused so much energy into an object for such a long time. As for Murat, although it took a lot of time for Weller to strengthen him each time, it was not because of the large amount of energy he infused, but because it required delicate and careful operation, so he infused it very carefully each time, strengthening it a little bit, so it took a lot of time. But for this cruise ship, it was different. Weller could infuse energy as fast as he could, without any control. Weller stopped infusing energy, stretched his body and stood up from the deck. Now, he only needed a thought to make the cruise ship explode instantly. At this moment, a guard on the ship discovered Weller's presence, pressed the alarm, and immediately rushed towards Weller. Weller waved his hand to him, jumped back, and a pair of light wings appeared behind him, allowing him to float on the edge of the cruise ship. Seeing this, the guard did not hesitate at all and immediately threw a super energy capsule into his mouth. The next moment, his eyes lit up, and two golden lights shot towards Weller. Weller easily avoided it, and when a large number of guards appeared, he left a faint blue trail and disappeared on the spot. The guard cursed and said something loudly to the people around him. At this time, they found that the cruise ship under their feet was emitting a dangerous blue light. They were full of doubts, but some people seemed to have thought of something. After eating a super energy capsule with a pale face, they jumped into the sea without hesitation. As the guards rioted, the alarm sounded in the entire cruise ship, and it was completely chaotic. At the same time, Weller had already flown high into the sky and reached the limit distance where he could control the energy explosion. The Blackbird fighter flew to Weller, but Weller made a gesture to Murat in the fighter to fly farther. Murat nodded and pulled away from the cruise ship. Weller looked at the chaotic cruise ship under his feet, and looked at the cruise ship that was covered by blue light because of the decrease in the control of the energy, and whispered, "Goodbye, Pop." As Weller snapped his fingers, time seemed to stop for a moment. The next moment, the cruise ship exploded. It was like a blue sun appeared on the sea, igniting the dark night and turning the sky and earth here into pure blue. The seawater below the cruise ship sank instantly, and then a large amount of seawater rushed up into the sky, and waves hundreds of meters higher rushed around with the violent shock waves. The night suddenly brightened, the wind was raging, and the sea was boiling. The three people on the fighter plane stabilized the Blackbird and fought, looking at the doomsday scene below with their mouths wide open. What is this? Blade's eyes were stunned for a moment. At this moment, he had an intuitive understanding of Wheeler's destructive power. Murat swallowed his saliva and couldn't help saying, "Pervert." It was the first time he saw Wheeler detonate such a big thing. Weller is called an Omega-level mutant by Professor X. Logan lit a cigarette for himself, took a puff slowly, and his lips trembled slightly. At this time, Murat suddenly said, "If Wheeler picked a tall enough building in a city to do this." The three thought about the scene and shuddered. "It's terrible." "I remember," Logan said slowly with a look of reminiscence on his face. Weller said that if he was given enough time, he could blow up the entire Earth. At that time, he thought Wheeler was joking, but now I will never make Wheeler angry again, Murat said firmly. Logan coughed lightly and glanced at Murat. "Will you make Wheeler angry? You are a famous Wheeler licker in this school, huh?" Murat glanced at Logan and snorted, I am proud, I am proud. If you are not convinced, come on. Logan immediately closed his mouth and gave Murat a thumbs up. At this moment, Wheeler flew to the front of the Blackbird fighter and pointed at the cabin door to Murat. Murat immediately showed a flattering smile and opened the cabin door. Wheeler flew into the fighter plane, hugged Mimi who rushed towards him, and said to the three people, it's done, let's go back, huh? Noticing the three people's eyes that looked like they were looking at a stranger, Wheeler smiled and said, why are you looking at me like that, Wheeler? I am really lucky for this world. Logan looked at Wheeler with a complicated look. If Wheeler was a crazy person, a criminal, this world would be over. Haha, Wheeler smiled, you are exaggerating. I don't think it's exaggerating, Blade sighed. I have a new understanding of the power of you mutants. At this moment, Murat smiled and said, let's go, the matter is solved. We can go back, Wheeler reminded, send Blade to Orleans first. I know, Murat responded and flew the Blackbird fighter plane towards Orleans. A moment later, after Blade left his contact information, the Blackbird fighter plane flew towards the direction of School X. Blade sighed as he watched the Blackbird fighter plane disappear. He said he was going to help tonight, but it turned out that he was going to expand his worldview. This guy will definitely change the world in the future, Blade murmured and disappeared into the night. At the same time, the atmosphere on the Blackbird fighter was very relaxed. The mission was perfectly solved in less than a day, and they were so happy. But with a question from Wheeler, the fighter fell into silence. Logan, what happened to you? How did you get caught by a vampire? Is your old lover a vampire? Wheeler was extremely curious. Logan smiled awkwardly, there's nothing to say, I was deceived. Looking at Logan's expression, Wheeler became more curious. I know the result, I want to know the process. Logan pretended not to hear. Leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Wheeler looked at Murat who was grinning, and said, you seem to know something. Murat chuckled, I'm Murat. Drink. 2 meals, Logan shouted hurriedly. Murat shrugged and said to Wheeler, how about you increase it to 3 meals? No. Wheeler shook his head and said to Murat, if you treat me 3 meals, I will consider it. Huh? Murat thought he had heard wrong. I treat you, you are dreaming. Oh, Wheeler sighed regretfully and said to Logan, do you know? When you disappeared in the afternoon, Murat and I went to the casino, and, shit. Shut up, Murat said anxiously. When I saw Logan, he was naked, and his limbs were locked and hanging on the wall. Fuck. You actually betrayed me. Logan glared at Murat with a red face, and said to Wheeler viciously, tell me. What happened after you went to the casino? Don't say. I'll treat you 3 meals, not 4, I'll 5 meals, I'll take a week, a month, fuck. Is it necessary? Of course. Looking at the two people who kept increasing the stakes, only Wheeler achieved the achievement of benefiting. The next day. X school, Professor X's office. Because he came back very late last night, Wheeler came to see the professor after a night's rest to report the progress of the task. When he arrived at the office, he found that Logan and Murat were already in Professor X's office. Good morning, Wheeler greeted the two and pulled out a chair to sit down. Without waiting for Wheeler to speak, Professor X said, I already know the process of the mission. Wheeler nodded and said to the professor, today, I have to go out with Murat. In order to solve the extremis virus in his body, he may need to stay outside for a few days. Professor X nodded, and suddenly said, thank you for your hard work. Wheeler smiled faintly and said, Professor, has the 007 project been completely resolved? I'll let Jean continue to pay attention, Professor X said faintly, but even if the source is dealt with, the impact of those super energy capsules that have flowed into the market will continue for some time. Wheeler nodded, and suddenly said, Professor, are there any clues about the other numbered projects? Professor X pondered for a moment and said, a few years ago, Magneto's Brotherhood seemed to have dealt with a similar incident, which may be related to the numbered project. I will investigate it during this time. After a pause, Professor X said, for the project numbered 006, SHIELD seems to have clues, but, he frowned, I'm afraid they have set their sights on that project. According to Stryker's notes, Project 006 seems to be about awakening superpowers for ordinary people, similar to Project 007, but different in that the awakened superpowers of Project 006 are permanent. As for more information, there is no record in the notes. Wheeler pondered for a moment and said, if there is any clue, the professor must tell me. Professor X nodded. Stryker's 007 and Dr. Garner's 007 are both related to the military and the government. Do you think 006 is also related to them? How about investigating from the military and the government? Suddenly, Logan made a suggestion. Professor X looked at Logan with relief. You have grown up, Logan. Logan grinned. I just don't like them and want to cause them some trouble, but it's a very good suggestion, Professor X praised and said to Wheeler. The performance of X Factor has been very good during this period, and John's backup team is also good. Really? Wheeler was a little surprised. Professor X nodded. John has changed a lot during this period. Perhaps this is the power of idols. Professor X looked at Wheeler gently, with undisguised admiration on his face. Wheeler flattered. Then is there a reward? Professor X said seriously. Yes. Of course, Wheeler said with some surprise. Really? Are you happy to be rewarded with a team of newcomers? Professor X winked at Wheeler, as if you had made a fortune. Wheeler stood up expressionlessly and said to Murat, let's go. We can't stay here anymore. Oh, Murat responded, followed Wheeler outside, and said fiercely, do you want me to set this place on fire? Wheeler said coldly, burn. Burn all those dirty things, Weller? Who are you talking about? Professor X said faintly, looking at Wheeler gently. Wheeler paused, turned back and said coldly, of course I'm talking about Logan. Logan. Wheeler and Murat left the school and came to the unfinished Stark building in Manhattan. Ding ding. As soon as the two appeared, a silver car drove up to them. The car window rolled down, and Happy, who was driving, smiled at Wheeler and the others. Weller, Murat, long time no see. Long time no see. Happy. Wheeler nodded to Happy. Tony, who was sitting in the back seat, pulled his sunglasses down and nodded to the two of them. Get in the car. After Wheeler and the others got in the car, Tony pointed to the Stark building under construction in front of them and said proudly, how is it? Isn't it spectacular? His goal is to make the Stark building a new landmark building. Wheeler and Murat looked at each other. Murat couldn't help but complain, why does this thing look like a boot? Ha ha ha. Wheeler laughed without giving face, and Happy also shook his shoulders. Tony's mouth twitched, and he said coldly, don't even think about the extraneous virus. Murat muttered, why can't you tell the truth now? Tony's forehead was jumping wildly, and he suddenly had the urge to tear down the building and rebuild it. Ahem. Wheeler coughed lightly, changed the subject, and said, how did you build this building so quickly? Tony raised his eyebrows, because I changed the Chinese engineering team. They are really crazy. What others can only finish in 2 months, they finished in less than a month, Tony added with a face full of amazement. Wheeler was stunned for a moment, and smiled. Of course. By the way, didn't you ask me to go with you to meet someone? Tony nodded. I almost forgot the business. Then, he said reluctantly, come with me to see Ross. Ross? Seeing Wheeler's puzzled face, Tony said helplessly, about the Avengers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Time Flies. The Avengers Plan. Although this plan was proposed by Nick Fury, it needs to be approved by the Security Council. General Ross is a member of the Security Council. The reason why Wheeler came to see Ross is because General Ross wants to stuff the Abomination into the Avengers. At this point, Tony said unhappily, this matter was originally Coulson's, but Coulson couldn't refuse it himself, so he threw it to me and ran to the desert. Tony is not a negotiator, especially when negotiating with the military. Needless to say, Wheeler knows that S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to let Tony interfere in this matter. Coulson goes to the desert. Wheeler was slightly startled, and a guess came to his mind. Yes, I heard that a magical hammer appeared there, and Nick Fury asked him to take a scientific research team there. Tony shrugged. Thor's hammer. A name appeared in Wheeler's mind. So, Thor has been exiled? At this moment, Wheeler has the urge to fly over and establish a new relationship. Boss, we're here. At this time, Happy parked the car on the side of the road and said to Tony. Wheeler took a look and said speechlessly, coffee shop? You and Ross chose to meet here. Correction. Tony raised a finger and shook it twice, saying, it's my choice, not his. Tony got out of the car and shook his head at Wheeler, who didn't even move his butt. Let's go. Didn't you say you would go with me? Who knew you were going to meet the military? Wheeler frowned and joked, I don't like them. Aren't you afraid that I can't help but kill him? He didn't want to meet Ross and establish a relationship of hatred because of something he hated, and add another source of event points that couldn't be easily killed. So, facing Tony's invitation, he closed the car door without hesitation and said to Tony, "Hurry up." Tony's mouth twitched and he muttered, "Don't even think about asking me for help next time." Weller smiled faintly, and after watching Tony walk into the coffee shop, he said with a smile, "Happy, how about we make a bet? $100 to guess how long Tony will come out." Happy said without hesitation, "I bet 10 minutes." Murat thought for a moment. 15 minutes, Weller said faintly. 5 minutes. After the words fell, the three of them stared at the door of the coffee shop. A moment later, when Tony appeared, Weller looked at the time and smiled. 6 minutes and 17 seconds. "I won." I really overestimated his patience." Happy complained about his boss and handed $100 to Weller. Murat threw the money to Weller. Sure enough, gambling is not a good thing. After what happened yesterday and now, he has a deep understanding of this. Tony opened the car door, sat in the back seat and let out a long breath. He loosened his tie a little and snorted, "I hate talking to this kind of people the most. They always give orders." "Who are they ordering?" He glanced at Wheeler and the other two, and saw that they had different expressions. He asked curiously, "What's wrong with you, boss?" "You're too fast," Happy wailed. Tony's face darkened. "Fast? You're fast," Happy hurriedly explained. "I'm not talking about your fastness, I'm talking about your fastness." Haha. Wheeler and Murat laughed out loud. Wheeler shook the banknotes in his hand and said to Tony, "Thanks to you, I won some money. I'll treat you to a hamburger." Tony nodded and looked at Happy with disdain. "Learn from you." Happy wanted to cry but had no tears. That was his money. 2 hours later, Wheeler and the others had lunch and followed Tony to his laboratory in New York. Here, Tony will solve the problem of Murat's desperate virus. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Jarvis' voice rang out. "Mr. Brian, nice to see you again." "Thanks, Jarvis," Wheeler responded with a smile, and suddenly saw a familiar figure in the laboratory. "Stupid," Wheeler greeted him, grabbed the mechanical arm of Stupid, and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Why are you running? It's a miracle that you were not blown up." Stupid shook his head. Tony glanced at Wheeler and said, "Can you please stop bullying it? Stupid will hold a grudge. Wait until I change its body. If it bites you, don't ask why. Change the body." Wheeler let go of Stupid and asked with interest, "What body?" "Like Mimi," Tony said casually and opened the information of the extremis virus. Weller said in surprise, "Robot pet." "Yes, it won't shed hair, and doesn't need to be fed. If you install a reactor or something, it can move for a long time." Tony looked up and laughed proudly. "How is it? Is it much better than your Mimi?" "Huh." Weller sneered, "Mimi is very smart. I can improve Benben's computing power. Mimi has the ability to mutate. Benben can load weapons." Murat looked at the two and shook his head helplessly. "You are so boring." Weller laughed softly, but Tony waved to Murat and said, "Come here, let's check your blood first to see the status of the extremis virus in your body." Murat nodded. While doing the examination, Tony said, "I don't do much research on biology. Although I have complete research data on the extremis virus, it may not be able to help you solve the current problem, I know, but thank you anyway." Murat thanked him. Next, Tony conducted a series of examinations for Murat and got a result that made Murat relieved. "It's a bit troublesome, but it can be solved." 3 days later, Tony solved the problem of the extremis virus in Murat's body, allowing the extremis virus and Murat to merge perfectly. This not only enhanced Murat's strength, but also allowed Murat to use the power of the extremis virus to fight without changing his form. After the transformation, Murat's strength soared. This result was perfect, and Murat was extremely happy. And Wheeler finally said goodbye to his identity as a charging station. Saying goodbye to Tony, Wheeler and Murat returned to school. And Tony was busy with the Stark Expo. The Stark Expo will last for a year, although because of Ivan Vanko's incident, the opening of the Stark Expo became a joke. But with the Morning Whip Legion incident, Tony became a hero who saved the city, and the Stark Expo rebounded and became a grand event of science and technology, and Tony became the darling of the news again. As for Wheeler, after returning to school with Murat and learning from Callison that Thor's hammer had disappeared, he could only express regret for missing an opportunity to build a relationship. Time flies. Weller spent more than 5 months of leisure time. In these 5 months, The steadily growing relationship and the continuous accumulation of world points every day made Wheeler more and more satisfied with his current life. Current world points: 95,905. World point growth rate: 555/day. World point source: 25. As the relationship with Tony broke through to the next stage, Bobby and Katie also broke through to the close friend stage. And the speed of world points provided reached 50/day. Of course, in addition to these three people, the relationship of others also broke through, making Wheeler's world point growth rate reach an exaggerated level of 555/day in one fell swoop. But Wheeler did not use any world points. Because 3 months ago, a higher level fruit was refreshed on the world tree, a fruit that sparkled like a diamond. Current fruit: 70, diamond 1, gold 15, silver 22, bronze 32. Used: 15. Diamond fruit. This is a fruit that makes Wheeler salivate, and in order to make it mature, the required world points are as high as 50,000. Of course, this number is terrifying, but Wheeler still has to grit his teeth and persevere, and even save a lot more, so that Wheeler can have enough world points to use other fruits as a cushion before ripening the diamond fruit. Looking at the fruits hanging on the world tree, Wheeler's face is full of desire. After completing this mission, he will go to ripen the fruits when he returns to school. Wait, why does it feel like I'm setting a bad flag? Wheeler muttered to the Colossus who was driving. Are we almost there? It's still 48 kilometers to the destination. Colossus gave Wheeler a very prepared answer. Wheeler nodded and thought of his mission this time. A woman who awakened her mutant ability and killed her husband fled to a remote town after breaking through the police's siege. And their mission this time is to catch this female mutant. In the past few months, whether it is X-Factor, X-Men, or John's X-Chosen team, they have carried out many tasks, expanded the influence of X-School in mutants, and made many people have a slightly improved impression of mutants, while having their own fan groups. After Hank became the Minister of Mutant Affairs and the first mutant congressman, he was also actively promoting mutant affairs, hoping that both sides could understand and tolerate each other. Although the results were minimal, there would be a little change every day, which made Hank and other people in the school full of hope. In addition to the X-School in action, Magneto also led his brotherhood to attack a base, rescued many persecuted mutants, and made him famous again. Speaking of Magneto, Wheeler suddenly remembered the 004 project. According to the school's investigation, this project was accidentally solved by Magneto several years ago, which saved Wheeler a lot of effort. In addition, the 006 project, which was originally in sight, disappeared. Obviously, this project was deliberately hidden. 004, 005, 007, all have been solved. 006 is hidden, and he is called the 003 project. If you count it this way, more than half of these projects have been solved. Thinking of this, Wheeler smiled. Half an hour later we are here, Peter said, and parked the car next to a restaurant in the town. Wheeler looked at the restaurant next to him and said, "Is it in here?" "Yes," Peter responded, "it's in this restaurant." This town is located in the suburbs of New York. It is a town that takes tourism as its main project. Because it was developed not long ago, there are not many people in the town. Wheeler and Peter got out of the car and walked into the restaurant like ordinary tourists. As soon as they entered the restaurant, the two recognized their target at a glance based on the information they got from the police. A waitress was serving guests. The two looked at each other and found a seat to sit down. At this time, their target came over, smiled at the two, and asked, "Are you two? What do you want to eat?" Wheeler and Peter ordered some food, and the woman wrote it down and walked to the kitchen. Looking at the woman's back, Peter said slowly, "It looks different from what the police described." "Huh." Wheeler chuckled, "Their descriptions of mutants are generally dangerous, and they suggest using weapons at any time." Peter fell silent. Wheeler was telling the truth, and he really didn't like this irresponsible advice. A few minutes later, the woman brought food to the two of them. When she was about to leave, Wheeler smiled and said, "Marina, can you talk to us?" The smile on Marina's face disappeared, and a look of vigilance appeared in her eyes. Her name here is Lena. Her muscles were tense, ready to use her abilities at any time. "Don't be nervous." Wheeler smiled at her, and a blue light appeared at his fingertips. "I'm just like you, not one of those policemen who can't tell right from wrong," Wheeler said lightly, and his palm shook lightly, and the blue light at his fingertips disappeared. Marina breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably. Since she awakened her mutant ability and became a mutant, she felt that the world had changed. It became strange and full of hostility. Marina smiled bitterly and said, "You are here because of my husband's death?" "Yes," Peter nodded solemnly. "Can you tell us what happened?" Weller pushed the juice he had just ordered in front of Marina and said, "Please sit down." Marina whispered a thank you and sat next to Weller. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly said, "My husband's death has nothing to do with me. My ability was awakened after his death." "Please continue. How did he die?" Peter took out a piece of paper and a pen and wrote down all of Marina's words. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Marina's face, and she said sadly, "You know, he is much older than me, so in order to satisfy me, he said that day that he wanted to play some new tricks with me." Weller's mouth twitched. "No, he didn't know." "New tricks? Can you tell me more specifically?" Peter looked at Marina seriously, writing on the paper with a pen, recording non-stop. Marina blushed and said, "He tied me to the bedside, took a pill, and said he wanted to play a role-playing game, but not long after he took the pill, he fell to the ground and died. Sudden illness due to excessive excitement?" "Your ability was awakened after his death?" Peter asked again. Marina nodded and said, "I was starving there for a day, and just when I thought I was going to die, my ability suddenly awakened." As she spoke, she demonstrated her ability to Weller and the others. Her arms twisted twice as if they had no bones, and some scales appeared on them. Chapter 97 Legendary Enhancement. Transformation type abilities. A strong desire to survive caused her mutation, Peter whispered, and after noting down his guess, he politely said, "Please continue." Marina continued, "I used my ability to break free from the restraints, and then called the police." Wheeler raised his eyebrows and said, "If that's the case, it would be easy to get the results as long as an autopsy is performed, right?" "I think so too. I told the police that too, but," Marina smiled bitterly, "when the police came, they saw that I was a mutant, so they insisted that I killed my husband and shot me, so I had to run away." At this point, Mary sobbed softly. "Why do you treat me like this? Just because I awakened this damn mutant ability and became a mutant?" "Hey, Marina," Wheeler said seriously, "if you hadn't awakened your mutant ability, maybe you would have died there. You shouldn't deny your identity as a mutant because of the injustice you encountered." Marina wiped her tears. "But what should I do?" Wheeler said in a deep voice. "Don't worry, if you are innocent, we will clear your name." Peter put away the paper and pen. "The premise is that you go back with us," Marina said worriedly. "Go back? Those policemen, we will let them collect evidence normally and perform an autopsy on your husband." Wheeler looked at each other seriously and said solemnly, "I promise." Marina nodded hesitantly. "If that's the case, I'm willing to give it a try." She didn't want to live her whole life with the reputation of a criminal. In the evening, after Wheeler and Peter solved Marina's problem, they finally returned to school. Things were simpler than expected. After Marina escaped, the police performed an autopsy on her husband's body. Logically speaking, Marina no longer had any suspicion, but the police accused Marina of assaulting a police officer. And all this was just because Marina was a mutant. Wheeler sighed and pressed his head with a headache. During this period of time, he handled a lot of mutant incidents, and many of these incidents caused tragedies due to hatred, prejudice, differential treatment, and even bullying. After all, even an ordinary person, in an environment of long-term humiliation and oppression, will do irrational things due to emotional explosions, not to mention mutants who have mastered various abilities. Of course, there are also many mutants who have awakened their mutant abilities and magnified their evil thoughts, and thus did bad things and hurt others. And it is precisely because of this and such problems that the gap in conflict between mutants and humans will become more and more serious. Weller pressed his forehead inside, temporarily letting go of the chaotic thoughts in his mind and entering the system space. When he saw his current world point and the diamond fruit swaying on the tree, he immediately became nervous and excited. Current world point. 95,905. First open a golden fruit to test the water. With a thought, the world point quickly disappeared, and a golden fruit fell from the tree. Weller grabbed it, and the moment he opened his eyes and emerged from the system space, he also had a golden fruit in his hand. With a gentle pinch, the fruit shattered, and the golden light instantly dyed everything in the room golden. The next moment, a ball of light appeared in Weller's hand. Advanced self-healing. Weller was surprised. He actually opened the advanced level directly? Originally, He was still wondering when he could open the intermediate self-healing. Now it seems that his heart was small. With a thought, the light ball representing the self-healing ability disappeared. But then, Weller felt his body boiling. It was his evolutionary ability. Weller was a little nervous. I hope that my last guess, that the self-healing ability comes from the system, will trigger a counter-attack from the world tree. After a few seconds, his body returned to calm. Weller groaned, a look of surprise on his face. The self-healing ability has not changed, but the healing effect of his alien energy has been enhanced. Great! Wheeler exclaimed in a low voice. Although the infinitely evolving mutants have strong abilities, the direction of evolution is unknown, and what abilities they evolve depends entirely on luck. But if it is an ability provided by the system, because of the system, the evolution seems to have a direction. That is, while retaining the abilities provided by the system, it will be based on his current ability, that is, mastering the alien energy, to enhance it. So now Wheeler's eyes instantly turned blue, and a large amount of alien energy was injected into his body. Super body full power. Wheeler shouted in a low voice, and the blue energy strengthened his body, and even a large amount of energy overflowed from his body, as if a ball of blue energy flame enveloped him. Wheeler looked at his hands, feeling the power at the moment, and the surprise on his face was as real as substance. Although there is no opponent as a reference, his current physical strength is several times that of his previous super body state. In other words, it is more than 20 times that of his previous super body state. It's just that this image now Wheeler picked up and walked to the bathroom door to look at the mirror, and his eyes twitched slightly. He's almost a Saiyan. Wheeler complained and released the super body state. The next moment, a blue light appeared at the tip of Wheeler's finger, and he gently scratched his palm, creating a cut. But the blood didn't have time to flow out, and the wound healed as if it had never happened. Seeing this, Wheeler smiled with satisfaction. It was worth it to open this golden fruit today. Wheeler's expression froze, and he suddenly said, "Damn, my luck for today won't run out, will it?" After saying this, he nervously ripened 2 golden fruits. The next moment, he held a golden fruit in each hand and crushed them. Snap! The golden light scattered, and 2 balls of light appeared in his hands. Wheeler felt it nervously and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not too exaggerated. Relationship card. It can adjust the relationship between the user and the user. The effect of use varies according to the strength gap between the 2 parties. Heart of the Berserker. Every time you are injured, you can increase your strength and speed. The more serious the injury, the greater the increase. The amplification effect can be stacked, and the effect lasts until the end of the battle. Wheeler's expression moved, and he put the relationship card into the space ring. Heart of the Berserker. Wheeler groaned, and instantly thought of Logan. This thing and Logan are the most perfect combination. Of course, he can also use this thing, but that kind of self-mutilation fighting method is not suitable for him. After all, he has a super body. As the number of energy compressions increases, his physical strength will also increase in all aspects. For such a long time, I haven't given him anything. Wheeler murmured, and put the Berserker's heart into the space ring. But what excuse could he make? Forget it. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Wheeler shook his head and focused his attention on the diamond fruit. As the 3 golden fruits were ripened, he only had 50,905 world points left. All in all, it was just enough for him to ripen the last diamond fruit. I hope it can give me what I need, Wheeler murmured, and threw the world point in. The next second, the world tree glowed green, and the dazzling diamond fruit slowly fell. Wheeler grabbed the fruit. Opening his eyes, Wheeler looked at the diamond fruit in his hand, and he was actually a little nervous. Taking a deep breath, Wheeler crushed it. Snap! The dazzling diamond-colored light radiated from Wheeler's palm, and when he opened his hand, the dazzling light instantly occupied the entire room. Strangely, the light was not dazzling. Great! Wheeler cheered. Control of one's own energy, advanced. This is what he wanted most. Without any hesitation, before the diamond light faded, Wheeler absorbed the ball of light in his palm. The next moment, Wheeler felt that his control over the alien energy had achieved a qualitative change. Control of one's own energy, advanced, energy compression techniques, plus the newly opened advanced self-healing. Wheeler's eyes were filled with excitement, even madness. Compress energy. Before, he could only compress energy once, but now, once. Twice. Until 5 times. Wheeler compressed energy a total of 5 times. There is no doubt that the alien energy is the core of his current ability. To put it in a metaphor, the alien energy is his engine, his arc reactor. And now, the alien energy as the core can be compressed 5 times. What will the alien energy compressed 5 times look like? Wheeler's mind moved, and blue energy appeared at his fingertips. That bit of energy was extremely deep blue, full of an extremely dangerous feeling. The power has been exaggeratedly improved. Wheeler looked at the fist-sized blue energy ball at his fingertips, resisted the urge to launch it, and let it dissipate. If the energy had not been compressed, the fist-sized energy ball could only blast a hole in the wall of his dormitory, but after being compressed 5 times, the energy ball of the same size could blow his dormitory and even everything within a few meters around it to pieces. It seems that he has to pay attention to the number of times the energy is compressed in future battles. Wheeler sighed, but his face was full of a Versailles smile. The number of compressions is just a manifestation of the high level of control over one's own energy. In addition, the speed of condensing energy and the speed of injecting energy into objects have also been qualitatively improved. Before, he spent more than 10 minutes injecting energy to turn the cruise ship into a powerful bomb, but now Wheeler estimated that it would only take about 2 minutes. So, after his self-healing ability is enhanced, his already exaggeratedly improved super body state, if he uses the energy compressed 5 times to stimulate it, what will be the effect? Just thinking about it made Wheeler excited. I have to try it. Wheeler whispered and walked out of the dormitory. Although it was night, he couldn't wait any longer. Wheeler? Where are you going? Wheeler just opened the door and saw Logan, who was about to return to the dormitory. Without waiting for Wheeler to answer, Logan's face showed a teasing smile. Yo, you've got it. That girl? Is it a formal relationship? Or, no? Wheeler shook his head and walked out. Hey. I don't believe it. Logan stopped Wheeler, pinched his chin and looked at him, muttering, you look like you can't help it and want to do something. Wheeler's mouth twitched, and he grabbed Logan and said, it's just right that we are short of a sandbag. Sandbag? A question mark appeared on Logan's head. When he came to his senses and was about to refuse, he was already outside the castle of School X. It would be better to leave the school because all the children in the school were asleep. A thought flashed through Wheeler's mind, and he was about to subconsciously condense energy wings. Wait? Wheeler frowned. The existence of energy wings is because he does not have enough control over energy to assist him in flying. But now he has enough control over energy. A smile appeared at the corner of Wheeler's mouth, and bits of blue energy floated out from his body. In Logan's astonished eyes, Wheeler slowly floated up. No, where are your wings? Can you fly without wings? Logan asked in surprise. Not needed now, Wheeler smiled faintly, and with a thought, the blue energy floated towards Logan. The next moment, Logan also floated up. What's the matter? Logan looked at Wheeler in shock. Although he couldn't control himself to fly there, it felt much better now than when Wheeler carried him to fly before. Wheeler said happily, I have a new understanding of the control of energy. After that, Wheeler took Logan and flew up and disappeared in the school. Flying in the air, Wheeler's speed was getting faster and faster. The energy began to compress, once, twice. Every time it was compressed, his flying speed would skyrocket. When it was compressed to 5 times, he was like a blue meteor, cutting through the entire night sky. A moment later, Wheeler came to an empty space with no one, and fell from the air with satisfaction. Let's try it here. Wheeler smiled lightly and looked back at Logan. His expression froze. Logan was staring at Wheeler with murderous eyes at this time. At this time, his hair stood up on his head like a broom, his saliva and snot flew all over his face, and his blood vessels were bulging all over his body. Wheeler smiled embarrassedly. Well, I didn't mean it. He was flying so happily that he forgot about Logan. Logan sneered at Wheeler, pressed down his hair, and when he found that it could not be restored to its original state at all, he wiped his face and slowly extended his adamantium claws. Don't you want a sandbag? Come on, he roared and pounced on Wheeler. You actually moved your claws? Do you want to do this? Wheeler cried out. Blue light bloomed in his eyes, and he instantly entered the full power state of the super body. The blue energy wrapped him like a jumping flame. Wheeler took a step and opened the distance between him and Logan at an extremely fast speed. Logan stood in place and spat fiercely. You run much faster than before. Wheeler stopped and reminded Logan, be careful. As soon as the voice fell, Wheeler flashed and rushed towards Logan at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Logan just crossed his claws and blocked them in front of his chest. Boom. Wheeler's fist, which was wrapped in energy, hit the back of Logan's claws. Ling. With a crisp sound, Logan's eyes suddenly widened, his feet rubbed the ground, and he flew backwards. When did Wheeler have so much strength? What kind of game is this? Chapter 98 Gift Curse. Logan flew backwards, and before his legs landed, the excited Wheeler rushed up again. Energy compressed once. Wheeler's eyes flashed, and he caught up with Logan and punched him again. You want me to die? Logan whispered, and used his claws to block in front of him again. Dang! With a bang, the blue energy flew out, and Logan, who had not yet landed, turned into a cannonball and flew out. Logan's back rubbed against the ground, leaving a gully, and the raised oil piled up a mound behind him. Wheeler, you are such a bastard, you don't hold back any strength, Logan cursed, but saw Wheeler rushing towards him again. One step forward. Boom. A shallow pit appeared on the ground. Wheeler jumped up, and the blue figure suddenly descended and hit the ground. Secondary compression, super body full power. Wheeler shouted in his heart, and his fist fell hard on the ground. Boom. A big pit appeared, and dust flew up. But the blue figure leaped up again and slammed into the ground. 3 compressions. Boom. 4 times. 5 times. With a terrifying momentum, Wheeler fell towards Logan in front of his horrified eyes. Fuck. Boom. The ground shook, and the dust was swept around by the wind, and a bowl-shaped pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared more than 10 meters behind Logan. Logan looked back, his mouth unconsciously widened, and slowly squeezed out a word from his throat. Awesome. He looked at Wheeler, who fell from the air, strode up, and asked, You want to kill me, right? Wheeler smiled faintly. How is it possible, after the super body was compressed 5 times at full power, combined with the melee skills he had obtained before, this punch was explosive? Wheeler murmured, his eyes full of surprise. If this punch was accompanied by energy and detonated when it came into contact, Wheeler was a little excited just thinking about the effect. What's going on? Logan looked at Wheeler in surprise. Have you developed your abilities to this extent? This is the Omega level. Logan sighed in his heart. Wait a minute, Wheeler said to Logan, his eyes flashing with blue light. Unlimited defense. With a thud, blue energy fell under his feet and spread wildly around. Wheeler's eyes flashed, and he moved tentatively. Unlimited defense still exists. Wheeler breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Very good, one step closer to the effect he wanted. But further development is needed. Wheeler murmured, and several ideas came to his mind. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, he had just obtained the control of his own energy, advanced, and his control of the alien energy had not reached the current limit. But there is no doubt that unlimited defense, or the future unlimited field, is the combat skill with the greatest potential that Wheeler envisioned. Of course, because Wheeler has been using the alien energy to temper his body, his physical strength is also constantly increasing. And because of the existence of the 5 times compressed energy, his physical strength will even get a leap in a short period of time. That is to say, the super body state will also be enhanced, the unlimited field of the future. Super body state. In addition, he uses the energy of the other dimension to perform various close combat and long-range attacks. This is the summary of Wheeler's ability. The advanced self-healing and self-energy control, advanced, he drew today gave him a legendary enhancement. Wheeler. Logan looked at Wheeler, who was grinning, and waved his hand in front of Wheeler. Wheeler gently slapped Logan's hand away, and suddenly said, I'll give you something. As he said that, he took out the Berserker's heart in front of Logan, and took out the gift card he had drawn a long time ago and pasted it on. Gift card, a card attached when giving a gift. Depending on how much the recipient likes the gift, you can increase the corresponding relationship points. The gift card disappeared the moment it was pasted. Logan looked at this scene, and curiosity flashed in his eyes. What is this? He looked at the cookie in Wheeler's hand. It looked like a heart with a flame pattern on it. Logan looked at Wheeler strangely, and said with a twitch in his mouth, Are you serious? Send him a cookie? Wheeler coughed lightly, but the corner of his mouth curled up. If he did not choose to absorb the power extracted from the system, he could make the power materialize, and what it would look like was entirely up to his imagination. In other words, even if Wheeler became a lump. Too disgusting. Wheeler shuddered and said to Logan, Open your mouth. Logan shook his head and stepped back. In the middle of the night, he was beaten up, and he was given a cookie? Don't even think about it. This matter can't be solved without 10 meals and 8 meals of wine. Wheeler looked at Logan speechlessly and said, "This thing is a magic item that can enhance your strength. I finally got it from the other dimension." Logan took it without hesitation and stuffed it into his mouth. He took a bite, and the cookie disappeared in his mouth instantly. The cookie is just a manifestation of the materialization of the power, and it doesn't have a real taste. But after eating it, Logan felt like he wanted more, so he ate a few more. Because after he swallowed the cookie, he already knew the effect of the cookie. Berserker's heart: every time you get hurt, you can increase your strength and speed. The more serious the injury, the greater the increase. The amplification effect can be stacked, and the effect lasts until the end of the battle. It smells so good. Are there any more? Logan smiled at Wheeler in a flattering way. Wheeler said unhappily, "Do you think this thing is a real cookie? Eat as much as you want, Ling." Relationship points plus 100, gift card bonus. Relationship breakthrough, reaching the next stage, life and death friendship. From close friends to life and death friendship? Wheeler was pleasantly surprised. He quickly glanced at the prompts in the system. After seeing that the world points provided by Logan changed from 50/day to 100/day, this gift card is really useful. At this moment, Wheeler had the urge to open a large number of bronze fruits and swipe gift cards. "Weller, come and try it." Logan looked at Wheeler eagerly. He wanted to try out his new ability. Wheeler gathered energy in his palm and blasted Logan's chest without hesitation. Logan spit out blood and flew more than 10 meters away, but his eyes were shining with excitement. It's true. He clearly felt that his strength and speed had increased a little. He happily rushed to Wheeler and shouted, "Keep going. Don't stop." Wheeler's face darkened. What a terrible line. The next moment, Wheeler raised his hand and waved, and a large number of energy cards flew towards Logan. Logan stood there and felt a rapidly increasing power. Although he frowned in pain, the smile on his face became more and more crazy, which made Wheeler feel scared. Damn it. Will Logan be activated by some terrible attribute? Wheeler shuddered, and the energy card disappeared. If it's just an experiment, it's enough. Logan felt his current strength and ran forward. He shouted excitedly. His speed became faster and faster, and then he turned a corner and ran in front of Wheeler. With just this little injury, his strength was doubled. "I don't think it's enough. Wheeler, let's continue." Logan stared at Logan with a fiery look, grinning. "Don't be afraid. Use more violent attacks. I can take it." Wheeler's mouth twitched. "Let's talk about it next time. It's getting late now." After saying that, without waiting for Logan to object, Wheeler took him up and rushed back to school quickly. A few days later, X school. After several days of practice, Wheeler's control over the alien energy has improved a lot. And because he has a new understanding and skills in controlling his own energy, he also taught Bobby a lot of new skills. It is worth mentioning that after knowing that the X Factor team has been trained by Wheeler, especially after Bobby has been asking Wheeler to help him train. Ben, a member of the X Chosen team, led by the fireman John, also entangled Wheeler and asked Wheeler to help them train. Ability control, ability development, and even strong close combat ability. When they accepted Wheeler's training and understood Wheeler's teaching ability, they admired Wheeler more and more. Gradually, after the news spread in the school, many children came to ask for Wheeler's help. Professor X and other school teachers were naturally happy to see this situation, and even decided that as soon as Wheeler graduated, he would become the teacher of the school's ability control course. Wheeler was less than a month away from graduation. In the evening, after a day of classes, after dinner, Wheeler decided to go to the X-Men's training ground to train his abilities because he had a new inspiration for his abilities. Is it time to graduate? His university life was not as beautiful as he imagined. He didn't even taste the ups and downs of love. Bad review. Wheeler muttered, looked at the date, and used Mimi's little paw to put a new footprint on the calendar of his mobile phone. After Mimi rolled her eyes, Wheeler picked up Mimi and left the dormitory. Mimi would train with him during this period. Yes. While training his own abilities, Wheeler, thinking that he was free, trained Mimi as well. Although Mimi didn't want to train at first, it couldn't resist the temptation of wine. Not to mention, Mimi's ability has been used in many new ways after training. When Wheeler passed by the corridor of the school, his expression suddenly changed. The event point that had been silent for a long time disappeared by 100. What the hell? Wheeler stopped. The event point disappeared by 100. A reflection fruit on the reflection of the world tree fell from the tree. Snap! The fruit broke. A crisp sound rang in Willer's mind. Task: find the evil spirit curse in the school and remove the source of the curse. Reward: 2 silver fruits. Willer's heart trembled. Curse? What curse is there in the school? How could there be a curse? Willer's mouth twitched. There was not even a hint. Where should he start looking? After a pause, Willer called Katie. Katie and Lee Kyan-hun are famous gossipy girlfriends in the school. Maybe they will know some news. Hey, Katie, I have something to ask you. Katie lowered her voice, as if she was looking at something, and her breathing was very slow. What is it? Has anything special happened in school recently? Something special? Katie was stunned for a moment, then she laughed. Captain, are you interested in gossip now? SHH. Don't ruin the atmosphere. There was a burst of hissing from the phone. After Katie apologized quietly, she lowered her voice and said to Wheeler, what do you want to hear? Break up and love gossip? Or gossip about tasks? Wheeler's mouth twitched, and he said, has there been any strange things in the school recently? Like curses? Curse? Katie blinked and said, no. Wheeler responded, but a thought flashed through his mind. If some students are really cursed, they may not care. After all, they have all kinds of strange abilities. Or maybe they don't even realize that they are cursed. Then has anything strange happened in the school? Wheeler changed the question. But this time, Katie opened up and told Wheeler a series of interesting events that she thought were interesting. Wheeler felt a headache after listening to them. At this moment, Wheeler heard a series of gasps on the phone. Just as he was wondering, a series of cell phone rings rang out. Then there were a series of surprised shouts. It really called. The prankster is too punctual. Yes, as long as he finishes watching that video, he will call on time. Haha. Let me hear what he will say. Wheeler was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, what prank? Oh, it's all your fault. I was so busy talking to you that I didn't even watch the video with him. Katie complained and then explained, it's a scary video. Every time a new person finishes watching it, the person who has watched it will receive a prank call. Katie smiled indifferently and said, I guess someone has awakened the mutant ability of the phone type and is using the ability to play a prank, but I heard that the video is still quite scary. Scary video? A prank phone ring? Wheeler groaned. Why did he feel a little bit? Fuck. Isn't this the ring? What's going on? This thing also exists in this world. Wheeler hurriedly said, damn it. Where are you? That's a curse? Curse? Katie's heart skipped a beat and she smiled awkwardly. No, that's impossible. Wheeler said sternly, where are you? Bring the video here quickly. Wheeler's voice didn't sound like he was trying to scare her, so Katie immediately said, in my dormitory. I'll take that thing over now. Wheeler groaned and said, go to the professor's office. This matter needs to be discussed with a professor. Wheeler quickly walked into Professor X's office and told the professor about the curse. The professor groaned and said, are you sure this is a curse? Yes. Wheeler nodded affirmatively. Professor X smiled and said, don't worry, I've encountered similar things before, and I should be able to solve them. After he finished speaking, Professor X saw that Wheeler was still a little worried, so he smiled and said, whether that person has this special ability or he is really a vengeful spirit, all of this is inseparable from the power of the spirit or mind. Don't worry about this. Chapter 99 Attack. In order to deliver the videotape as quickly as possible, Katie actually used her ability to travel all the way through, causing exclamations along the way. When she delivered the videotape, she found that there was no VCR in Professor X's office, so she had to run back to the dormitory to bring their VCR over. After helping Professor X connect the VCR to the TV, Katie carefully hid behind Wheeler, revealing half of her head, while Mimi yawned in Wheeler's arms and called Katie mockingly. Katie glared at Mimi and whispered, it's scary. She herself was very afraid of watching those scary things, but she was also very curious, and was simply a model of being both inexperienced and playful. Get out, Wheeler whispered. Katie shook her head and just grabbed Wheeler's sleeve tightly. Wheeler looked helpless. He had never dealt with such an enemy as the vengeful spirit. But he glanced at Professor X and found that Professor X looked confident. It's okay, Professor X said with a smile, and when he saw Wheeler turn on the recorder, he said helplessly, it's a good thing they could find this antique. The TV screen began to play, and everyone looked at the TV screen. A volcanic eruption, meaningless words, a woman in white, and a dry well appeared on the screen. The screen kept playing, and the originally lazy Mimi jumped off Wheeler, and her orange eyes lit up slightly. "Mimi," Wheeler squatted down and said, "What did you find?" Mimi nodded and called softly, "An evil spirit with a strong willpower." Mimi gave Wheeler a very positive answer. Seeing Mimi's performance, Professor X said with some surprise, "Mimi's ability is very sensitive to these things." "Meow," Mimi called, and ghost cats jumped out of Mimi's body, and then rushed to the TV. In the surprised eyes of Wheeler and others, they appeared on the TV screen and circled around the dry well. A few seconds later, a figure with a face covered by hair, wearing white clothes and in a strange posture crawled out of the dry well. "Ah!" Katie screamed. Professor X's eyes were inciting, and the invisible power of the mind was brewing. Wheeler looked at Mimi and found that the little guy's tail was still swaying gently. After not being very nervous, he raised his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, the strange white shadow on the TV screen chased the ghost cats that provoked her and came to the TV. Its face was pressed tightly against the TV screen, revealing only a pair of dead fish eyes. The next moment, when the ghost cat jumped out of the TV, the white figure also squeezed out. Seeing this scene, Katie forgot to breathe and pinched Wheeler's arm hard. Wheeler's eyes twitched. Although he was not afraid of Sadako now, the horrible scene in his memory still made him feel creepy. But the next scene made Wheeler's mouth twitch, and he felt a sense of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sadako crawled half of her body out of the TV in a painful fracture posture, and then, as if she felt that Mimi and Professor X were not easy to mess with, she tried to shrink back into the TV. It was like rewinding. "Meow." Mimi's voice suddenly became sharp, her eyes were completely lit up, and invisible lines were entangled with Sadako. Sadako raised her head suddenly, and invisible power spread. In response, Professor X just smiled faintly and easily resolved it. Even the invisible spiritual power pressed on Sadako like an invisible mountain. The next moment, ghost cats, or more accurately, ghosts of cats, rushed out of Mimi's body. Lions, tigers, leopards, cats, they rushed towards Sadako frantically, opened their mouths to bite her, and actually dragged her out of the TV. Wheeler's forehead twitched slightly. This was too embarrassing. The evil spirit had messy hair, and Wheeler actually felt panic. At this time, more and more ghost cats poured out of Mimi's body. After filling up the entire office, they continued to pour out, and even appeared to be stacked and overlapped. Looking at this scene, Wheeler was also shocked. This was the first time he saw so many ghost cats emerge from Mimi's body. But if you think about how many cats die every day in New York, a city with hundreds of thousands of stray cats, Wheeler will understand. The ghost cats drowned Sadako. When Mimi's lazy voice sounded, all the ghost cats and those cats rushed into her body again. Sadako had disappeared, and even the original picture on the TV turned blank. "Is this solved?" Katie asked in a low voice. Professor X smiled and looked at Wheeler. "It's solved." "I said it's not difficult." "It's really not that difficult. Mimi can solve it easily." The important thing is that Wheeler heard the system's prompt and confirmed that the task was completed. Wheeler took out the tape from the recorder and threw it to Katie. "Deal with it." Katie caught it in a hurry, screaming and passing through the wall. "Haha." Wheeler laughed out loud, and Professor X nodded at Wheeler with a smile. While Wheeler and his friends were dealing with the curse incident at school, a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. was attacked. This is the Pegasus Project Research Center. The base, which originally occupied a huge area, is now collapsing and falling. It's as if there is a monster underground, swallowing the base with its bloody mouth. In just a moment, the original base turned into a sinkhole. In the helicopter above the base, Nick Fury's face was livid. This base is a place he personally supervises and is very important to S.H.I.E.L.D. As crises around the world continue to escalate, S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to be increasingly stretched when facing those who have mastered magical powers. So he couldn't help but put forward the idea of using the Cosmic Cube to create weapons to enhance the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. But today, the Cosmic Cube has experienced unusual energy turbulence. In order to ensure safety, he personally went to the base to supervise. The Cosmic Cube seemed to be activated by something, and a portal opened in front of him. From it, a man holding a scepter and with sinister eyes appeared. He claimed to be Loki from Asgard. Then, without waiting for him to have a verbal fight with him, he snatched the Cosmic Cube away, and used his unknown ability to control several elite agents of their S.H.I.E.L.D., led by Hawkeye Clinton Barton, and Dr. Selvig, who helped him study the Cosmic Cube. After that, the space gate collapsed, and the entire base was sucked in, causing heavy losses to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury recalled the whole process in his mind and couldn't help cursing. Fuck. 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 He clenched his fists tightly and whispered, "War is coming." On the other side, Loki, the son of Odin, the god from Asgard, was sitting on the bed of a pickup truck, admiring his future territory as the bed bumped. Yes, in his opinion, this planet is already in his pocket. When he rules the planet, how will that annoying Thor and his father Odin look at him? Shock? Disbelief? Or regret? Just thinking about it, Loki was excited. At this moment, he saw the agent sitting opposite him pull out a sharp arrow, cut a small cut on his arm with a sharp arrowhead, and took out a black chip from it. "This is a tracking chip from S.H.I.E.L.D., the man explained, as if he was not the one who was injured just now. Loki nodded calmly. "Warrior, what's your name?" "Clint Barton," the man said calmly, stopping the bleeding of his wound. Loki smiled slightly. "Very good, Clint. Do you have any suggestions about my plan to notify this planet?" "Suggestions?" Barton pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing with thought, and slowly said, "You need more power, more people with powerful power." "With powerful power?" Loki raised his eyebrows and said contemptuously, "Can there be any powerful people on this planet? The cosmic cube is such an important thing." But he snatched it without much strength. "What powerful people would be on this planet?" Barton nodded and said in a deep voice, "Mutants, mutants." Loki pinched his chin and nodded. "I have forgotten about this kind of people, but I have come here secretly many times with a fool before, and I have met mutants, but there is nothing special to pay attention to. No, the mutants now are much stronger than before," Barton said seriously. "Magneto and his Brotherhood, the X-Men of the X-School, and the White Queen and the Hellfire Club who have disappeared in recent years, they are all forces that cannot be ignored." Loki turned the scepter in his hand and said with interest, "Oh? Tell me, what's special about them?" Barton said slowly, "Magneto has the ability to control magnetism and can manipulate large amounts of metal. The human army poses no threat to him at all." "Huh?" The turning scepter paused slightly, and Loki narrowed his eyes. "Continue." "Professor X of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is a mutant with telepathic ability. He can use his telepathic ability to control others, and he also has unknown means to find a person all over the world. The most important thing is that X School is a gathering place for a group of mutants, and there are many powerful X-Men in it." Loki's eyes lit up, and he nodded and said, "This information is very important." "What about the White Queen?" "The White Queen," Barton thought. "It seems that she also has telepathic ability, but she has disappeared for many years and can't be found at all." Loki pinched his chin and thought, "You just said that Professor X can find people by unknown means." "Right, that's right," Barton said in a deep voice. "Director Nick Fury knows him. If he helps to find us, we will have nowhere to hide." "Professor X School is interesting," Loki smiled evilly. "Then let's go to X School first." Barton nodded. "Sir, this is a wise choice." "Haha," Loki laughed wildly. At the same time, X School. Professor X was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone late at night. He glanced at the number displayed on the screen of his cell phone, suppressed his irritation of being awakened, and answered the call. "What's the matter so late?" Professor X promised that if Nick Fury didn't give him a convincing reason, he would never ask him for help again. "Professor, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but the situation is urgent." Nick Fury apologized sincerely, and then said, "Just now, S.H.I.E.L.D. was attacked by Loki, and he took away a very terrible thing." "Loki? Do you mean the man in the myth?" Professor X frowned, supported his body with his hands and sat up, and turned on the table lamp on the bedside table. "Yes," Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "if I'm not mistaken, he should come to you." "Is it real?" Professor X was surprised and realized the key point in an instant. "Should he come to me?" "He wants to attack me," he frowned. "Is it because I might threaten him? Or will it hinder his plan?" "But how does he know me?" Professor X asked softly. "Isn't that the legendary god? How could he know about an old man like him?" Nick Fury coughed lightly and said awkwardly, "Several senior agents are controlled by him. I suspect he will get information about you from them." "Controlled agents?" Professor X pressed his forehead. "So, they know about me and think I might find them, so they will deal with me first." "That's what I mean," Nick Fury said in a deep voice. "Professor, be careful. I will have someone explain the situation to you in person tomorrow." "Explain the situation?" Professor X smiled faintly. "I'm afraid you want me to help you find your agents." Nick Fury laughed dryly and said, "Professor, be careful." After speaking, he hung up the phone. What Barton could think of, he certainly would not ignore. And Professor X is indeed the person who may find Barton and others the fastest at present. In addition to visiting Professor X, he also has to make some preparations. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Nick Fury's eyes. Before dawn, there was silence in the X school. This was the time when the children in the school slept the deepest. A short figure walked out of the dormitory and walked towards the dormitories of others. A moment later, Logan walked towards Professor X's office with an anxious look on his face. Professor, Logan pushed open Professor X's door and rushed in. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a strong mental force spreading towards him, trying to invade his mind. The next moment, the disguise shattered like an illusion, and several figures appeared. At this time, a thin, long-haired man with sinister eyes was looking at Professor X with surprise. It was Loki. And behind him followed several figures. At this time, the scepter in his hand emitted a blue light, helping him to resist Professor X's mental power. Professor X's eyes were deep, and the invisible mental power was rapidly increasing, but after seeing the few people behind Loki, a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. Chapter 100, Psychic Confrontation. Because of Nick Fury's warning, Professor X informed the X-Men about Loki and asked them to be on guard. But what he didn't expect was that Loki could sneak into the school with his transformation ability, comparable to Mystique's, and the ability to block telepathy. If he hadn't sensed a hint of hostility from the other party, he wouldn't even suspect that the other party's Wolverine was fake. Others Logan, Scott, Katie, John, Warren, Peter, almost half of the X-Men in the school were controlled. A trace of anger appeared in Professor X's eyes, and the terrifying mental power bombarded Loki like waves. Loki's face was ugly, but the mind staff in his hand became more and more brilliant, even dyeing half of the room blue. He sneered and blocked the mind staff in his hand. "You are very powerful, but..." Loki smiled slightly and looked at the mind staff with a confident smile. "This thing is not something that ordinary people can resist. Go, kill him," Loki said coldly to the people behind him. After meeting Professor X, he understood one thing, that is, he could not control the other party, and the threat of the other party was huge, so he had to kill him. Following Loki's order, the controlled Logan and several others rushed towards Professor X. At this moment, a figure with jumping blue energy smashed the door and blocked Professor X. Lightning fell from the sky to Wheeler, but Wheeler, as if he had expected it, was the first to leave the place. With a flick of his finger, blue energy appeared under Ororo's feet. At this time, Katie grabbed Ororo. Boom! There was an explosion, and a shallow pit appeared on the ground. Ororo, who should have been blown away, was not affected at all. At this time, Logan waved his steel claws and rushed towards him with Peter, who had turned into a silver metal man. In just a few steps, the attacks of the two arrived in an instant. Wheeler stood in front of Professor X, without any intention of dodging. 5 compressions, full power of the superbody. Wheeler shouted in a low voice, and the energy jumping on his body became deeper and deeper. When a thumb-sized energy ball hit Logan, he raised his hand to block Colossus's fist. Boom! Energy exploded. Logan was blown away with a face full of enjoyment, while Colossus was caught by Wheeler's fist and thrown away, hitting Scott, whose eyes had begun to flash dangerous red light. Scott hurriedly dodged, but Warren bypassed Wheeler and swept his white wings towards Professor X. But blue energy threads jumped out from Wheeler and entangled the angel, freezing his posture and trapping him in place. These attacks occurred almost at the same time, but Wheeler easily resolved them all. Loki's eyes flashed with surprise, and he even regretted why he didn't control Wheeler first. At this time, the confrontation of the power of the mind in the room became more fierce. Even if everyone was not the target of these power of the mind, everyone could feel the terrifying power. Listening to the movement around him, Loki looked at Professor X and Wheeler with hatred, and his heart was full of unwillingness. If I had known earlier, I would have controlled the others before dealing with this old thing. This old guy is more terrifying than imagined. Sir, the others are coming. We'd better retreat, Ororo said calmly, raising his hand and striking a lightning bolt at Wheeler. The blue energy blocked it, and Wheeler's mind moved and opened the infinite realm. Loki seemed to feel something, and the mind scepter in his hand was completely lit up. The terrifying mind power blasted towards Professor X, and several phantom clones appeared and ran around. At the same time, the X-Men controlled by him rushed to the others at all costs, launching fatal attacks on the other party, looking like they were going to kill them. Seeing this, Wheeler could only stop Logan and the others' attack first. But someone was faster than him. It was Professor X. Professor X tapped his forehead lightly with his fingers, and the veins on his bald head bulged. When a series of bright red blood beads dripped from his nostrils, an invisible mind storm quietly appeared. In an instant, the bright blue light that occupied half of the room shrank to only 1/3. The next second, Logan and the others were fixed in place, and Professor X released their control. Seeing this scene, Loki, who was hiding his body, had a look of fear in his eyes. This old thing is too scary. At this time, blue energy threads quietly appeared, entwining Loki's phantom clone and the real Loki. Loki was shocked. The other party could actually see through his disguise? The next moment, the phantom clone disappeared, and Loki, who was hiding his body, had to swing the mind staff in his hand to cut off the energy line. At this moment, he saw Blue Phantom chasing him. Loki used the mind staff to shoot a beam of energy at the other party. Bang! I saw Wheeler punch out and actually shatter the energy beam, and continued to rush towards him with the remaining force. The next second, a fist wrapped in blue energy flames passed through Loki's chest. Wheeler frowned. The touch was wrong. Looking at the figure that disappeared on the spot, Wheeler's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. Is it an illusion? Then where is the real Loki? Wheeler felt the feedback from the infinite field. There was no Loki. Perhaps, this guy used some special magic, or perhaps he turned into someone else, or even left his domain. This guy is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Wheeler smiled indifferently. At this moment, Professor X's voice rang in his mind. Wheeler, I need to rest for a while and take care of the school. Professor X's voice was full of fatigue. In just a few words, it became lighter and lighter, and then disappeared. Wheeler's eyes narrowed, and he quickly returned to Professor X's room. The originally tidy room seemed to be swept by a storm mixed with knives, and became a mess. Wheeler's mind moved, and after the blue energy wrapped up Professor X, he glanced at Logan and others, and saw that they were unconscious on the ground, and casually waved a piece of blue energy on them. At this time, other X-Men and students also rushed over. Seeing the scene in the room, his eyes narrowed and he asked hurriedly, "What's going on, Captain?" Bobby rushed in and said angrily, "Who did this?" Wheeler looked at the unconscious Professor X and explained to everyone, "Someone attacked the professor and the others, and Logan and the others were controlled." He turned his head and looked at everyone and said quickly, "Jin, take the professor to check first. Bobby, you and the other people should be on guard, tie up Logan and the others first, and then untie them after confirming their condition. Notify me at any time if there is anything." Everyone nodded. Wheeler said to Lee Kyan-hoon calmly, "Take the senior students to comfort the other children. Try to stay together, and don't separate until Logan and the others wake up." Lee Kyan-hoon nodded seriously. Wheeler picked up Professor X and said to everyone, "Let's take action." Everyone nodded to Wheeler and took action. "Let's go, Jean," Wheeler said to Jean and ran quickly to the medical room. After a while, after Jean finished examining Professor X and got the results, Wheeler and Jean breathed a sigh of relief. The professor should be fine. The reason why he is unconscious now is because he is very tired and his spiritual power is almost exhausted. Jean looked at Professor X distressedly and said, "He needs to rest now." Wheeler nodded and said to Jean, "Take good care of the professor." "I'll go see Logan and the others," Jean replied. "Go ahead." Wheeler left the medical room, contacted Bobby, and came to a classroom in the school. In the classroom, Logan and the others had woken up, but their faces looked a little ugly. Although they were controlled, their memories after being controlled still existed, and they clearly remembered what they had done. Seeing Wheeler appear, Ororo asked nervously, "How is the professor?" "Nothing, he needs to rest," Wheeler said, raised his eyebrows at the few people, and said, "Are you okay?" "It should be okay," Logan said with a gloomy face. "Loki, I'll remember him." John cursed fiercely, looked at Wheeler with some fear, and said, "I'm sorry for attacking you just now." "Don't blame you," Wheeler said lightly. Katie said to Wheeler with a sad face, "Captain, don't make things difficult for me in the future." Wheeler raised his eyebrow, and Bobby, who was watching them, couldn't help laughing. "Okay, Bobby, untie them." Wheeler pressed his forehead and said, "After untying your bonds, stay here until dawn. If anyone makes suspicious movements during this period, don't blame me." Everyone nodded. The classroom fell silent. Wheeler leaned against the wall, squinting his eyes slightly, recalling the plot in his memory. Loki still appeared with the Mind Scepter, and the Battle of Manhattan would most likely happen again. So, what should he do next? Stop Loki from opening the portal, or wait for Loki to open the portal and beat him and the Chitauri army? It seems that there is no need to choose. He will get nothing by stopping Loki. The X-Men, and the mutants need influence and honor. And this war, as the first invasion war of aliens, will undoubtedly attract global attention. If the X-Men, who represent the mutants, shine in this war, they will gain huge influence. This is an opportunity, Wheeler murmured, with a blue light flashing in his eyes. 2 hours later, it was dawn. The oppressive atmosphere in the X school was slightly dissipated, and as Logan and others were released from the classroom, the X school slowly returned to normal. But because Professor X had not woken up yet, the atmosphere in the school still seemed a little heavy. Maria Hill just walked into the X school and felt the heavy atmosphere in the school. After asking a student, she learned about the situation in the school. In an instant, her face became extremely ugly, and she immediately called Nick Fury. Nick Fury groaned and said, "Go find Wheeler Brian, explain the situation to him, and bring him back to the helical carrier." "Okay, Director," Hill responded, asked the students, and found Wheeler, who was teaching the students the ability control class. Although Wheeler has not graduated yet, he has already taken on the burden of a teacher. "Hello, I'm Maria Hill, an agent of SHIELD. Director Fury asked me to come." Seeing Wheeler, Hill introduced himself solemnly, and then asked, "How is the professor?" "He hasn't woken up yet," Wheeler said lightly, and said to Hill, "Nick Fury asked you to come to the professor to help find Loki." Hill nodded, and then said, "Mr. Brian, it's time for the Avengers to assemble." Wheeler was stunned for a moment, his face became serious, and he said, "What should we do next?" "What's the plan?" Hill said in a deep voice. "Director Fury asked me to take you back to the base, and the other Avengers will also gather there." Wheeler groaned, and said, "Okay, I'll tell the others and we'll set off in a while." "Huh?" Hill breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, it seems that the Avenger she found is the easiest to talk to." Hill felt a little fortunate in his heart, and mourned for Coulson and Natasha for 3 seconds. Because the two people were looking for Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. One was arrogant and looked down on others, and the other could not stand any stimulation and would turn into a monster if he was not careful. After a while, Wheeler and Logan explained the situation and left the dormitory with a backpack. "Let's go," Wheeler said to Hill and walked towards Hill's car. Hill hurriedly chased after him, but saw a shaking in Wheeler's backpack. When he was wondering, a cat's head popped out of the backpack. "Cat?" Hill was stunned, but saw that the cat yawned with boredom after looking at her, and then got into the backpack again. Nick Fury should be in a hurry. Wheeler turned around and said to Hill. "Sorry." Hill took Wheeler to the school gate and removed the cloaking of the Quinjet. "Quinjet, I really miss it. It's the first time I rode it, and it was with Natasha," Wheeler said, but raised his eyebrows slightly and asked Hill beside him, "Where's Natasha?" "She went to gather other Avengers," Wheeler responded, walked onto the Quinjet, and sat leisurely on a seat. A moment later, the Quinjet took off and flew Wheeler to the aerospace carrier. The aerospace carrier is the air fortress of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the crystallization of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology. It usually floats on the sea like an ordinary aircraft carrier, and in case of emergency, it will fly into the sky and become a mobile war command room. There are combat command centers, prisons, flight decks, infirmaries, and other measures on the aerospace carrier. You will be very surprised when you see them. At this point, Hill's words were full of pride. Wheeler nodded and was also looking forward to the space carrier. "We're here." Below is the aerospace carrier. As Hill spoke, the Quinjet flew through the thick clouds, and a steel island appeared in front of Wheeler. A look of shock flashed across Wheeler's eyes. Hill smiled slightly. "Isn't it shocking?" Wheeler nodded, but a thought flashed through his mind. If this thing was blown up, would Nick Fury be so angry that he would smoke? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.